ואנחנו עדיין ניבחן ביכולת שלנו לסכל את הגרעין. זה לא סוד, זה פורסם. יש מרכיב מסוים בתוכנית הגרעין שלהם שנפגע בתקיפה הזאת.
לצאת מיד. חברת הכנסת, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית. דוידסון, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית. נא לצאת. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שלישית. אתם לא מנהלים את המליאה, תודה רבה. חברת הכנסת לזימי, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חברת הכנסת לזימי, נא לצאת. חברי הכנסת, לא להפריע. חברת הכנסת מירב בן ארי, לא להפריע.
שתי מילים שעומדות בבסיס המאבק שלנו באויבינו עבורם.
חבר הכנסת נאור שירי, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת שלי טל מירון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת בליאק, קריאה שנייה.
המאמצים להשבת
בוודאי תרצו
חטופינו,
לשמוע את ראש האופוזיציה, אבל זה לא יקרה אם תצאו.
המאמצים להשבת חטופינו לא נפסקים לרגע. החמאס, ואומר היועץ לביטחון לאומי ג'ייק סאליבן רק לפני שבוע, לילות כימים כדי להשיב את החטופים כולם בלי יוצא מן הכלל, ועד היום ואנחנו עדיין ניבחן ביכולת שלנו לסכל את הגרעין. זה לא סוד, זה פורסם. יש מרכיב מסוים בתוכנית הגרעין שלהם שנפגע בתקיפה הזאת.
לצאת מיד. חברת הכנסת, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית. דוידסון, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שלישית. אתם לא מנהלים את המליאה, תודה רבה. חברת הכנסת לזימי, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חברת הכנסת לזימי, נא לצאת. חברי הכנסת, לא להפריע. חברת הכנסת מירב בן ארי, לא להפריע.
שתי מילים שעומדות בבסיס המאבק שלנו באויבינו עבורם.
חבר הכנסת נאור שירי, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת שלי טל מירון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת בליאק, קריאה שנייה.
המאמצים להשבת
בוודאי תרצו
חטופינו,
לשמוע את ראש האופוזיציה, אבל זה לא יקרה אם תצאו.
המאמצים להשבת חטופינו לא נפסקים לרגע. החמאס, ואומר היועץ לביטחון לאומי ג'ייק סאליבן רק לפני שבוע, לילות כימים כדי להשיב את החטופים כולם בלי יוצא מן הכלל, ועד היום ואנחנו עדיין ניבחן ביכולת שלנו לסכל את הגרעין. זה לא סוד, זה פורסם. יש מרכיב מסוים בתוכנית הגרעין שלהם שנפגע בתקיפה הזאת.
לצאת מיד. חברת הכנסת, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית. דוידסון, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שלישית. אתם לא מנהלים את המליאה, תודה רבה. חברת הכנסת לזימי, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חברת הכנסת לזימי, נא לצאת. חברי הכנסת, לא להפריע. חברת הכנסת מירב בן ארי, לא להפריע.
שתי מילים שעומדות בבסיס המאבק שלנו באויבינו עבורם.
חבר הכנסת נאור שירי, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת שלי טל מירון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת בליאק, קריאה שנייה.
המאמצים להשבת
בוודאי תרצו
חטופינו,
לשמוע את ראש האופוזיציה, אבל זה לא יקרה אם תצאו.
המאמצים להשבת חטופינו לא נפסקים לרגע. החמאס, ואומר היועץ לביטחון לאומי ג'ייק סאליבן רק לפני שבוע, לילות כימים כדי להשיב את החטופים כולם בלי יוצא מן הכלל, ועד היום
לא רגע.
ואנחנו עדיין ניבחן ביכולת שלנו לסכל את הגרעין. זה לא סוד, זה פורסם. יש מרכיב מסוים בתוכנית הגרעין שלהם שנפגע בתקיפה הזאת.
לצאת מיד. חברת הכנסת, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית. דוידסון, קריאה ראשונה. חברת הכנסת פרידמן, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת דוידסון, קריאה שלישית. אתם לא מנהלים את המליאה, תודה רבה. חברת הכנסת לזימי, קריאה שלישית, נא לצאת. חברת הכנסת לזימי, נא לצאת. חברי הכנסת, לא להפריע. חברת הכנסת מירב בן ארי, לא להפריע.
שתי מילים שעומדות בבסיס המאבק שלנו באויבינו עבורם.
חבר הכנסת נאור שירי, קריאה שנייה. חברת הכנסת שלי טל מירון, קריאה שנייה. חבר הכנסת בליאק, קריאה שנייה.
המאמצים להשבת
בוודאי תרצו
חטופינו,
לשמוע את ראש האופוזיציה, אבל זה לא יקרה אם תצאו.
המאמצים להשבת חטופינו לא נפסקים לרגע. החמאס, ואומר היועץ לביטחון לאומי ג'ייק סאליבן רק לפני שבוע, לילות כימים כדי להשיב את החטופים כולם בלי יוצא מן הכלל, ועד היום
לא, רגע.
Hey guys, welcome to the live by IntelliPath. I am Ram and I'll be the one covering the live today. So guys, today we'll be learning how to start coding. So if you're a fresher or if you're someone who's just interested into getting into coding, then this live is for you. All right, so in this session, we'll basically be discussing a lot of different topics that will pertain to how you can start with coding. Alright guys, now we always do this for our YouTube regulars, but if you're new here, please stick till the end because there is a surprise for you. Alright, so now let's take a quick look at our agenda. So in our session today, we'll be discussing different topics, and these are the different topics. First, why learn coding? Then we'll move on to how you can start coding for yourself. How will you start it? Then third, we'll discuss which languages should you start with? Which language should you choose? Then we'll discuss how you can choose a project. We'll discuss what this particular topic is. And then we'll discuss the learning path. What is the learning path you should take? And finally, we will conclude by discussing what are the different kinds of jobs you can get in this particular field. So guys, let's go ahead and start the session. So our first question here is, our first discussion topic, why learn coding? So this is a question for you as well as me. Why should you learn coding? And do you really want to learn it? So let's actually discuss a story. So we have a person, and this person wants to earn a very high salary. They don't know what they want to do in life, but they just know they want to learn, they want to earn a very high salary. So they decide to become a software engineer or software developer because they heard that it pays a lot. Then there is a person who's just interested in coding and in developing, in programming. So they take up this particular field of coding, programming, just because they're interested in this field. And then there's this third person. He has already been working in a particular field. Suppose he's a business analyst. Now he's been working since the 90s or the 80s. And during that time, they didn't use any such, special algorithms to think about the data and make powerful decisions. But these days the market has to change and he has to adapt with the market to incorporate coding into his own working culture so that he can make better decisions based on the data that is being collected. You know how data science works, right? So all these three people have the same goal in mind. They want to become better at coding. They want to become coders or programmers. They want to become programmers. At least they want to learn what coding is or how to work with coding. So these can be few of the reasons why you would want to become a coder. Maybe you want to get a really high paying job. Maybe you're just interested in coding. Maybe you're just, learning coding to adapt with the change, with the market, adapt to the market, adapt to the change that's happening to the market. So you should ask yourself, why do you want to learn coding? Now, this is important. You should ask this question to yourself because, if you don't have the motive of your learning in mind properly, then you will, fall off the horse. Once you start learning coding, if you see, come across an error, then if you're not able to solve that error, then you'll stop doing it because you don't have any proper motivation. So make sure that you have a proper motivation in your mind when you start off by learning what coding is. So ask yourselves this question. Why do you want to learn coding? Alright guys, now let's discuss how you can start coding by yourself. Okay, so you can start coding off, basically by figuring out what you want to do. Alright, so let's discuss this. So now you've asked yourself that, what is your motive to become a coder? Why do you want to program? Now you have to go ahead with the next step, that is to learn how to start coding. So coding, this is a very generic term, how to start coding. It's a very vast field. Computer science is a very vast field. There are so many different fields you can get into. So you have to narrow it down. So, this is like problem solving. You have a very big problem. You divide into smaller parts and then solve it. So similarly with this question of how to start coding, you need to divide it into a smaller component. So with the question how to start coding, you should first go ahead and narrow it down to where do you want to code or how do you want to code. So first you need to figure out what do you want to do with coding. Do you want to develop an application? Do you want to make a bot? Do you want to develop a website? What kind of thing do you want to do? So once you've figured that out, you should go ahead and learn what are the languages and the tools that are required for the particular thing. Let me give you an example, like of the person who is just interested in coding, but he's never gotten into coding. He's just heard about how hacking is so cool and he wants to get into coding. So he starts off by first deciding what kind of project he wants to do. So he wants to do a project where he's going to be making a recommendation system on a website. But the thing is, this recommendation system does not use any powerful algorithms or something. It's just for him to share a few details with his family, because the family lives far apart. So he just wants to share a few details with them. So to do that, he's just made this application. So see, it has a practical use, this particular project. And while doing this project, he's learning a lot of things. He's learning how to code a website. He's learning HTML, CSS, JavaScript, PHP, database technology, a lot of different things. Now, this is how I recommend you should go ahead with it too. You should first figure out what you want to do, then figure out what language and tool you need for it, then learn the basics of that language. Like, all the different basics of a particular language, you should learn that and then move ahead and make the application. Now, a few, a disclaimer here. When you're going to make this application, make sure that the application you're making is a very simple one. Because when you start off, always start with baby steps. Because if you start with something gigantic, if you want to make like the whole Facebook website, then you'll obviously fall off the first step itself because you don't know where to start from. So if you're rather making such a huge website, what you can do is you can just, start by creating a small website where you basically can create accounts and, post statuses. That's it. So this is how I suggest you guys should start off by, should start coding. All right. So first, that is figure out what you want to do. So let me give you an example. So you can do a lot of things. You can make a small game. So if you're into gaming and you want to make a particular small, you want to get into the gaming industry, you want to become a game developer, then you should start off by making a very small game, app. Not an apps per se, like a particular, like a snake ladders, snake game, the one we had on our Nokia mobiles, like that sort of a game, or very simple one, like, the defender game where you're basically shooting aliens from, below. And if you're not that, then you can go ahead and make a web application or a mobile application, a very simple one per se, very small things. In mobile app, if you're going to make a mobile app, I would recommend not going for a mobile app right now. But if you're really interested in making a mobile app, then you can go ahead and make a very simple app that just opens up and tells you what the time is. So that way. So then this way, first figure out what you really want to do as a project. Then figure out what are the languages and tools you can use. So there are a lot of languages out there that you can use. Like, let me give you, you have Python, C++, JavaScript, and you have similarly tools with them that, that you have to use with them. You can use your IDEs, that are integrated development environments, basically where you write the code, and you need compilers and all those tools. So figure out what do you need with all of this. So to give you a better idea, let's take an example of, you want to make a web application. So you've decided that you're going to be making that web application where you're basically going to be displaying time of all the family members that are living across the globe. And then you decide to choose a particular language. You go ahead using JavaScript because, that is what's used to create the front end. You use JavaScript, HTML, CSS to make the front end. And then you decide to use a particular tool. Maybe you're using Visual Studio Code as the place where you write the JavaScript code. So that is the tool you're using. Then you learn the basics of that language. Now, JavaScript will have a lot of different basics, but it has some coding basics also. Like, you have your loops, like for loops, while loops, then you have if statements, then you have variables, then you have functions and arrays. So these are like a kind of the basics of the particular language. Not just the language, these are fundamentals of any language. When you're working with any language, you'll have loops, if statements, variables, and functions and arrays. And similarly, that example of, making that website, you're learning JavaScript, so you'll have to learn these, and then you have to learn the basics of the language itself. You'll have to learn a little bit of HTML, a little bit of CSS, a little bit of JavaScript. And once you learn all of those, the fundamentals of all of those things, then you can go ahead and create the application that you want to. Now, and then create a basic application. So now, he knows what he wants to create and he's creating it then. So the process of creation, when he's creating the web application, he'll be learning a lot of things. He'll be learning how to create functions in JavaScript. He'll be learning how to place certain things using CSS, how to color them, how to make it more fancy looking, and how to divide the content using HTML. So a lot of different things you'll be learning when you're creating this application. Now remember, a very important factor here is that you should not go for something that is complicated. You should go for something that is very simple. If you go for very simple, then in the starting it feels like, oh, I'm not doing anything, but you're actually learning. So if you complete this application, right, then you should give yourself a pat on the back because you've done something amazing. You started from not knowing anything in coding to create a basic application. Yeah, that's a good step. Once you've learned this, then you should go ahead for different other applications. Like once you completed your first project, do a second project. This time when you're doing a second project, make sure that it's a little bit more complicated. Again, not so complicated as making a whole Facebook website. Make it a little bit more complicated so that you can work with it and learn new things with it. So, the whole cycle repeats. You define an aim again. You choose the particular language. Well, you already chosen the language. You choose what are the libraries you're going to use, all the different tools you're going to use, and you're going to learn how to use them. So this way, slowly doing projects, you'll learn how to become a coder. So guys, that is how you're going to start coding. All right, so let me just briefly tell you like how you should choose what kind of language, what kind of tools you need to use. So all those things, let me just brief you on that. So when it comes to which language should you choose, not just for working with your project, maybe you're thinking, okay, so I've understood this guy's way, but I just want to start with a language. I've heard of all these different languages, C++, Java, Python. So which language should I choose, So that really depends because there are a lot of different factors here. So you have a lot of languages out there. You have Python, Kotlin, C++, C#, JavaScript, Swift, Java, Ruby, PHP, Node.js, R. There are so many different languages for so many different use cases. So again, you would have to define an aim for yourself, define a particular project for yourself so that, you can learn all these tools and languages on the journey there. Because if you have an aim, you won't falter. You won't, if you have an error, you will try to solve it. You will try to solve it because you have an aim and you want to accomplish that aim. So that's why. So choosing a language. Well, I would actually recommend you guys start off with Python itself. Well, Python and JavaScript are pretty easy to start off with. But personally, I would recommend Python because Python is one of the most easiest languages out there. Now, it's very easy to learn. Like the learning curve is not very steep. It's a very gradual curve. So you can learn easily with Python. It's got very simple syntax, you don't have to type complicated syntax for it. You have a lot of different tutorials and guides out there. We ourselves in Telepath have a very long lecture that gives you everything you need to know about Python. So right now you can open up another tab and type in Python in Telepath and you'll find a very good video that will explain to you how you can start coding with Python. And if you're especially a fresher who doesn't know what he wants to do, then you should definitely check this out because it will give you an idea about coding itself and you'll be getting Python. Now, remember I said that Python is simple. Now, it's simple doesn't mean it's bad. Python has so many different use cases. I can't even list them down right now. A few of them might be software development, data science, and creating bots, writing scripts. There are so many things you can do with Python. And Python is very powerful. A lot of different enterprises make use of Python for their particular applications and whatever they're working with, the projects. They use Python. Python is a very important language. So I suggest you guys to start off with Python. If you want to learn Python, you can start off by, looking at the different tutorials, different guides. And if you think you need a, certification in Python, because maybe you don't have a CS degree, you did not pass out with, CS, or you don't have a degree yet, then you should definitely get certified as a Python developer. And we provide the same also. Again, there's minus asterisks over here. If you have other languages that you've already worked on, suppose this is a different use case. Like this is for the case of a person who has done some work in C++, but he stopped coding for some time because he thought that this is not what he wanted to get into. But later he realized his passion again when he started playing games again. So he wants to get back into coding, the whole game. Then in that way, then you should not start off with Python. Maybe you should start off with C++ itself or whatever language you've worked with, because then you already have a basic understanding, and you've already had the basic understanding, then you can go ahead with the advanced topics also. Again, choosing a language can be difficult in another way also, because you have a lot of different things like to take in factor, like what kind of project you're building. So I told you guys, if you want to start off with just a language, you start with Python. But if you want to start off with a particular project, suppose you're making an iOS app, then you should definitely, use Swift. Swift is, as you can see, this is Swift. Instead of using JavaScript, you can't use it, so you need to use Swift. Or if you're working with Android, then you need to work with Java and Kotlin. Or if you're working with any websites, then you need to know, again, JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, PHP, Django, all these different kinds of languages. Or if you want to become a data scientist, then you have to work with Python again, and then either R or MATLAB also. You can work with any three of these. And then software development, if you want to get into software development, C# and Java are a good choice. And then game development, if you're really into creating games, then you can start off by learning C++ and C#. So again, guys, there are a lot of factors here deciding what kind of language you want to choose. I suggest Python because the Python is really easy to use, and it has a lot of use cases. It has really powerful algorithms that you can use and a lot of powerful libraries that you can make use of. All right, guys. So other than languages, what kind of tools can you use? So, debugging. So what is debugging? So if once you start coding, right, you will find a lot of errors in your code. Like maybe you made a page of code and it basically tells you the time. And right now it's not working. In the compiler, you're getting a particular error. You're getting an error that this particular thing is missing. So how do you check that out? Because in the starting, you'll be working by yourself because you're learning the basics. So you can make use of Google. Google is one of the best tools out there. Search that error. Whatever error you get, search it. If you search it, you'll find that there are other people out there who made similar mistakes like you've made. That's why I wouldn't recommend ever starting with a book, because with a book, you are narrowed down and you can't ask anyone for help. So learning online is like a really good opportunity. So use Google in your debugging. So debugging would be basically removing that bug, that is the error. And you Google it and you'll find a lot of different sources that will tell you how you can solve your error. And this is where Stack Overflow comes in. Now, Stack Overflow is something you're going to be hearing a lot of times. Like Stack Overflow is very important if you're getting into coding. So remember, Stack Overflow is basically a place. It's like Quora, but it's for like technical stuff. You ask questions and people will try to answer back with, people who are, suppose you're answering a question in Python, then a person who is really, good at Python will try to answer a question. Now, Stack Overflow has a really good community, but we in Telepath also have a really good community. If you go ahead and ask a question, then there'll be people in our community that will try to answer these questions also. So this is how you can, solve your debugging and try debugging. And these are your debugging tools. And then you have version control systems. Now, remember guys, if you're working on software development, right, then you'll definitely be writing code. You'll be coding. So where will you store this code? So if I wanted to give you a brief explanation of what Git is basically a place where you store your code. And why I wrote version control system here is because, when you're writing let's take an example. If you have a project, right, your project might have different, your first iteration of a project. You've made your project and it works really fine. But now you want to add more features to it. So once you start adding more features to it, you create a new version of your project. It's like having different versions of an app. You'll have application version 1, application version 2, application version 3. Now, for codes of all of those threes will be stored separately. And that's a basic explanation of what Git will be doing for you. So if you're confused right now, don't worry, just learn how to use Git. Git is very important for any coder out there, and know that it basically is used for storing your code. Then you have your integrated development environments. So you have IntelliJ, Visual Studio, and Android Studio. All of these different studios are basically places where you write the code. Now, you're writing the code in them, and you're making use of the functionality they give you. Now, suppose you're writing your code in one of these IDEs, integrated development environments, and you want to use a piece of code that is very long and you don't want to write it from the scratch. So you can just use the libraries that it provides you or any plugins separately. So just remember that IDE is a place where you're going to be writing a code and using a lot of its functionalities from here and there. So guys, these are the different tools you'll need to know, and choose, basically choose the tool based on the language, or choose any integrated, there are different integrated development environments out there. You have a Visual Studio Code that can be used for different languages also, but it's mainly used for C#, C++, Visual Basic, and etc. And if you want to work with Python, you have your integrated development environment like IDLE or PyCharm, etc. All right, guys. Now, how do you go ahead and choose a project? Now, choosing a project is as important as completing the project itself, because you're going to be, using this as your main objective, your main goal. It's like, suppose you're going to be making a bot. You're going to be making a bot that posts questions on Facebook for you. So that is your project. That is your main goal. And make sure that you keep it a very simple one. Again, a disclaimer, guys. So if you're going to be starting to code, make sure that the project you're choosing is a very simple project. Even though it's simple, it still sets a goal for you, right? And now you know that you're going to be starting off simple and you're going to be choosing a project. So how do you choose a project? So guys, choosing of a project, the first thing you should do is make sure that it's simple, okay? And the next thing, ask yourself a question. Ask yourself, what are you interested in? Suppose you sitting there viewing right now are very interested in cricket and you want to get into coding. So what you can do is you can basically create a website, or you can create a website that basically lists down all the famous cricketers out there, Sachin or Adam Gilchrist, Sir Viv Richards. You can, basically list, you can create, this can be your project where you're writing, listing down all the different greatest players out there on your website. So that can be a project. So ask yourself, what are you interested in? It can't just be cricket. It can be a lot of different things, and make a project based on that. Or if you want, you can do this also. You can basically check out, ask, see if your family is having issues. Ask them. And make sure that it's a little bit simple, or ask them what issues they're facing. Suppose they're not able to contact you properly. I know we have WhatsApp these days, but just imagine we didn't have WhatsApp and they want to contact you they want to maintain contact with you. So you can make a very simple messaging or very basic email application where you're sending mail to them, they're receiving, they're sending it back to you. A similar use case. Try to think of an idea that you like, or do you want to do it passionately, and choose that as your project. Now again, once you've decided what you want to do, that particular thing will fall into a domain. Now I said that you could be creating a website. Now website will fall into a domain of web development. So there are multiple different web domains. So let's discuss them. So you have web development. Web development, you can see all the different languages you'll be choosing, like your JavaScript, HTML, CSS, Node.js, PHP, Django, etc. And you guys see, if you notice, Django is basically used for writing the backend, and it again is based on Python. So you see how important Python is. Then you have a different domain like Android, we're using Java and Kotlin. Then you're using iOS, Swift, and for data science and data engineering, you have Python or MATLAB. Software development, Java, C#, Python again. Game development, C++, C#. So you have so many different domains you can choose from. Choose the one that you're interested in, and try to find something that has a use. All right, guys. So I've told you how you can start coding, Now let's see the learning path for a coder. So as in learning path, you'll be, so first of all, what you should do is you should make sure that you're learning online, because you can learn in classes also, but online is just much more easier. You have your own self-pace and you can do it by yourself. So I recommend trying and going out, those websites out there like Free Code Camp that provide, help you in coding. They basically give you small tutorials where you learn the basics of coding. Or if you want to be instructed by someone, if you want to be, taught by someone who has had years of experience in a particular language, then you can get online courses. Now we here at IntelliPath provide a lot of different courses, And if you're choosing a language, like suppose you're choosing Python, you have a lot of things you can do. You have the Python certification training. So basically, you will be taught by different by people who are well versed in Python, who've been working with Python for years in the industry. They have a lot of experience. So if you have any doubt, they will be able to answer it without any hesitation, or at least they will try to. So guys, get certified. Certification can help you a lot, especially if you don't have a CS degree, or if you don't have a degree. If you don't have a degree at all, it's okay. Doesn't matter. Just try to get a certification and build your skills. Build your skills, add projects to your resumes, do all of those things. They will greatly help you out. And if you're a person who does not have any degree that is relevant, like you don't have a CS degree or an EC degree, then again, that is also fine. Coding is something that is easy to start with. You can easily start it off and get into it really easily also. All right, guys, so let's move back. All right, guys. So in your learning path, you should start up by learning the basics of the coding. You've chosen a field already, your domain, the project, the tools, the language you'll be working with. Then go ahead and learn all the basics. Learning the basics should take you about a month. I mean, if you're starting from beginning, you know nothing about coding, you're starting off from scratch, even then it will just take you a month to learn all the basics, all the fundamentals of coding out there, especially if you're working with Python. From there on, learning the advanced topics may take up to a few months, and mastering them even may take up to a year. Now, have you heard of any skill that you can complete and learn so easily, so fast? Well, coding is that particular field. You can learn the basics very fast. You can master the advanced elements also pretty fast, etc. So what for learning path, what you can do is you can either get certified from any of the companies out there, like in Telepath. We provide you certification where people help you out. You have your online instructors. Or what you can do is you can basically check out our blogs, our channels. If you look up our YouTube channel, we have a very good courses that we give out for free. Like they don't have projects with them, and nobody teaches you, like no trainer will be able to answer your doubts, but they're still really good and professionally made, and they'll help you start off. They'll give you a platform to start off. So you guys can go and check them, or if you want, you can check out our blogs also. And remember, guys, if you have any doubts that you're not able to answer, then you can go ahead and type them in our community. So if you can just type in telepath/community. And as you can see, you can easily just log in and register, and then go ahead and ask a question if you're having any doubts. So guys, that was it for learning path. You basically gotten to know how you can start coding. So use the knowledge I've given you, okay? All right, so the last thing we're going to discuss is what kind of jobs can you expect? Now, you've gotten into coding, you've at least gotten an idea, and let's just give you the juicy part now. What kind of jobs can you expect? So there are different fields out there. You have your cloud computing, software development, game development, machine learning, data science, big data, web development. There are so many different domains out there for you to choose, because you can use coding in all of these different fields. Obviously, coding is not going to be the only thing. You'll start off by coding, you'll master the elements of coding, then you will go ahead and specialize in few areas. If you suppose, let me give you an example. If you're going to cloud computing, you'll learn the architecture of the cloud. So that is again a knowledge you're getting. If you're going to software development, you'll have to utilize all the different DevOps things and cloud. A lot of different things you'll be using software development. And game development is a very new field also. It started off recently, and it also has a lot of opportunities. It's going to be a little bit more different than all the other fields, but it utilizes a lot of elements from the other fields as well as coding. And then you have machine learning. This is a very good, like a very big buzzword, because machine learning is like a very sought after job. A lot of people go ahead and learn, get very good at machine learning and get paid really high salaries, because, machine learning is the future. Then you have data science, where you're basically studying the data. So you'll be making use of a lot of other elements like mathematics and statistics, but you'll be using coding also. And again, for data science, you guys know Python is very important. Python is important for so many things. Then you have big data, where you'll be analyzing a lot of data coming in. So, and then you have web development. So guys, these are just a few domains that I've listed. There are a lot more domains out there. You can look for them yourselves, because if your interest lies in a particular field, then you can go and look at that particular field. Suppose let me give you the cricket example again. So data analysis happens in cricket also, because you have to figure out how long the player will last on the field, how many runs will he make, and how's the weather going to be. So even that kind of field, you'll be using coding. So look at the field you are interested in. Find a particular topic that you want to do, like a project you want to do. Figure out what are the different what is the language you need to learn, what are the different tools you'll need, and then go ahead and make that application, a simple one. Alright guys, as the quote says here, an investment in knowledge always pays best interest. That basically is saying, you invest a little money or in little time in learning a particular thing, like coding, and it'll pay off in the future. It'll help you out a lot. Alright guys, who are new here, or even those regulars here, we have a flat 30% off on all our courses. You can use the coupon code YouTube30 and get flat 30% off on all of our courses. So guys, go ahead, get this limited YouTube coupon code, and get your 30% off. Alright guys, thank you for watching. Here are numbers listed and our contact details. So if you want to talk to us, if you want to decide your career and you're still kind of confused, then go ahead and call us. We give you free sessions on, career counseling. We basically do career counseling also. So guys, thank you for watching, and I'll leave you be until the next time.
Hi everyone, I welcome you all to the live session on Data Analytics full course by IntelliPad. This session is conducted by multiple experts who will be teaching you all about data analytics from basics to advanced level. But before we begin the session, make sure to hit the subscribe button and also hit on the bell icon so that you will never miss an update from us. Now let's see the agenda. Firstly, we will begin with Introduction to Data Analysis. In that, we will be explaining you what is data analysis, why do we require that, and types of data analysis. Once we finish that, we will explain you about the life cycle of data analysis. Then later on, we will tell you how to become data analyst, what are the skills required, job and career prospects of data analyst. Post that, we will learn about pandas and data analysis using pandas. Then later on, we will learn about exploratory data analysis and also NumPy. Then later on, we will be doing a very quick hands-on demo on how to create NumPy array. After that, we will be seeing the difference between a data analyst and data scientist. Then finally, we will be covering data analyst interview questions and answers. So, this is the agenda of the video. Without any further delay, let's get started.
We've all heard this term somewhere. It pretty much rings a bell that every time we think about it, right? So, analytics with respect to data. Well, what are we trying to analyze is what we need to know here, right? So, the formal definition of how it goes, it's basically extracting meaningful information from raw data. It's as simple as that. So we have data, right? So consider anything to be data. If that is not useful to you at that point, it is considered as data. But then if you perform some operation on this data and make sure that it is useful for your organization, this is when the data becomes information. And this information is what is usable for you, right? So the process of pretty much converting raw data into information by performing certain analysis on it can be termed as data analytics, guys. I mean, this is just a very rough definition of what goes in the industry. To give you a better insight of what that means, basically it is the pursuit of extracting meaning from raw data using specialized computer systems, guys. And then these systems, they transform, they organize, and they model the data. End of it is to basically draw the conclusions from all of the data. So you'll have, again, as I've mentioned with the raw example, our goal here is to basically draw conclusions, to identify patterns, to make use of this raw information in a better way. I mean, sure, data can just be used in its raw form, but then not with every case, right? And to give you an example, so think of the data, probably you understand. So let's say you're looking at a huge data set which contains thousands of values. Those are just numbers, right? So having these numbers, sure, as a data analyst, you will understand what you're doing. But then let's say you need to explain it to a person who doesn't know what data analytics is, or you need to explain it to someone, probably your peer or someone above you as well. Let's say you have a business meeting where you have to explain this. Giving the numbers will not really be that great, right? It will not make a very good presentation. So converting all of these numerical data, making it into graphs, making it in a way where everyone understands the data, and showing out graphically whatever insights that you can generate from the data, that can be considered as data analytics as well, guys. Again, today basically the field of data analytics is ever so growing rapidly. And why is it growing so rapidly? Well, because the market demand for it is that much. So we have pretty much every startup companies these days have a requirement for big data as well. So big data, to dumb down the definition, it pretty much means a huge amount of data that cannot be handled by just one machine. If you're stretching out your data across multiple nodes, you have data coming in from various sources. Then you need a method to handle all of this big data that's coming in, to process the data and then to perform analysis on it, guys. So this has been in demand in the market for a while, and for the last couple of years, data analytics has been in the boom, and then it's providing a very straight answer to all of the questions being raised about how all these can be handled, guys. And of course, we're going to need the people who have the skills which is needed, skills which are needed to manipulate all the data queries, to translate all these numbers into graphs, and to make insightful analysis on it, right? So that's what is the main key role of a data analytic person. What is the need for data analytics if we have to break it down into 3 steps, guys? So again, we already know that it is on the rise, right? So I can pretty much go about to step out into the open and then tell you that it is not soon that it will be an integral part of an organization. It is already an integral part of every organization there is, guys. So the first important need is, again, we already know that it is a top priority for all of these organizations, ranging from the small organizations all the way to the big guys. And then this is needed to make very good decision making. Well, with respect to you being confused to, let's say, take a decision for you, then looking at this analytics will make your decision making skills and decision taking skills a little bit easier, and it'll be more validable as well, guys. And it'll be more validated as well, guys. And the second thing is to we require new revenue, right? So let's say you have the data which pretty much only a couple of people can make sense of understand. Let's say your market is very niche. In that case, sure, you'll be still making revenue, still be making money on it. But then at the end of the day, if you have to reach out to a broader audience, you need to make sure your data is understood by this broader audience, right? So that forms the second a very important need for data analytics, guys. And the third one is to obviously decrease these operation costs for every organization. So this can be a very demanding task if you have to convert raw data into information, process the data, and make out very good visualizations out of it as well. But then if you have the workforce for it, then sure, you can do it. But if not, again, since it's probably a manual task, and until a couple of years ago it surely was a manual task, and these days you can implement machine learning and data analytics to pretty much automate itself and make your job easier as well. It speeds up your work. It keeps you very efficient in such a way where your data is being visualized, processed very effectively. So again, time is money when it comes to big organizations, right? So on that note, pretty much it helps decrease all of the operational costs with respect to, either waiting in the data pipeline or waiting to process, waiting to publish, waiting to do some analytics, waiting for visualization. All of these waits, you need not consider them anymore because they will pretty much be reduced to null, guys. So on that note, you might be wondering, who are data analysts, right? So data analysts are the people who sit at the end of the chain. I'll just explain the chain in the next slide. So these guys form a very good workforce for the company where they basically, deliver the values by taking in all the data that data scientist might give it to them, a data engineer might give it to them. And then he uses this person, data analyst, uses all of these to answer a couple of questions and then communicate all of the results back. And all these results that he just gives back is basically used to take very good business decisions, guys. It might include analytics of past trends, it may be prediction of what the future looks like, and so much more. And then the common tasks done by data analysts are data cleaning, performing analytics, and then creating visualizations. Well, data cleaning, to come about it, is basically simple, guys. So again, data is raw information, right? To make sense out of it, to pick out information that we only require, and to make sure that, again, efficiency is the game here. If you're pretty much processing data that we pretty much will not require, then it's just a waste of time and resource. So cleaning the data, making sure that your data is just perfect enough for processing, that's a very important first step, guys. So this is the spearhead of a data analyst's role. And then the second one is, obviously, as soon as your data is clean, you need to perform some very good analytics on it and create very good visualizations, guys. So these four designations you see on the screen right now is basically the designations a data analyst is also known by. So the first is a business analyst. So data analyst is also a business analyst. He or she can be an operations analyst, a business intelligence analyst, and a database analyst as well, guys. So coming to the tasks that they pretty much do, the first important task that we already spoke about was cleaning and organizing raw unstructured data, right? So this is again a very overlooked concept in today's world. Unless you get your hands dirty with the data itself, when you start to go about doing that, you will realize that cleaning and organizing the raw data is extremely important, because at the end of it, your data might be unstructured, your data might be semi-structured, or it might be a structured data. This will not matter if the data you're processing is of no use at the end, guys. So cleaning and organizing raw data is very important. And then the second thing is the analysis of all of the hidden trends found in the data. So making sense of something, again, maybe predictions in the future, or looking at past trends, generating this sort of an information which you cannot figure out upfront just by looking at the data. This is pretty much the umbrella under which the hidden trends function of a data analyst's work. So you'll be looking at a data, you'll find something very interesting. So let's say you find a trend in your data where pretty much you can access a new side of the market with respect to your sales in the next 5 years, 10 years. And then you were not told this, but then your data was telling you this. So you making sense of the data in which this trend was found, which was not upfront, then this is again a very important skill skill of a data analyst as well, guys. And the third important thing is pretty much the big picture view using descriptive statistics. At the end of it, sure, we know what the past trends of the company are, we know how the company is going on now, but then if you need to just summarize all of this and say even add some predictions for the next 5-10 years, getting this big picture view of what's happened, what's happening now, and what will happen in the future, not just using very simple statistics, but using descriptive statistics where we'll be picking up each aspect of what's going on and then perform analytics on it and find out what's going on. If we are right at this place, if we are wrong at this place, how can this be improved? How can this concept be checked? How can we reach the clients better, and so much more. So getting this big picture view is again a very important task data analyst goes about doing, guys. And the fourth one is probably the most important thing a data analyst does, is pretty much the creation of dashboards and visualizations, guys. So as I already told you in the introduction part of the video, where we're starting out with raw information, again a lot of numbers, but if you have to show these numbers at a business meeting, numbers are numbers. Some people like them, but a majority of the people who they might not understand the numbers. So making these numbers as your input, creating very good visualizations, giving them a user interface, and giving your customers, your peers, your superiors, your business meeting members, giving them a very good user experience with all of this data. Again, at the end of it will add up to very good business methodologies, and then it will help you take better business driven decisions again. And again, the same goes for presentations of results to your clients and your internals as well, guys. So coming to the chain of how the data moves around in a firm, I have 3 important things that I just want to walk you through, guys, in a quick gist. So the first person who is the spearhead of the data for an organization. By spearhead, I mean he's the first one who look at the data, or he'll be responsible for bringing in all of the data from various sources, guys. So data coming in from the various sources, right? So think about all the data you can get from Twitter, or if you're performing any sentiment analysis, think of all the data that can come from all of the big data sources. You can have data coming from your various nodes from Hadoop, so much more. You can have your data coming from your own network, away from your network, and so much more, guys. So the data engineer is a spearhead who handles bringing in the data and making it understandable by the organization, guys. And then as soon as the data engineer finishes his part with the data moves on to the data scientist. The data scientist, he's responsible for working on all of these raw data, converting it into valid information. But then we already told this for the data analyst as well. Well, the data scientist pretty much uses machine learning algorithms. He uses deep learning. He uses, let's say, binary classifications, naive bias. He makes use of so many concepts here that a data analyst might not know. And he uses a lot of machine learning and deep learning, as I've already mentioned, to convert this raw data into valid information. And 99% of the time, the information which is being converted into are numbers, guys. So after the data scientist pretty much goes about doing his magic onto the data, and then we have the data analyst who steps in. This person, again, as we've already been mentioning, he is responsible for the prediction of what happens in the future, that is finding out trends, and then the presentation of all these informations to your peers, to your clients, to your superiors, and so much more. This is the basic gist of how data moves around. So the data is first seen by the data engineer. He does his job, comes to the data scientist. The data scientist works his magic via all these fancy algorithms and whatnot, and then pushes the data to the data analyst. The data analyst performs predictions, sees trends, visualizes the data, makes it presentable for everyone to understand, and then eventually goes about analyzing the data, guys. So on that note, we can come check out the type of data analytics that can be done in today's business, guys. There are a couple of types of data analytics, and I'll be walking you through the same. So the first type of data analytics you can go about doing is the descriptive analytics. With respect to descriptive analytics, again, the quick one phrase answer to what descriptive analytics is basically picking out data from a source, summarizing your data, making sure your data can be understood by everyone, that is picking out very good insights from your data, from all the past events, doing some predictive analytics on that as well, and then keeping it ready so your data is descriptive at the end of the day. And a question which goes by to understand the descriptive analytics is what happened in my business. So the answer to this question, what happened in my business, is given to by the descriptive analytics, guys. So most of the time the data which is generated by descriptive descriptive analytics is very comprehensive, it is extremely accurate, and the visualizations are very effective as well. So here's a very simple scenario that you guys can consider. So consider a scenario where an e-learning website decides to focus on a trending course according to the analytics of the search volume of the course content, which pretty much the users go on searching, and all of the revenue generated by the course in the past few months as well. So there are certain technologies, again, we live in a world full of trends, right? So let's say data science is in the boom right now. So pretty much any e-learning company, or any company for that matter, they're going to find these trends. They're going to know that, hey, data science is sitting in the top tier and we need to do something about it. If they have students in data science, then most of these companies are aimed at making the student's life better, right? So even as a firm here in IntelliPath, that's exactly what we do as well. We get this amazing insight from all of our learners for any particular course, and we use all of those insights, all of the feedback that we get, and what's trending in the market, what's latest in the market, and we use all of these to perform analytics, and then pretty much all of these helps us to put out a better course as well, guys. So at the end of it, you can already see how the descriptive analysis is already helping our business, right? And then the next type of data analytics we can check out is the diagnostic analytics, guys. So we already checked out what is happening to my business with respect to descriptive analytics. With respect to diagnostic analytics, you will check out of why this particular thing is happening to my business, guys. To simplify it again, it basically gives you the ability to drill down to the root cause of why something is behaving just like how it should, guys. So drilling down the data to identify certain set of problems which are present in your data or in the trends that the data shows is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics, guys. And then it basically helps in answering the question for us about why the issue has occurred, So it just takes one look towards the data, towards the analytic result of the data to understand what the cause behind a problem, if one should exist, as guys. So again, to give you a very simple scenario of how diagnostic analytics would work, let's say consider a company where the sales went down for a month. So let's say they weren't doing as good as the previous months. So to diagnose this particular problem, you will let's say consider the situation where the number of employees were quitting their job and they weren't bringing in a lot of sales. So this could pretty much, this number of people quitting the company could directly impact the sales that they brought into the company. So the sales went down this month because they did not have the company right. They did not have the sales right. So finding out why this is happening and hunting for that root cause, which is basically a treasure hunt with your data, where you go on finding something and taking insights from your data. Finding out that why part of it is extremely important, where you'll be finding out what's happening to the data and why it's behaving this way, guys. So this again is a very vital part of diagnostic analytics. And coming to the third type of data analytics, it is predictive data analytics, guys. And as the name suggests, the quick question you'll be asking is what will happen in the future based on the past trends, guys. So hunting out historical patterns that are being used to basically predict all these specific outcomes using let's say machine learning algorithms, using deep learning, and using so many more concepts to predict something in the future based on the data we have now is again a very important niche of data analytics, guys. So predicting the future trends and the possibilities in the market based on the current trends, self-explanatory. And then it helps in optimizing all of the business plans for the future, because now your business has a direction to head to, right? So you're predicting certain aspects in the future and you know which path leads to better business strategies, right? And this will give you an edge over all of the other businesses as well. To give you a very nice example, think of the Netflix recommendation systems, guys. So this will basically use statistical modeling to analyze all the content that it's being watched by the audience across the world. So let's say there are a couple of TV shows which are very famous in India, but then there might be a couple of TV shows which is trending in the United States and let's say Australia, United Kingdom, so much more. Making sure that the right users in the right geographical area get to know the right recommendations are extremely important for Netflix as a business, right? So this again, predictive analytics will just do them good there, guys. Again, it will provide us with the prediction of all of the upcoming content and the shows that must be watched by all the different class of audience as well. So let's say someone sitting in the United States is very interested in watching an Indian trending television series as well. So knowing Netflix, finding out that this person exists and to recommend an Indian TV show for this person sitting in the United States to watch. Again, this is another very good business opportunity for Netflix. And then if they go about nailing their recommendation system for everyone, it just makes them a better business model, and then it just makes a better user environment for the users to go about watching videos there, guys. So the next type of data analytics is prescriptive data analytics. So as soon as we think of a prescription, again, we think of a doctor, we think of something, a medical appointment or something, right? Here it's again something similar. The question which will be asked here is what should be done? So applying advanced analytical algorithms to ensure that you make very good recommendations, you make sure you're punching out very good strategies that help the business, and so much more is a very vital part of prescriptive analytics, guys. So it basically involves breaking down all of this complex information into a very simple set of steps. And these steps are like the prescription we handed out when we visit the doctor, right? And these are the prescriptions which are precautious as well, let's say. They're the precautions basically used to remove any of the future problems that might occur, and it will also help in performing predictive analysis. This will basically help to predict outcome, and eventually that will help us optimizing business as well, guys. So this again demands the use of artificial intelligence and big data, and then the data analyst person will always be in touch with the data engineer as well and the data scientist as well, because he's going to need all the help he can get with respect to artificial intelligence from the data scientist, and help with respect to big data from the data engineer as well, right? So all these three guys working in correlation make up a business, and I've already told you that. So again, to give you a common scenario of how this would happen, consider the prescriptive data analytics that Google Map goes about doing, right? So every day we are commuting from our office to our homes, or let's say we're going on a vacation and then we need to get out of the city as quick as possible. So Google Maps has a wonderful API where they map out the best possible route considering live traffic conditions, weather conditions, road closures, and so much more. It considers your distance, traffic constraints, and again, as I already told you, it even considers if it's raining, if you're walking, what's the best route that you can take to walk, what's the best route to take if you're in a car. And now they've come up with the bike route as well. So if you're in a moped or a bike, you can take a different route compared to the person who'd commute with the car, and so much more. So knowing this kind of a prediction into the future, and giving you the sort of a prescription to ensure you don't run into any problems along the way is a very important part of prescriptive data analytics, guys. So on that note, let's quickly check out what the life cycle of data analytics is like. So the data analytics lifestyle, it basically defines the analytics process and all of the best practices which goes on from the discovery of the data or the project till the completion of this project, guys. So there are a couple of steps involved in this life cycle process, and the first one is business understanding. At the end of it, again, understanding the purpose and all of the requirements that come from your business, and understanding it from the business viewpoint is very important and vital for the functioning of a business, right? This also consists of a very good introductory plan. It consists of a decision plan. It consists of a formal to-do list, let's say, for the business to go on to achieving the target. So the first important thing about the life cycle is the understanding of what's going on around you, and the second one is the data understanding, guys. With respect to data understanding, again, this mainly involves the process where we're collecting the data and we're processing the data in a way which leads to analytics. And then after the analysis of the data is done, we need to pick up some insights that we can go about using from the data. So extracting all of these meaningful insights from the data, again, is a very vital step in the life cycle of data analytics through data understanding, guys. The third part of it is data preparation. So data preparation is the let's say converting the data from an unstructured form to a structured form, and this involves constructing, let's say, a data set as well. And then this data set will be provided and fed into a model, and then this model will be used by a machine learning algorithm to train, to understand, to see what's going on, to perform predictions, and then it will be given to the data analyst to be visualized using Tableau or any other business intelligence tools, and so much more. So data preparation again is a very important phase where the data is actually being transformed, and even at the stage the cleansing of the data is pretty much performed as well, guys. And then comes modeling. This step is very important because it involves the selection of various modeling techniques, applying all of these modeling techniques, making sure the parameters are right and all of the readings here are right to ensure that your data being converted into the information, raw data being converted into the information is of the optimal, let's say, it's of the optimal tolerance that can be used for your business usage. And then as soon as your modeling part of it is done, as soon as the techniques are applied and all the parameters are marked, then comes evaluation, guys. So evaluation is a very important phase where again the model which is being built, it will be built very rigorously, tested very rigorously based on what you've built in the initial stages, and then so many tests will be performed on this data as well. So evaluating something that you have generated, performing various tests on it is extremely important. Most of the time this is overlooked, but then these days everyone knows the value of evaluating your data, guys. So this again involves reviewing all of the steps that are again needed to carry out to construct this particular model and to perform tests on it is very important. And with evaluation, that's exactly what we do, guys. So the next life cycle concept I want to tell you guys is deployment. Deployment is the last step in the data analytics life cycle, because deploying is when you're sending out your model into the world for, let's say, by the world I mean, let's say, for your team, for your peers, or let's say even for your client and customers as well. So making your data go from just you seeing it all the way till spreading the data and spreading the data to your clients, to your peers, or anyone else. If you can perform more tests on these as well. So after deployment, you can have after deployment tests. If something is wrong, again you can go back to modeling, perform more evaluation, perform more deployment as well. So the thing you need to know here is that deployment pretty much goes about to be the final phase of the data analytics lifestyle, guys. And on that note, we can check out very quickly what are the roles of analytics in various industries around us, guys. Again, data analytics has an amazing insight and impact when it comes to the telecom industry, because again, if you've been observing, all the prices of or let's say the calls, the messages, or the internet packs these days have been coming down and down. And there was a time when they were being exorbitantly high as well. So again, the telecom industry realized that if you keep the prices very high to make more profits, then eventually your customers will not come. They will not buy the internet packs. So to keep this in mind, probably they decided, let's say we're having a bad impact right now, so let's drop down our prices to see if it works. And it is, I guess. And this has helped the telecom industry in bringing better business. And for us as users, this has helped us make it a bit economical and efficient on our side with respect to money as well. And then the retail banking industry, data analytics has a huge impact in the retail banking industry as well, to know what their customer wants, because again, with telecom industry as well, they have a huge amount of customers to play with, right? So they need to understand the view of each customer, the requirement of each customer, and then to find out if all of the customers are actually in the common chain of what's being supplied by the bank, or if the customers are against something that's being sent by the bank. So that again is a very important thing that you need to check here as well. And then with respect to the e-commerce industry as well, to perform again some analytics in the e-commerce industry, it might be ad recommendations, or there are very big sales which are run by some of the big names in the industry such as Amazon, Flipkart, Myntra, and so much more. So these guys will have to perform extremely heavy analytics on the data that they see, based on the products that they sell, and based on the places, based on the city in which the product sells, or if the people are unhappy with the price. Again, performing analytics has just changed the e-commerce industry, if you may, guys. And the last most important industry where data analytics has touched is the healthcare industry. This has had the most impact with respect to analytics in the healthcare industry with respect to so many things. Mainly it is with respect to finding out what medication is required by what countries, what amount of medication is working for what population, and so much more, guys. I can probably talk about just the roles of analytics in these industries for days together, and we can still be going on and have a very good discussion of how important analytics has become these days. Again, with respect to insurance as well.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following method creates a new array object that looks at the same data? A. View. B. Copy. C. Paste. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
What geographical location requires insurance, what the audience are, and so much more. So again, as I've said, we can go on talking about this, but then to keep it to the scope of this tutorial, we can just quickly brief through each of these guys. So with respect to the healthcare industry, this is the formal way of going about analytics. The first one is to again analyze all of these disease patterns, analyze all of the disease outbreak that pretty much goes out. We had a disease outbreak a couple of years back, which is Ebola, and so much more. We had H1N1 and so much more, right? To keep a track of all of these outbreaks, this basically again improves the surveillance with respect to health, and then this gives out good responses to the emergency sectors as well, guys. And then development of better targeted preventive techniques, obviously, and then with the development of vaccines, making sure your vaccines again reach your customers, and all of these where you need to reach your customers, or let's say in this case the patients are very important, guys. So identifying the consumers again in this is the greatest risk of business. So identifying certain customers or patients who are at the greatest risk is again, because they might be developing some adverse health outcomes, and then developing welfare programs to keep a track of their health, to track their health on a daily basis, even a weekly basis, monthly basis, to perform analytics on all of the aspects and the parameters that you're tracking with respect to the patients. Again, that is a very important thing. And lastly, to ensure that they can reduce readmissions, because they might know what the cause of an adverse effect is. And if there are 10 patients with very similar symptoms, then you can perform analysis, and you can at least filter out and find out that all of these 10 patients might have this one common symptom associated with them, and this might be the cause of that. So mapping that for every patient is again very important, guys. So coming to the telecom industry, again, telecom industry pretty much goes about using predictive analysis to gain all of the insights that they need to make better decisions, to make faster decisions, and to make more effective decisions. Again, as I was talking about the internet pack example, again, this was very key in that. And then by learning more and more about their customers daily, and the preferences and the needs, these telecom companies can be more successful in this extremely highly competitive industry as well. It's good for them with respect to business, and it is good for us as customers by bringing down the prices again. So it is used for analytical customer relationship management, it is used for fraud reduction, it is used for bad debt reduction, it's used for price optimization, call center optimization, and so much more. So now that you're looking at data analytics in this way, you realize that data analytics eventually has a big play, or has a big say when it comes to any of these business models, right? So again, coming to banking, as I've already mentioned, analytics is making banks become very smart day by day, guys. So it is managing all of the plethora of challenges that the bank faces, and then again, while pretty much going about doing some basic reporting all the way till descriptive analytics, and this is all a must for every single bank, right? Even performing, let's say, advanced prescriptive analytics or so much more, and all these are starting at this age. Banks have started to realize that this will again help you generate very good insights, and this will result in extremely good business impact, and it will help the banks as well. On that note, we need to check out how data analytics is helping in the banking industry as well, right? So it is used to acquire and retain customers, it is used to detect fraud, which is again extremely important with respect to banking. It is used to improve risk control, find new sources of growth for the bank, and to optimize all of the product and generate their portfolio models as well. So as soon as we check out the banking sector, again with the e-commerce industry, right? So this is a market which is exploding for the last couple of years. I can say even the decade, right? eBay came up, Flipkart came up, Amazon is again taking over everything, Myntra, Nykaa. Guys, there are so many e-commerce portals today, and to make sure we perform very good analytics on these e-commerce industries is very vital. So how is data analytics used? Again, it is used to improve user experiences, it is used to enhance customer engagement, customize offers and promotions, maintain effective supply chain management, optimize pricing models, minimize the risk of frauds, provide them very good advertisements that pretty much help them pick up products, good recommendation systems where they'll pick up another product after the first product, guys, and so much more. If you've just bought an iPhone, again, you will pretty much be recommended with a couple of cases that the people have bought as soon as they bought another iPhone. So you might be that person, you might like the case and you might pick it up. At the end of it, you have the case to protect your phone. The business just created more money out of it, right? So again, the analytics, the role of analytics in e-commerce industry is extremely vital. Let's say the people in the e-commerce industry have known this for a while, guys. So coming to the analytics in the insurance industry, again, here as well, guys, this is basically used to enhance your customer engagement, acquire new customers, retain the existing customers, make sure the customers don't leave, prevent the frauds, at the end of it, reduce the frauds, prioritize all the claims that need, because you'll have medical insurance, you'll have again health insurances, you'll have life insurance, you'll have so much more that you need to take, and all of these directly impact the user, right? So making sure you take the feedback from the user, work on it, and then create some analytics out of it is again very vital, guys. So on that note, we can quickly come to our case study which I was talking about, and this case study is a very famous one. It's basically the house price case study, and here all we'll be doing is predicting house prices, guys. So we'll have a certain set of data which we will use to predict the prices of the houses. So basically, how can we predict the price of a house? There are so many things that you'll need to know, right? You'll be looking at the locality in which the house is present, you'll be looking at the amenities, you'll be looking at the number of bedrooms, the living space, the number of floors in your house, or the number of cars that can fit in your garage, the size of the garage, the quality of the construction of the house, if it has a swimming pool or not, if it has a spa or not. I mean, so many things. If we have to list down this particular use case, then it will be extremely tough, because each one of us has our own judgment of how we can validate a house, right? Because house is something that's very personal to us. Again, the materials of what was used to go to build the house, the style of the house which is built in, the number of if the house has an elevator, how convenient is the house for disabled people, guys, so much more. So basically, we'll be performing exploratory analysis on this, guys. So exploratory data analysis, again, is used to find a hidden trend in your data by performing analysis on it. And then at the end of it, the trends will be shown as numbers. But since we already know visualization, we're going to be pretty much using these numbers to visualize all of the data for us. And we'll be doing it step by step. So we'll be finding correlation between the data as well. So again, correlation is basically to check how one variable is linked and how the changing of one variable directly changes the other variable as well. So how these two variables are pretty much hung up together, how changing one variable changes the other can be known using correlation as well, guys. So a couple of steps that pretty much is generally followed in the case of performing exploratory analysis. First, we'll be visualizing all of our data, finding the missing values, and we'll be looking for correlations, guys. And then after this is done, we'll be cleaning the data to check if any issues are fixed, or if we'll be checking out if the data that we have is pretty much being used fully or not. And then we'll go about building a model which is used to visualize our result. It'll give us the diagnostic, it'll give us the residual diagnostic, ROC curves, charts, graphs, tabs, tables, and so much more. Guys, I do not want to basically overwhelm you with the use case. So to keep this use case very simple, we'll just perform exploratory data analysis at this stage to find out correlations between the data. And as soon as we go about progressing with respect to our data set and to work with, you will understand how beautiful data analytics is, guys. So let me quickly jump into Google Colab, which is basically a Jupyter notebook hosted on the Google Cloud. And here we can go about performing our data analytics on the use case that I just walked you through. So we're going to need a couple of files to run our use case. We'll actually need one file, which is our training dataset file. Let me just quickly add the file to our Google Colab, and then we can go about proceeding performing our analytics, guys. So this will just take a second to upload the file. Give me a second. We just actually need one file from out here, but then it doesn't harm to upload it and keep it in your runtime. But then you just check the message, right? So pretty much all of your files are recycled as soon as the runtime is pretty much changed. So the first step for our use case is to load all of the necessary files and the libraries that we require, guys. So the first, again, we'll be using pandas to handle all of our data. We'll be using seaborn and matplotlib to perform plotting operations on all of this data, to perform visualizations on all of this data. And the style that we'll be using is pretty much called as the BMH method. And with respect to the BMH, again, BMH is nothing but the Bayesian method for hackers. And this is just a type of a graph visualization method, which gives us graphs which look nicer, and then it helps us to perform analysis better on linear data sets, guys. So the second thing we'll be doing is again loading all of the necessary files. One of the important files we need is the training data set, which is this, and here you have the ID of the houses, you have the subclass of where the houses is present, you have the zone in which the house is present, what is the area of the frontage that you have, what is the area lot of your house, what is the street, it's what is the alley, again lot shape, lot contour, what is the year the house was built in, what it was remodeled in, what is the size of the roof, again, so many conditions out here. What is the foundation made of? How is the quality of the basement, condition of the basement, the exposure to the basement, again, finishing type of the basement. Guys, just look at how expansive this data set is. This is again a data set which is extremely popular among us analysts, where we pretty much like to work on this because it consists of everything and you can perform so much on the single data set and so much more, guys. So on that note, let's quickly find out the information of all the variables that are present. Again, since I was just working, if the housing has heating, how is the quality control of the heating, does it have centralized air conditioning, how is the condition of the electricals, what is the square footing of the first floor, square footing of the second floor, what is the low quality finish, that's and how many square feet of that do we have, what's the living space area, how many full bathrooms do we have, how many half bathrooms do we have, kitchen quality. Guys, this will go on, right? So all these data is what we need to check out. Again, if you see here, all of these are the values that are present which will help us map something. But then alley again doesn't have many values. You can check out here itself, right? So alley, it's NaN is basically not a number. So there are not many alley or details which we can make analysis out of. So we will not require alley. Again, coming down, not much of fireplace quality as well. We do not have pool quality control at all. Miscellaneous features are very less. Again, even fencing is very less. So the average is somewhere around 1400, right? So to make sure that are cleaning up our data, very important part of it is to basically how we go about doing it. Again, we'll just remove all of these data which are less than 30%. So less than 30% of, again, 1460, and then we can have at least 70% of the data to give us some accurate results, right? So as already checked, alley ID, not every house is an ID, so that's removed. Not every house is mapped to an alley. Pool quality control is not there. Fence is not there. Miscellaneous features are very less. So we have dropped all of these columns and we'll not be using these to perform our analytics, guys. And so again, to describe what goes on to do a distribution, I hope you guys know this concept about normal distribution, and with respect to all of the details that we can get out of it when we perform the math operation, guys. So basically we can count the total number of data that's present with respect to all the individual data. What is the mean sale price of the data? What is the standard deviation? Let's say the mean of the normal distribution is right at the center somewhere here, guys. So the mean is somewhere around 18,000, right? I'm sorry, this is 180,000. If you just keep tracing from the center point down, this is somewhere where 180,000 exists, guys. So again, what is standard deviation is basically the deviation from the mean. So there are house values which deviate from this mean as well. Again, 25% deviations, 50% deviations, 75% deviations. And then what is the maximum sale price of the house as well. So all of these can be found out from this particular graph, guys. And if you can already observe, and even if you're not exposed to a normal distribution, this starts out as a very steep curve, but then it ends out with respect to a lot of data here as well, right? It goes on until 800,000. So basically probably from 5,000 or let's say even 400,000 all the way till 800,000, we call these as outliers. These are called outliers because these are very far away from our normal distribution, and then these actually might not be useful for us with respect to our mean or whatever, and these will impact a lot when we are performing analytics with respect to the mean or the standard deviation or anything for that matter. So we will have to actually remove them and not consider them to basically perform very accurate analysis, guys. So on that note, we can pretty much go on to finding the type of the data set and the type of the data that we'll only consider, because in this particular case, since we're playing with numbers, it has to be the numeric data type, right? Again, as you can check out, we have integer numbers, we have floating numbers, and so much more. So let's pretty much go on to print what it looks like after we have dropped the values where we're not using ID, we're not using alley, we're not using so much more, right? So these are all the numerical values that we'll be using to pretty much consider. Again, year built is a numerical value, 2003 is a date, a year, overall condition, overall quality, all these can be rated from a particular scale, right? So again, a square footing is a particular number as well. So the second floor of this particular house has 854 square feet, so much more. So on that particular note, as soon as we check out all of these numbers are present, we can start performing an analysis, guys. So before that, again, we need to just plot all of these to just check what it will look like on graphs, because seeing numbers are one thing, seeing graphs on the other hand are something else, right? So pretty much we'll be developing histograms and we can be checking out, guys. So let me just scroll down a little. Yeah, perfect. So with respect to first floor square footing, the mean is somewhere around here, right? So it's around, let's say 500 square foot, 1000 square foot. And again, look at second floor square footing, look at the bedroom average, basement finishing qualities, garages, so number of cars that you can park in the garage, and look at the value here too. So the majority of the houses here have 2 spaces to park your cars, the year that the garage was built in.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
Again, the ground floor living area, how many half bathrooms? So you can see 1 half bathrooms. Again, at this point of time, you have certain values at 0 as well. Well, sure, we can consider values of 0 if it's very important. But then since we're talking about sale price, what is present is more important than what is absent, right? We need to have something descriptive for our analytics methods to work. So in that case, we'll have something called as the golden features list. And this variable will basically contains all of the features that we'll be associating with respect to why our sales price is as high as it is, guys. So this variable called as the golden features list will have all of the features, guys. So basically we're creating a variable where we're finding out the correlation, and then we can already check out the top 10 correlated values which are strongly correlated. By correlated, again, let's say let me give you a quick impact. Basically, we have described this in the descending order, as you can already check out. So the first thing here is overall quality. Again, to transcribe this into literal terms, overall quality of the house, whatever the rating that was given in our data set, is mattering the most of how the houses is being priced. Again, the living area of it, the number of garages you can park is having almost 64% impact of with respect to why the price is like that. Garage area is having a 62% impact. The basement square footing has a 61% impact. And then the year it was remodeled and changes made is having a 50% impact of why the house price, the sales price is like that, guys. So looking at a couple of linear relationships, you can pretty much find out that a lot of values are zeros that I just walked you through a couple of seconds. And look at that. With respect to our, again, the ground floor living area, we have a very little number of zeros. With respect to the sales price, again, check out the basement surface area again. With respect to the total basement surface area, again, even here as well. So look at all these tiny dots which are sticking up to 0 with respect to the sales price. So these have no impact for our sales price because they're not giving us any valid linear data. Look at this again with 0. Oh, it is raised up to a lot, about $600,000, right? So all these are not adding any meaning to our data. So if x is equal to 0, again, this might indicate that that house does not have that feature at all. So if this is 0, this house does, a lot of houses do not have pools here. So pool area is 0. So in that particular case, we need to remove all of these zeros so that we can go on to finding more correlated values that we can actually use to go about working with it. Guys, again, here's all of the correlated values that we found as soon as we ran this command. Basically, we are sorting it again in the descending order to find out what helps most. And you can see that it's almost 80% of the total quality of the house, which matters when you're buying because of the price of the house, and people are actually preferring this. Living area, second floor surface area has a 67% chances of affecting the price and so much more. And check out what the golden features list looks like with respect to all of the strongly correlated values we just found. Again, year remodeled, year built, so much more. So total surface area, again, number of full bathrooms, the first floor surface area, the garage area, total basement square footing, the number of cars you can park, the square footing of the second floor, the living area, and the overall quality. Again, in this particular order from the least to the highest is exactly what we're trying to find out with respect to exploratory data analysis, guys. So just looking at the data set, you could never figure out why the list price of a house was so much. And once we break it down into simple terms like this, we can find out that there is an 80% impact from the overall quality of the house, which the user is checking out to just consider the house or not. If the quality is very less, he will not pick up the house. If the quality is higher, then sure, he will pick up the house. So 80% of the reason why the price is set like that is a very important aspect of why the house price casing study is important, guys. Again, this has been a very important, very nice data set to work with, and you will get a lot of analytics that can be done using this particular data set as well, guys. Next up, I want to discuss the skills of a data analyst with you guys. So a data analyst is a person who pretty much works with and creates a lot of beautiful visuals, guys. So to do this, you need to understand the basics of mathematics, because if you have to have knowledge of statistics, mathematics is the foundation to go. And after you understand the foundation, you'll build a step-by-step growth, a career path for yourself, where learning becomes the most important thing, because again, having the knowledge of statistics will help you play with a lot of numbers at the same time. And keeping the math part aside for a second, you need understanding of languages such as Python and R programming language as well. Guys, at this point of time, my goal here is to not overwhelm you. If you do not know statistics, if you do not know Python or R or any of these technologies mentioned on your screen, well, fear not. Make sure to stick with me till the end of the video, and I will guide you on a fast track path to become a professional data analyst, guys. And then the next point we have is data wrangling. Data wrangling again is to have an idea to play around with data, throw the data which is not needed, keep the important ones to know that you can work with. Because if you're working with inefficient data, your visualizations will be really bad. It's like, again, if I bring back the food example, adding a little less salt or adding too much salt is bad as well. And to give you a more clarity of data wrangling, let's say you're preparing noodles, but then if you just put the noodles in, fine, it's working. It's working because you're just making use of the part you'll eat. But what if you throw the entire packet of noodles along with the packet, right? It doesn't make sense if you try to boil the packet as well. Here is where data wrangling makes so much sense in the world of data cleansing and pretty much data processing, guys. So you need to understand your data before you do this. And then coming to a little bit of big data concepts, you will require a little bit of knowledge about Spark, a couple of components and tools of Spark. One of it is Pig, and another one is Hive as well, guys. Well, to break it down a little bit simpler for you guys, let us talk about each skills. The first thing I want to talk about is the analytical skills, because data analysts will work with large amounts of data at every point of time. So what is this large amount of data? It can include a lot of facts, it can be a lot of numbers, it can be a lot of figures, and so much more, guys. This, if it is structured data. If it is unstructured data, they can work with images, they can work with audio, video, and much more at the same time. So basically what they'll do is, they need to go through this particular data, they need to understand the data and analyze it to pretty much find some sort of conclusion. So that is a very important skill to have. And then coming to the communication skills, well, again, as I told you at the start of this presentation itself, a data analyst will have to present his or her findings to a non-technical person. So having the communication skill where you can convey all of this really well is extremely important, because at the end of the day, you'll be translating your data, which could be meaningless to someone because they cannot understand it at this point of time, into understandable documents, very good looking dashboards, or again, very nice looking reports at the same time, guys. Because again, having a good communication skills will ensure that you can convert a complex idea into something which is easily understood by a lot of people. And this brings us to the skills, next skill set, which is pretty much very important, and this is one among the important skills to have, which is critical thinking skills. Because at the end of the day, again, you'll be looking at thousands of numbers, right? So you need to know where to look, you need to know what to look, what your numbers can do for you, where are the trends, how can you get to those trends, what is your process benchmarking, how can you get to the goal that you set, and so much more, guys. And why is all of this done? Well, all of this is done to make sure that you can have a conclusion to look up to, right? So to simplify it again, to give you an example, let's say you go shopping for all the food that you have to pretty much cook at your house. So you're going to need vegetables, you're going to need seasonings, you're going to need so many things to cook with, right? You're going to need oil for some dishes. So you will plan, right? So most of us pretty much go out once a month or twice a month to bring out all the groceries and store it. So if that's the case, then you need to understand how much of groceries you need every single month, how much you're consuming, right? So you have to set a goal saying, you know what, this is the amount of vegetables that I'm going to need for this month, and then you're going to plan it and pick it up weekly, daily, or whatever your schedule is. So how do you set that duration of when you should go pick your vegetables? That is exactly why you need to formulate conclusions to understand how you can go from nowhere to there, guys. And then coming to the most important communication skill is that it'll again work together with the critical thinking skill, which will basically enhance the output of you guys. And then the most important thing I want you guys to contemplate about and think about is that data analysis is an art, guys, because you'll be working with numbers, you'll be working with graphs, visualizations, and everything can look its best, it's most beautiful if you know how to create it, right? So contemplate on that for a second, guys. Again, if you have any questions about data analysts, again, guys, I want you guys to head to the comment section.
So Pandas is an open source Python library which is used for manipulating one-dimensional and two-dimensional data. And the name Pandas is derived from panel data, which is a common term for multi-dimensional data sets encountered in statistics and econometrics. Now let's look at the types of data structures in Pandas. So we've got one-dimensional and multi-dimensional data. So if you're working on a one-dimensional data set, it is known as a series object. And the two-dimensional data object is known as the Pandas data frame. And if you're working on higher than two-dimensional data, Pandas would create a panel data for you. So let's properly understand what exactly is a series object. Well, a series object in Pandas is a one-dimensional labeled array which is capable of holding mixed data types like integer, string, floating point number, and so on. Now let's understand about data frame. So a data frame is a two-dimensional labeled data structure with columns which contain data of different types. So here we see that we have a two-dimensional data frame where the first and the third columns are of string type and the second column is numerical in nature. So now that we've understood what exactly is Pandas and we've also understood the different types of data structures in Pandas, let's go to Jupyter and start working with Pandas. So I'll start off by importing the Pandas data frame. So I'll type in import pandas as PD. So this PD which you see, this is just the alias. So I am importing pandas with the alias PD. So we have successfully imported this pandas data frame. Now I'll go ahead and create a series object from a list. So let's say I will name the list as data and I will give in these values. So the values inside these lists are 1, 2, 3, and 4. Now to create a series object from a list, all we have to do is use this pd.series function. So I'll use pd.series and inside this I will pass in this list and I will store this in S1. Now let me print this out. Right, so we have successfully created our series object from this list. So we've got these four numbers and these are the index values. So what you see over here is the indexing starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2, and 3, these are the index values and these are the actual values. Now let's see how can we change the index of this series object. So I'll just copy this over here, paste it over here again. So we have got the index attribute over here. Inside this, what I'll do is I will give in different set of values. Now let's say I want the index values to be A, B, C, and D. So I'll just pass in these values for the index parameter over here and I'll store it back to S1. Now let me print S1 over here. So we have successfully created a series object where the index values are A, B, C, and D. Now if we want, we can actually extract these individual elements with these index values. So let's say I want to extract the value which is present at the index value C. So I'll type in S1, I'll put in parenthesis, and inside this I'll put in C, right? So I've successfully extracted this value. Similarly, let's say if I wanted to extract the element which is present at index A. So I'll type in A over here, right? Now let's say if I want to extract the first two elements. So if I want to extract the first two elements, I'll just put in a colon over here. I'll put in 2, right? So I've extracted the first two elements. Similarly, if I want to extract the last two elements, I'll put in a colon, and over here on the left side of the colon, I'll put in -2. So this is how we can extract the last two elements from the series object, right? So we have created a series object out of a list. Now let's go ahead and create a series object out of a dictionary.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following is a false statement about data analytics? A. It collects data. B. It looks for patterns. C. It does not organize data. D. It analyzes data. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So let me create my dictionary over here. I'll name this as D1. I'll put in curly braces over here. Now, I'll create my dictionary. So I'll just start off by assigning the key value pairs. So A, 1. After that, B, it is 2. After that, for C, it is 3. And after that, for D, it is 4. Right? So I have successfully created my dictionary over here. Let me also print this out. Right? So these are the key value pairs. Now, again, to create a series object out of this, I will type pd.series, and inside this I will pass in the dictionary which is D1, and I will store this in S2. Now let me print out S2. So this is my series object over here, right? So all of the keys have been assigned as the index, and all of the values are the actual values in the series object, right? So A becomes the index value over here, B is the index, C is the index, D is the index, and the value corresponding to this key becomes the value in the series object as well. Now let's say if I want to resequence the index values over here, let's see how can we do it. So I will copy this and I will paste it over here. Now again I will use the index parameter, and inside this, let's say instead of A, B, C, D, I want the sequence to be D, C, B, A. So that is what I'll give over here. D, C, B, and A. Now let me run this and let me just print out S2 over here, right? So we have reversed the sequence of these indices. So initially it was A, B, C, and D. Now I have reversed it and now it is D, C, B, A. Right, so this is how we can create a series object out of a data frame and also change the sequence of these indices. All right, so we have work with series. Now let's go ahead and see how to create a data frame out of a list. So I'll just write a comment over here. Creating data frame from a list. Right, so let me again go ahead and create my list. Data equals 1, 2, 3, and 4. Right, so I have created my list. Now I'd have to go ahead and create the data frame. And to create the data frame, this would be the syntax. So I'll type in pd.dataframe. So over here, you have to keep in mind that D is capital and F is capital. Right, and inside this, I will just pass in this list. And I will store this in df. Now let me print this out. Right, so we have successfully created a data frame out of this list. Now let's also go ahead and create a data frame out of a dictionary. So I will type in fruit over here. So the name of the dictionary is fruit. And over here, I will write the key to be equal to fruits. And the values for this key are, so we've got all of these fruits. We've got apple, we've got mango. After that, we've got banana, and finally, we've got guava. So this was the first key value pair. After that, I'll give in the second key value pair, which would be the count of the fruits. So I'll type in count, and over here, I will just set in the count. So let's say there are 10 apples, 20 mangoes, 40 bananas, and 30 guavas. Right, so we have created a dictionary. Now let me print this out. Now let me also go ahead and create a data frame out of this. So you already know we'd have to type in pd.dataframe, and inside this I will pass in fruit, and I will store this in, let's say, fruit underscore df. Now let me print this out, fruit underscore df, right? So what happened over here is these two keys have turned into the column names. So fruit has become the column name over here, count has become the column name over here, and these values come into the rows, right? So fruits we have over here, and apple, mango, banana and guava are the row values. Again, count becomes the column name, and these values over here come over here, right? So this is how we can create a data frame out of a dictionary. Right, so now that we've understood the basics of series and data frame, let's go ahead and see how to import a data frame and do some sort of data manipulation on top of it. So I have this customer churn data frame with me. Let me go ahead and import it. So to import a data frame, I'll type pd.readcsv. Now inside this, I will just give in the name of the file. So the name of the file is customer churn.csv, and I will store this in a new object and name that object to be customer churn. Now let me go ahead and print the first 5 columns of it. So it'll be customer churn dot head. Right, so this is our customer churn data frame, and it comprises of all of these columns. So we've got customer ID, gender, senior citizen, partner, and so on, right? So this is a special function in pandas which gives you the first 5 rows, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now similarly, let's say if you want to have a glance at the first 10 rows, you just given the value 10 over here, and you can glance at the first 10 rows of this customer churn data frame. So an analogous function to head is the tail function, which would give you the last few rows. So I'll type in tail over here. Now I'll click on run. So this over here gives you the last 5 rows from this customer churn data frame. Similarly, if you want to have a glance at the last 10 rows, you will just put in the value 10, right? So these are the last 10 rows present in the customer churn data frame, right? Now let's see how can we extract specific rows and columns from a pandas data frame. So for this, we've got log and ilog functions. So let's actually start working with the ilog function. So let's say I want to extract only the rows from row number 5 to row number 15, and only the columns from column number 2 to column number 4. Let's see how can we do it, right? So I'll start off by giving the name of the data frame, which is customer churn. After that, I will use the function ilog, and I'll put in a comma over here. Right, so whatever is present on the left side of the comma, that denotes all of the rows, and whatever is present on the right side of the comma, that denotes all of the columns. So let's say if I want to extract all of the rows from 5 to 15. So I'll put in 5, I'll put in a colon, and I'll type in 15. Right, so I'll be extracting all of the rows starting from row number 5 to row number 15. Similarly, if I want all of the columns starting from column number 2 to column number 5, this is how it will go, right? So let's actually have a glance at this. So this 2 to 5 over here. So since we already know that in Python indexing starts from 0. So 0, 1, 2. So this would be our column number 2, which is senior citizen. So 2, 3 and 4, senior citizen, partner and dependents. Right. So we have extracted column number 2, column number 3 and column number 4. And we have extracted the rows starting from row number 5 to row number 14. Right, so this is how we can extract specific rows and columns from a data frame. Now let's go ahead and see how can we perform some sort of data manipulation. So let's say from this entire data frame, I want only those records where the gender of the customer is female, right? So for this, what we'll do is I'll just start off by typing the name of the data frame, which is customer churn, and then inside the parenthesis, I will give in the name of the column, which is gender. After that, I'll use the double equal to operator and then give in the condition, which is the gender of the customer needs to be equal to female, right? Now I'll click on run and let's see what do we get. So you get a bunch of true and false labels. Now this bunch of true and false labels basically means that over here at record number 0, it is actually true. That is, the gender of the customer is female. So false over here indicates that gender of the customer is not female. Here again it is false, here again it is false. So again at record number 4, it is true. That is, the gender of the customer is female. Now what I'll do is, I will cut this and I will paste it back inside this, right? So what is happening over here is, from this customer churn data frame, I will extract only those records where this condition is true, right? And I will store this in, let's say, female customer. Alright, I'll click on run. Now let me print out the head of this. Female underscore customer dot head. Right. So we have successfully extracted a subset from the original data frame where the gender of the customer is only female. Now similarly, let's say if you want to do some sort of complicated operation than this. So let's say we want to extract only those records where tenure of the customer is greater than 50 and the internet service of the customer is equal to fiber optic. Alright, so now let's start off with the first condition. So I'll give in the name of the data frame, which is customer churn. And inside the parenthesis, I will give in the name of the column, which is tenure. So the tenure of the customer needs to be greater than 50. Alright, so I'll cut this and put this inside braces. I'll put the AND operator and give in the second condition. So the second condition is, the internet service of the customer needs to be equal to DSL. So I'll type in internet service and this needs to be equal to DSL. Right, again I'll put this condition inside quotes over here. Alright, so we've got these two conditions, and finally I'll put those two conditions inside the data frame. So what is happening is, from this entire customer churn data frame, we'll be extracting only those records where these two conditions are satisfied. Right, and I will store this in, let's say, C underscore tenure underscore internet. Now let me print out the head of this. So it'll be C underscore tenure underscore internet dot head. Alright, so let me have a glance at the tenure. So over here, if you see, the tenure of the customer is greater than 50 for all of these values. So 62, 58, 72, 70, and so on. Now similarly, if I have a glance at the internet service column, then you'll see that all of these values are DSL. Right, so this is how we can perform data manipulation operations on top of the pandas data frame. Right, so we are done with the practical.
So exploratory data analysis, or EDA for short, is the process of performing initial investigations on data so as to discover patterns, abnormalities or anomalies and assumptions with the help of summary statistics and graphical representation. Basically, when we have some data on which we want to perform data science and statistical analysis and machine learning modeling, we first need to make sure that we understand what the data represents, shape of the data, what are the different kinds of things that are available in our data, different data types available in our data. If we could visualize our data and understand relationships between individual columns or individual features in our data, that's really good. And all of that and more, such as visualization and all, is done in a step called exploratory data analysis. So that's what EDA is all about. Now, EDA allows us to get a better understanding of our data and make important observations on it. In order to understand this, let's understand with an example. If you have a data set which you have no understanding of, you don't understand what the data it contains is, what do the columns represent, how do the columns relate to each other, and which columns are important for the particular task that you are trying to solve. In cases like this, it is very difficult to understand how you are going to solve the problem, how you're going to build the model, how you're going to perform statistical analysis, so on and so forth. So in this sections, what happens is we would like to perform exploratory data analysis in order to get a better understanding of our data. This also helps us understand whether or not the data that we have needs some sort of boost. So, for instance, if we have some data set that's highly biased on one result, for example, we are trying to predict whether or not a particular internship is going to convert into a job. Let's say we have a data set and we want to figure out whether or not we can create a predictive model in which we can feed in some data about an intern and figure out whether or not we should give them a job. Although it's a very specific use case, if all we have is data where people did not get converted into full-time employees, our data set is completely biased, and this is something that we could miss if we don't take time to analyze our data using exploratory data analysis. So if that is the problem, then we would have to get more data so that we can balance out both the probabilities and then teach our model about these things so it has better understanding of what features lead to what results. So now we come to why EDA. Why would you want to perform exploratory data analysis? We've understood what it is, but why exactly would you want to do it? Well, exploratory data analysis is one of the most crucial steps in data science. It allows us to achieve certain insights and statistical measures that is essential for the data scientist. A good understanding of exploratory data analysis process allows us to make some important observations and early decisions that could help us reduce or that could help us not take steps that are not needed. So as we discussed in the previous example, if our data set is biased, then performing modeling and using multiple algorithms and trying to figure out the accuracy of each model is not going to be a good idea, mainly because the data set we have is not good. If you don't have a good data set or don't have a data set that's representative of the reality in the current world, then your model is not going to be good. It's not going to perform really well. So exploratory data analysis helps us perform as fewer steps as possible in order to get the best result. This is why exploratory data analysis is so crucial a step in our data science process. So it performs certain steps to define and refine our important features and variable selection. So it could be that you have a data set that contains 25 different columns, but for what you are trying to predict, only 3 or 4 columns are going to be enough. They explain most of the things or most of the variation in the data or in the column that you're trying to predict. So you only need to use 4 variables. Now, which 4 of those should you use, and if indeed are they 4 variables or are there 5 variables that explain it better? For that, exploratory data analysis is important. It allows us to select features that are going to be useful for us. In case we don't use the correct features, we end up with a model that's highly bloated, contains data that's irrelevant, requires users to fill in data that's relevant, and could lead to incorrect or highly improbable results. So we need to be very careful when we're trying to take model columns or columns on which we are trying to model our data on to make the predictions. Now, why would you want to perform exploratory data analysis with Python? There are many other languages out there, including R. You can even perform exploratory data analysis in JavaScript and Java and C++. So why should you use Python? Well, exploratory data analysis using Python is very easy. First of all, Python is probably one of the easiest languages to get started with. This is why Python is so popular in data science community, because many people who perform data science operations or machine learning operations on a particular data set are people who come from the academic world. They don't have much understanding of what programs are, what variables are, what classes are. They only need to write code to get the things that they want to get done be done. This is where Python comes into play. It fills the gap. So since Python is so easier to use, and another advantage that Python provides is that it has a number of libraries that allows us to perform tasks related to exploratory data analysis. In case we are performing these tasks ourselves, it's very, very important for us to make sure that the libraries we are using are trusted and used by multiple people, because if it's a library that someone has created, our confidence in it is going to be really low. For example, if it's a library to perform data visualizations, but it's a library that not a lot of people have used, then you cannot be sure that the library is going to give you accurate visualizations, and it's always going to be a bit problematic. In Python, however, there are libraries that have been used by millions of developers and academic people. What they do is they just understand the basics and then they import the data and visualize it and perform the task that they need to perform right at the step. And that's really important for our data set. So this is why Python is such a good candidate for exploratory data analysis, mainly because it's easy to understand, easy to read, it's got a really clear syntax, as well as because it's got so much good tools and libraries around exploratory data analysis and data science in general. It's just a really good experience for developers or people who are getting started with exploratory data analysis or data science, or even professionals. Now, Python has libraries to perform all kinds of tasks relating to exploratory data analysis, such as visualizations, analysis, etc. Visualize the data, there are libraries available. Not just one library, but multiple. Depending on the features that you're trying to use, you can import either one of the libraries that are available. There's libraries for data analysis, libraries for numerical manipulation. There are libraries for many other different kinds of tasks, such as creating neural networks, defining the structure of a neural network, visualizing neural networks, so on and so forth. So this is why Python is so popular. Now, some of the most popular libraries to perform EDA are NumPy, Pandas, and Matplotlib. Now, since I'm assuming that many of you are beginners and you have no understanding of what these libraries are, we will cover what these libraries do in a later point in the presentation. Also, again, if you wish to learn more about these libraries and more about data science and exploratory data analysis and Python in general, stick with us till the end of the presentation and will help you guide you to some of the resources that can help you out there. Now let's take a look at some of the advantages that exploratory data analysis provides us. So it provides us with several benefits. First advantage is that it allows us to spot missing data. Using exploratory data analysis, we can easily find null and missing values. So in case we have a data set in which certain columns have null values or certain columns have certain proportion of the data is missing, we can remove the data, we can fill the data. Although removing the data and filling the data is not part of exploratory data analysis, spotting the missing data is definitely a part of exploratory data analysis, and it allows us to do the same. It allows us to find the underlying structure of data. So on the surface, what we can see is the number of columns, the columns that we have, and the data that we have in them. Underneath the row and columns and the tabular structure of our data, if indeed it is tabular, what we can do is we can understand what the underlying structure is. Underlying structure means what are the different data types that a particular column holds. Are they in the correct format to be processed? What is the range of data that is contained in a particular column? Do columns relate or correlate with each other in the data set? And if so, is it helpful or harmful for the task that I'm trying to perform? So on and so forth. Then there's variable importance. Exploratory data analysis helps us to figure out which variables in our dataset are the most important ones. So in that case, it helps us understand which variables have the highest influence on the thing that we're trying to predict or on the column that we're trying to predict. That way, we can just drop the rest of the columns and only use the ones that have influence on our columns above a particular threshold. And finally, data visualization. Now, we can sit and talk about data a lot, but one of the issues that exploratory data analysis solves is that when we show these statistical measurements to people, first, especially people who are not statistically literate, it's going to be really difficult for them to understand, mainly because they have to firstly scan through the data, then understand which data has higher value, which data has lower value, and then understand the implication of each of them. It's much easier to visualize this data and understand the characteristic of the data that we possess. In this scenario, exploratory data analysis is really, really helpful. It allows us to perform visualizations and explain our data in a better capacity, even to people who may not be that familiar with the data that we have, as well as the statistical analysis that we are performing. Now let's take a look at the libraries that we had discussed earlier and what in exploratory data analysis. I would just like to mention that these are the three libraries that I have picked. These are the most one or at least some of the most common libraries that are being used. Not necessarily the case that these are the only libraries that will be used, or also not necessarily the case that these are the libraries that are going to help you in a particular problem. It could be that there are better alternatives available, and to understand about the alternatives, you need to firstly look at all the options that are available. So I recommend before starting any exploratory data analysis process, take a look at the tasks that you want to perform, take a look at the libraries that are available. These libraries are the most popular ones and for good reason. So these should help you out, especially if you're a beginner. But as you become more and more advanced and more into the exploratory data analysis and data science community, you understand that there are better tools available for the one particular task that you're trying to perform, and it's better to use those tools. All right. So the first one is NumPy. NumPy, or many people call it NumPy as well. It is a numerical manipulation library. In Python, we can perform numerical manipulation using raw Python itself, but it contains a lot of the information that are not relevant for our purposes. Since Python is an object-oriented programming language, which it's fine if you don't understand what that is. But in case you do understand, it stores a lot of information that's not relevant. So when we try to perform complex mathematical operations, those properties about the object orientedness of the particular variable come into play, and they negatively affect the or negatively impact what negatively impact the performance. So in situations like this, NumPy is quite useful. It firstly just keeps all the relevant data. Secondly, it has a lot of functions that allow us to perform these numerical manipulations. Inbuilt functions for calculating the sine waves, the cosine waves. For fast Fourier transform is also available, and many different kinds of numerical manipulations that are difficult to implement by hand are already implemented in NumPy. So you don't have to worry about implementing these things. You just have to worry about using them when the need be. Then there's Pandas. If you have done data science with Python for any period of time, Pandas is a library that you must have come across. Pandas is great for data analysis, data summarization, and many other tasks relating to data. It allows us to load data in our Python program using something called data frames. Data frames is a special object or a special way of representing data in Pandas, and it affords us a lot of benefits. It allows us to perform a lot of complicated tasks on our data, such as joining two data frames, filtering a data frame, manipulating data, dropping data, and a lot of different kinds of tasks that by hand are going to be very difficult. So it's a layer of abstraction over these complicated tasks, so you can perform them yourself, and it's very efficient as well. Then we come to Matplotlib. It is a visualization tool, or it's a visualization library, allows us to create charts and graphs, and allows us to perform a lot of visualization. Many different visualization libraries, such as Seaborn, use Matplotlib underneath the hood. So in case you wish to become a data scientist and want to perform exploratory data analysis by visualizing the data, Matplotlib is a library that you might need. You can also use other libraries, but Matplotlib is probably the best one to start with because it's very easy. It exposes you to some of the fundamental concepts that you need to understand when you are dealing with in IronPython visualization or graphs or charts. They can help you out with that. All right, so we have reached the demo section. Now for the demo, I have already written the code so that I don't write the code and you have to then follow along and look at the errors that I make. I'll explain the code to you now. I told that you only need to import the libraries that you need. In the current scenario, I didn't need to use any numerical manipulations because the data is already manipulated for me. Then I can use this. I'm using Pandas, Seaborn for interactive visualizations, and also Matplotlib. These are two different visualization libraries. Seaborn is great for creating summarizations of our data sets, and Matplotlib is great for visualizing individual columns. This bit of code here is telling the Jupyter notebooks. Let me just zoom in on it because it may be possible that you guys aren't able to see this. Now, in Matplotlib, it's possible to use it with multiple backends. In a scenario, we're using it with Jupyter Notebook. We're just trying to tell Matplotlib that whatever visualizations that you produce, make sure that they are optimized to be rendered inside a Jupyter Notebook. Now, many people say it's not necessary to do this step. It was necessary previously, but now it's not. But I like to keep it in just in case. Then I am importing a data set. And to give you some context, this is a data set that I have downloaded from Kaggle. You can download it yourself. I would recommend it that you do it afterwards, and you can play with it as well. This dataset and many other datasets are available on Kaggle for you to perform exploratory data analysis with. You can do it on Kaggle as well. And when you're doing it, you can, using that exploratory data analysis notebook that you have created, you can share it with people. Kaggle is a great platform for that. So you can use it for that. And now we take a look at the first 5 columns. first 5 rows of the data. Now, as you can see, the shape of the data is 5 rows in 81 columns. Now, 81 columns is probably a lot. As you can see that even our pandas library is refusing to show all of this because it knows that it's not possible for us to show everything. So we have this. Now, we take a look at the information of the data. This tells us about the data set that we have and gives us information about each column, right? So we have 1460 non-null columns, non-null data points with of type int 64 in the ID column. And you can take a look at everything. Here, as you can see, in the alley column, we only have 91 data sets. That means that majority of the data is null. We'll deal with that in a moment. As you can see, the data is quite disparate. Sometimes it's 1460, sometimes it has 1452 data points. So we are dealing with a data set in which we can have null values quite a lot. For instance, pool QC has only 7 values that are not null, others are all null. And as you can see, the data set is quite disparate as well. Some are objects, which are basically string or some other data set other than numerical data set. Some are integers and some are float. Float are basically real numbers. These are numbers with decimal points. So currency could be considered float, and real numbers are considered integers. So your mobile number could be considered an integer because it's not going to have a decimal point in that. Right. So I don't want you to get bogged down into the specifics of the code. What I'm trying to tell you is how we're going to do this. So here what we're doing is we are taking all the columns in which our data is greater than or equal to 30%. So any column that contains less than 30% data, which is it has 1460 columns, but only 30 or less percent of the values are present in that, and we are going to drop it. So any column that contains less than 30% of the data, we're not going to consider it at all because it could have negative implications. So we do that. Now what we do is we also delete the ID column from our data set, mainly because ID is just something that is generated by the database in which it was stored, or maybe not by the dataset, but by the people who.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following method creates a new array object that looks at the same data? A. View. B. Copy. C. Paste. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Collected this data. It's not really important for us. It's important for storing the data, but for analysis of the data, ID is just a number that was randomly assigned to a person. It has no significant value. Now we will print the list of columns that were dropped. As you can see, alley, pool QC, fence, and miscellaneous features are the columns that are dropped. ID is the one that we have dropped manually, even though it contained a lot of data. Now we try to do two things here. First thing, we take a look at the sale price, which is a column that we are very interested in because that's the column that we're trying to model our scientific process across. So we describe the data, which is we count the number of columns. As you can see, it contains every bit of data that is available. The mean is 1,80,921 point some value. Standard deviation, minimum value, 25 percentile, 50th percentile, which is here, then 75th percentile or the third quartile, and the maximum value in the column. This is, by the way, this is something that Pandas is doing for us. We didn't have to write functions to loop over the data and figure out the min, max, 25th percentile, and all of that. So it tells us the name of the column, sale price. Data type is float. And now what we do is we try to visualize it. So as you can see, the majority of our data lies in this region. Yeah. So here and here. This is what is known as a histogram or distribution plot. Since Seaborn allows us to do it pretty easily, we do it. Don't worry about the code. Stick with us till the end of the presentation and we'll show you how you can learn to write the code. Right now, we're trying to understand the process of exploratory data analysis. So as you can see, even though we have a maximum value of 77,55,000, majority of our values are lying between somewhere around these values. Right. Now we take a look at the different data types available in our data set. We have integer, we have O, which stands for object. Object basically means that this is something that's not a number. And we have float. This 64 is basically how many bits are used to represent the data. This means that the data could be of high size. You can, by the way, change this all yourself. So here what we do is we say, okay, give me all the numerical data that we have. This is done mainly because we want to be sure that we are only dealing with numerical data. Dealing with data that is not numeric, firstly we'll have to convert the data into numerical formats and so on and so forth. So we're trying to firstly estimate the task ahead of us. We take the numerical data that contains float 64 and int 64, basically not selecting the object data types. We take a look at the head. As you can see, it has 37 columns, which is a massive drop from what we had earlier. Earlier we had 81 columns, out of which we dropped, I think, 4 or 5 because they had a lot of null values. This one is by far something that we have done only to understand what the data is about. Now we take a look at the distribution of our data using histograms. What we do is we basically create a histogram for all the columns. So again, we didn't have to do it ourselves. These are all 31 columns with histograms, and you can take a look at the data. As you can see, it contains a lot of data. Some columns contain a lot of data that's centered around a particular data point. Others are very separate, such as this one. This only contains values that are 0, so that's fine. And you can take a look at the data and analyze it. We're not going to analyze it right now. This is just for you to understand how to generate these visualizations. Then we take a look at correlations. Correlation basically is a number that allows us to understand how much of our data is how much influence does one column has on a particular column. And we remove the last column because the last row is basically sales, or the last column, sorry, I'll just remove the comment. So the last column is sales, so we don't have to worry about that. From here, we basically just take all the columns with correlation greater than 0.5. We call them golden feature list. Any column that has a higher value than 0.5 on correlation means it has good correlation for our data. We're taking the absolute value, which means we don't care whether it's negative or positive. Correlation ranges from -1 to +1. -1 means if the data in this column decreases, data in the other column which is negatively correlated with it will increase. Positive correlation means data in this column increases, data in other column which is positively correlated with this increase. So we take that and we sort it in ascending values. Now after doing this, we take a look at the correlations. So these are the correlations. The highest correlation we have is overall quality and GR live area, which is around 80 to 70%. Now what we can do is we take a look at all the numerical columns and we generate for the first 5 ones for all fifth values. What we're trying to do is we're trying to create visualizations to understand how a particular column relates to first 5 columns. So for instance, sales price relating to MS subclass, MS lot range, lot area, and so on. And as you can see, we're doing it for everything, and we're doing it 5 plots at a time. Now that we have done that, here is a bit of a code that's going to be a little difficult to understand, so I'm not going to try and explain it to you. But basically here, what we're trying to do is we're trying to create individual data frames or individual feature data frame, as I've named it. Create some temporary data frames based on particular sections, such as we take the column name and the sales price, and then using that data frame we check whether or not the column's value is not equal to 0, and we create or we add it to the data frame. Then we create an all correlations matrix, and then we try to print it. Now we come to the interesting part. So these are all the 11 strongly correlated values that we have, right? For this one, since we had 81 columns and now we have reduced it down to only 11 columns that have really high influence on our sales price column. Now to visualize it, what we have done is we have created a something called heat map. Let me just zoom in so that you guys can see. I think I zoomed in a little too much. Yeah, and also you can manipulate the size of this plot by when you're writing code. I'm not going to do it right now, but as you can see that some columns have correlation of 0.4, some have And this is negative, by the way. As you can see, these are color coded. So any column with light color such as blue or purple are negative. Any columns with the colors such as yellow or green are positive. As you can see, we have 0.83% of correlation with GR living area and fireplaces. And so this allows us to understand what are the particular columns that are highly correlated with each other. Allows us to understand whether or not a column has influence on not just one column but multiple columns, and how does that affect our purposes.
We have a fancy thing called package in Python. Okay, so those packages are available for free in the market. It has a lot of built-in functions and built-in things that will help you guys to write many codes easily, okay, without going for the detailed algorithm and all. So in that way, these packages are really helpful. So NumPy, what it does, it is used for mathematical and logical operations on the arrays, okay, and it provides feature for multi-dimensional arrays also. So again, when we tell arrays, Python doesn't have any array. It is built on list only. So basically, when we go through NumPy, when we go for indexing, slicing, and all those kind of stuff, it will only be the list. Everything will be based on the lists. So that's how it goes. Okay. So NumPy can support 1D, 2D, both of the kinds of arrays. Okay, and I think you might be using this Anaconda version of Python, so that will be coming along with pandas, and I mean NumPy version pre-installed. Okay, NumPy will be pre-installed in the Python versions. Okay, I mean Anaconda Python. Okay, now when you use a package, right, what we do, we import the package. Okay, we import the package with something like the syntax is, it can be any package. Okay, alias can be anything. So what is the syntax? Syntax is import, then there will be package name, then there will be as keyword just to assign an alias. Otherwise you would need to type the entire thing throughout the program, and then we will have alias name of np. Okay, so that's what it was. Okay, so now when I say NumPy array, it can convert anything, any Python data structure to arrays. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so if I show you like this, why it is taking time now? Yeah, so see, it has converted both these things. So the first one is a Python list, second one is a Python tuple, right? So when we pass that argument, that tuple or a list to a NumPy array function, it converts them all to a NumPy array. Okay, so that is what this returns. Okay, and whatever we provided, as you see, the outputs are starting and ending with square brackets, right? So that means it is already converted to a list. Now we can perform various functions in NumPy. Yes, so once we have NumPy array created, it can be editable. Okay, because it's a list now, it's not anymore a tuple, so that's why it is editable. Okay, and NumPy doesn't come by default with Python. If we want to use it, we need to install it. So let's say you are not using Anaconda and you are using this kind of a Python user interface, then what you need to do, you need to install it using command prompt. Okay, pip install, sorry, I am getting it again and again, pip install numpy. So it will find it and it will install numpy. Okay, I don't have this pip version set, so that's why it is not working, but it should install it. Okay, so that's how it works. That's how we can use numpy in this kind of functions also. Okay, now we can have 2D arrays in Python also, like 2D arrays in numpy also. So how we write it? We write it like this. So we just need to pass 2D arrays. So 2D array means two lists, right? We can pass two lists. So it will be concatenating it to 2D array. Okay, so it will be changing it to 2D array. So that is how we write it in NumPy. That is how we create arrays in Python. So that's how we do it. So now next will be where it is advantageous rather than using a basic Python list or Python like that, Python list or Python tuple, right? So by NumPy you are changing, yes, so we are changing data type from mutable to non-mutable. It's the other one, right? Next is nd array object. Okay, so in NumPy, as I have shown you, 2D arrays, right? It can go up to n and then can have any number. So in real world, if you ask me, we don't use more than two max 3D arrays, but yes, it can go up to that. Okay, so like that it works. So next is like why we use numpy arrays. So in numpy, this nd arrays will have all the items of same type. Okay, so it can't be one of them is int and one of them is string list. It has to, it all of them has to be int arrays. Okay, like that. So items can be accessed using zero based index. As you know, Python arrays, Python lists also starts from zero indexing, right? So here also it remains the same property. It has zero index. So if we go for numpy array, then if we want to see the first row, it will be like this. So it will give you the first row and this will give you the second row, right? Similarly for columns, if you want to see first, sorry, if you want to see the first column, you need to do this, right? Sorry, so you need to do this, so you will see the entire values. If you need to see the only the first column, then you need to do it like this, like that it works, right? So that's how it will be working. Now for 2D arrays I will be coming, okay, I am working on 2D array, sorry I forgot. So that's how it works. Okay, so we will be coming to that in a few minutes. So 2D arrays I will show you. So for others, what was the names, A and B, right? 2D arrays I will be showing you, not an issue. So for arrays, if you see 1D array, it will give you A0, that will be 1, A1 will be 2, like that. And if you do 1 to 2, then it will be printing only single element, because the right hand side index is always left. Okay, right hand side index, it is not up to, it goes up to that. It is not including the right hand side index. So that's why it has two elements. Now if we do this, then it will print whole. If we do this, that also will mean the same and it will print the same. It is pretty basic, pretty much like the lists that we have in Python. Okay, now numpy arrays are beneficial because it takes up the same size of block in the memory for all the objects that it stores. Okay, this part we will see a comparison in the later half of the section, and then we can understand like where it is beneficial rather than storing it in a classical list than numpy array. Okay, now next is, if you go into check the individual, yes, right, so it will be begin colon n-1, that is how. So right hand side will always be excluded, like that. Okay, next is numpy array initialization, right? So how do we initialize numpy arrays? As we have already seen, right, how do we do that, but still this is how you do it. Okay, so initialize means what we want to do is, we don't want to place any list in there. Okay, but what we want to do, we want to have some by default values. Okay, default arrays we want to take it up. Okay, so let's see how we do it. Okay, first one is, we will, I mean, if you guys are familiar with the terms like masking and all, that is for image processing, and for data processing we will do that. A lot of times we will do that. Okay, so a lot of time we will be using this zero based or one based indexes. Okay, so for creating a zero based arrays, right, what we need to, come on, what we need to do, we need to have some sort of like some shape of zero arrays. Okay, so that's how you do it. Okay, that's how you do it in numpy. So what you do, you write np.zeros, then you specify the dimension of the array. Okay, 3 by 4 means it will have like 3 rows and 4 columns. So first one is of, so you can think it like this, it will be np.zeros, then row comma column. Okay, that's how a tuple you need to pass it to. Okay, that's this kind of tuple you need to pass it to the Python arrays. Okay, so that's how it works in Python, I mean in numpy. So that's how you print zero arrays in numpy. Okay, next is, if you want something with the interval, right, so how you do, you write like this, np.array, within bracket we pass, so it will print you another new array. So what we are doing, we are sorry, in here what we are doing by array, yeah, so in this what we are doing, we are, yeah, right, it's arrange, so it's a range actually. Okay, so what we are doing, we are passing 3 variables. First one is the starting number, second one is the ending number, and last one is the line is the interval that we want to print. So from 10 to 25 we are having five, we want lists to be 5 separated, right? So first one and second one difference will be 5, like that. So that's how we have. So we have 3 numbers, right? 10, 15, 20, and always remember the right hand will be excluded, so 25 won't be taken up. So till 20 we will go, okay? Till 20 we will print it out, okay? So that's how this kind of arrays are getting printed out in NumPy. Next thing is this arrange is done, right? Now let's say we want we want to spread some points over a straight line, okay? So how do we do it? We want to I mean, what I mean is, if you think of a 2D plane, right, like x and y plane, if you think of, and we want to spread some points along that line, okay? So what we will do then, like we want some points between range A and range B, okay? So here we are giving intervals, right? So we need to calculate the interval, we need to calculate the point difference and all, then we need to provide it here. So that's how it works, right? But we don't want it, we want it otherwise, okay? We want it to spread along a line like this. So for between 5 and 10 we want 6 numbers. It is almost same as NumPy, but it has a bit difference. So how it is differing, I will show you. Okay, next is this linspace, okay? So linspace and arrange, right? So arrange, what it does, it takes in three numbers, so start number, end number, and so what we do in arrange, we have three numbers as a parameter. We take end number, start number, end number, and the interval, and we print out the values based on the intervals. So from start number till the end number, we print out the values based on the intervals, okay? But in linspace, what we take 3 parameters again, and what we have in there, we have start number, end number, and then we take in number of points in there, okay? Number of points in there. So if we give you a start number and end number, then if we split it into 10 points, then we will get 10 points between the start number and end number. So that is the difference between linspace and arrange, and all these functions we will be using heavily when we use go for data science, okay? Because these things we will need, and you will see how do we do that, okay? Now next is how do we do array with the same number, okay? Next is how to create an array with the same number. So this is same for same uses, like that, like for zeros, right? Formats for carving out some masks, like that, okay? So if you use this keyword, then if you pass some values, so come on, if you pass some values, then it will give you that number of the dimension it will take care, and it will give you that kind of an array. So row, then column, and then it will be taking up. So np dot pull, it will take up first the tuple of row numbers, column numbers, and it will take up the number to fill that array with, okay? Number to fill, like that. This thing works, this full function works. It can be anything, okay? It will give you a array full of that kind of numbers of any dimension, okay? Any dimension can be given, okay? Any real world numbers can be given, I mean, sorry, any integer number can be provided as a dimension, okay? So that's how this full function will work. Okay, next is to randomize an array, again for, I mean, that masking only. So how we do, let's say we want a 3 by 4 matrix to be randomized. So it will give you some here and there numbers of random numbers. So that will be and those will be structured in a matrix form, okay? The dimension you pass, in that way it will be organized. So random is this thing, okay? Now we go to how do we access this NumPy arrays, okay? Now let's say we are creating 2 arrays. How do we access it, okay? How do we see what's wrong with the array and what not? Let's say I am creating a 2D array, okay? Now if I do printf, so that's how the shape function works, okay? That's how we can access a shape of an array. So shape function will return tuple of its row number and column number, okay? So a dot shape returns tuple row num column, like that, okay? So it will be returning like this. Okay. Now the next thing is, what is the use of the shape function? Okay. So this is a tuple, but we can change the values of the tuples. So this will change it. Okay. We can access the shape function of it and we can change the values. Okay. Even now we can access like a, no, come on. We can access this. Yeah, so we can access it like this. Okay, come on, I have not given print. What is happening? Okay, so we can access individual elements of the shape tuple that is being written like this. Okay, like we use, like we access normal tuples. Okay, so we can, what we can do with this a dot shape, we can we can get the tuple. I mean, tuple of row number and column number as an output. We can change the access, change the shape of the matrix with this shape function, and we can access individual arrays. Let's say you want to see how many rows are there in your data set, right? You can use it. You would want to loop through all the data sets, all the rows of your data set using a for loop. You don't want to go for map and all. So that's when you use a dot shape. And for print a, that's how you use. Okay, for print a, what you do, you just, I mean, sorry, for shape 0, that means you are accessing individual elements of a tuple, right? So 0 will be giving you the number of rows and 1 will be giving you the number of columns, like that. Okay, one thing, so you guys are acquainted with I mean, you guys know about lambda functions, right? It was covered.
Yes, sir, correct. But just want to go back the zero index. Zero index, it will return the number of row, correct?
Right.
If you give comma and another zero, then it will give you the number of column. Is it okay?
It's going to be
No.
one. Shape is always gives only the columns and rows here. So the 0 will give the rows and 1 will give the columns. That's it.
The column. So that is a tuple basic, right?
Can you please do that?
So tuple, how it works, number of elements in tuple, we will have a 1D array, right? So 1D arrays can't be having two indexes, right?
Okay.
So
Okay,
that
got
will be 0 1, like that. So it is an 1D tuple or 1D array, whatever you call it. Okay. So that's
Okay,
how it
thank you.
works. Okay. Now we can have several more examples of NP. I mean, this shape function, but I am not going into the detail. But you need to remember one thing: you need to match the number of elements in the tuple. Like we have 6 elements, right? If I want to split it to 3, it won't work because the size of the array is total of 6, right? So we need to have it multiple of 6 only. That's how we can break. That's how we can reshape. Okay. That's what is about this shape function. Okay. Next is how to get total number of columns. Okay, so again I am having 10 functions and I want to see the size of it. So it will give you 24. As you can see, there are 24 elements in the array. Okay, so that's how this size function works. And this is another syntax of np.arrange. So here what it takes some number of values, number of points needed, will place the numbers between 0 till that number. Okay, so that's how another syntax of arrange works. Okay, so for size function, it will give you the total number of elements in an array. Okay, so that is what size function works for. Okay, next is dimension of array. It is more or less same like this. It is more or less the same thing like that, like a shape function. So I will put it right in there, but the only difference, it can be modified. Okay, so where were we? We were with this ndim, right? So how it will work? Ndim will return you the, it is not, I mean, it is a bit different from shape. Shape returns you the exact shape of the array, like the number of rows and number of columns, right? But ndim will return you the number of dimensions of the array. Okay, so if you see the ndim, then what we have 2 as a return, right? That means it a total of 2 dimensions, 3 and 2 dimensions, right? So that's what ndim returns. Okay, ndim will return you the number of dimensions of the array. Okay, so that you need to remember. Okay, so that is what you need to remember. So ndim returns you the number of dimensions. Okay, it is not shape, but it is a dimension. Okay, now d type is the array data type that we have already. Okay, next is d type. Okay, d type is to give you the type of each elements in the array. Okay, in the numpy array, it will give you type of all the elements, and numpy arrays cannot be heterogeneous, it has to be homogeneous always. So numpy arrays will return you, I mean the return you homogeneous arrays. So when you do a d type function on an array, it will return you the number of dimensions of the array. I mean, sorry, the data type of each of the elements in the array. Okay, so here we have 24 int numbers, right? So that's why we have int 32 as a return type. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so that is what is about this d type function. Next is how do we use it for maths calculations. Okay, so any doubts till this part, till this d type? Now if I show you something more, say, okay, next is as I have created now array with like float numbers. So you see the arrays are, the d type is printed as float 64. Okay, so you have you got an array of, I mean the d type as float 64. Okay, so that's how this d type function works. Okay, so and numpy, as the name suggests, it is used for linear algebra. Okay, so numpy is used for number mathematics or linear algebra. So you won't be really having string arrays in numpy. Okay, so you won't be having it, that is not provisioned. So numpy is only used for linear algebraic operations, and for that we need integers and floats, right? Nothing more than that. Okay, next is numpy maths. Okay, we can do summation, division, multiplication, and all those kind of here and there stuff with this numpy. Okay, now how do we do it? Okay, let's get started with a single array. So this is how numpy summation function works.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following is a false statement about data analytics? A. It collects data. B. It looks for patterns. C. It does not organize data. D. It analyzes data. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
And it can add up to different things. Okay. Okay, so sum will return you a sum of all the elements, or it can return you sum of two arrays. Okay, sum can do anything, anyone. So sorry. So sum can return you either sum of all elements in a Python array, or it can return you the sum of elements of two matrices. So matrix multiplication, matrix addition, all this logic will be implemented in there. So now what it will do, it will take up two lists, it will add up all the elements, and it will return you the output. Okay, so 5 10 2 3, that means 10 5 15 and 2 3 5, so 20, right? And for subtract, it will take two arrays and it will subtract the results and it will throw it up to you. Okay, so that's how this subtract and numpy.sum function is used for summing up and finding difference between two matrices. np.sum has a few flavors in it. Okay, so it can do a few things, so we will discuss that. So let's say we have seen how it takes in two lists and it sums you up the result and it will show it up to you. Now if you specify an access parameter, then it will do the sum based on the rows or based on the columns. Okay, we print out a and b for you. Yeah, so see, A and B are 5 10 2 3, right? If we do a sum of sum with x is 0, that means it will do you a column wise sum. So that means 5 2 7 10 3 13. Okay, and if you go for a row wise sum, then it will be x is equals 1. So it will return you 15 and 5, right? So that's how this will work. Okay, add a row wise sum, that's how it will work. Okay, so that's what is the, so that's how this functions work. Yeah, that's how this numpy arrays are array sum function works. Okay, so that's how you can get the, okay, give me a second. Yeah. Okay, fine. So this is not how it works, right?
Remove the square brackets and keep only the circular brackets.
Sorry? No, not like that. It won't take it. Yeah, so x is 1, 5, 2, 7, 10, 3, 13. Yeah, got it. Okay, so two confusions were there. First of all, P like it, like x is 1, why it is not taking up? Okay, let me check for some example in the PPT. Doing some casual mistakes. Yeah, that's what I have written, right? So 0, 0, 0, 1, 0, 5. So it should be 0 plus 1, 5 plus 0, that is 1 and 5. So it's fine, right? 0, 1, 0, 5, so 1, 5. Yeah, correct. 0, 0, 1, 5, 6. Okay, let me copy this exact example, what it does. NP dot sum with x is 1 having some problem. Just give me a few minutes, I will do that. Yeah, now it is working fine. 0. Yeah, now it's fine. So now if I replace it with A, I replace with B. If we remove this, as those are already list, how it works. Yeah, now it is looking good. Again. Okay, I will be getting back to you on this. So for now, let's move ahead with the other functions. Okay, so having some kind of a problem. I will check that in the break and I will explain that after the break. So not sure why it is happening, but it shouldn't be happening it like that. Okay, let me go ahead. So sum I will discuss it later. For subtract, we already have discussed. For this division also, it will work in the same way. Okay, what is it with someone? Sure. Check. Okay, now if we pass two parameters to the divide function, it will divide row wise or column wise as you define with this axis, right? So okay, so divide won't work axis wise. It will just take in two parameters and it will just divide to the numbers. Okay, row wise it will divide to the numbers. So 5 and 2 will be divided like whatever happens in the matrix operations, right? In mathematics, the same thing will be applied here. So in matrix operations, what we do, we just divide the first element by the first element of the next array, second element by the second element of the next array, right? So that is how it works. So that is how this division will work here. Okay, similarly we can see the multiplication being worked on the same thing how we did in matrix multiplication in our class 12 maths. So it will be same thing. So 5 into 2, 10 by 3, so 1030, like that it will work. Okay, so these are a basic few functions that will be needed for our data science courses. And this expa, it will give you e to the power a. Sqrt, it is for square root. Np dot sign is for sign value of each of the elements. Np dot cos for cos value. Log for log values. Okay, so these are not really used in data science related things. Let's say I will show you quickly all these examples just to have your basic knowledge about this numpy. I am showing that to you. So these are not really needed for being a data scientist, so you can just check these values. Okay, next is the element wise comparison. So we have, so that's how element wise comparison does. So it will compare each and every element of the array with another one and it will return you a list of true falses. Okay, so that's how it will work. Okay, so that's how it will work. It will give you a output of true false. If you change something this to true, then the second element of the output will also be changed to true. Okay, now along with this np dot equal, there comes another function where we check the entire array. Okay, if all the elements of the array are same or not. So that one is called, so it will give you a single value. Okay, true or false. So it will check the arrays that is passed to it. It will compare those on a broader level, that is on a array level, and it will give you only single output of false or true or false based on the comparison results. Okay, so that's how it is. That's how it works. Okay, next is aggregate function on this on a single array. Aggregate functions always work on a single array, right? So that's what we are gonna see next. Now, if we have already seen this sum function, right? Yeah. So these are a few aggregate functions of the what we can apply to a NumPy array. Okay, come on. I am forgetting this. If you write it or not doesn't matter. When you do np.sum, it will automatically be converted to an array, so you can skip it safely. But again, okay, so np.sum a will give you sum of all the elements, minimum will give you minimum, max will give you the maximum element, mean will be the mean of the elements. Okay, so mean means the middle element of the arrays. Okay, then standard deviation is how the elements differ from the mean, so that's what is standard deviation. Okay, so that is what is about standard deviation. I will try to connect my pad and will show you the formula once. Same thing will happen. Okay, so it will give you sum of all the elements, minimum of all the elements, max of all, mean of all, like that. This correlation coefficient is a machine learning term. We will go into it later. I will tell you what is it, so it's not, let's not worry about it. So accept this, have all these things clear. So that's how it will work. Okay, okay, so that's how mean, median and standard deviation you can take into account. Okay, now what is mean, what is median, I will stack it for the next class for SciPy, because then we will be discussing all this statistical things at one go, and I will give you a brief about all this. Okay, so if you have forgotten this, not an worry, we will be discussing in the next class. So that's fine. Mean, median, mode, and all this thing. So not sure. I am not having my tab with me, so I will have it and I will show you the formulas and all this small stuff. And also, what you can do, you can once go through all this basic things. Okay, that's just the basic stats, not needed in entire detail. You can go through the basics, so it will help you understanding what I am covering in the next class. Okay, so that's how it will work. So okay, so this must be clear now. So with that assumption, we will go ahead with to some new topics. Okay, okay, so that is like broadcasting. Okay, what is broadcasting? If we have taken two arrays of different dimensions in here, what would have happened? Let's say we are keeping till this part. What is this error? Axis 1 is not coming through. Okay, yeah, axis won't work for this kind of cases. Yeah, okay, so let's say we have this kind of an array to work with. So the first array, if you see, the first array is of 3 by 3, right? So 1 2 3 and 4 5 6, it is in 3 by 3 array, right? The second array, if you see carefully, we have passed 4 5 6, only 3 4 5, only 3 numbers. It's 2 by 3. And the next one, if you see, that one is a 1 by 3 array, right? 3 4 5, only 3 numbers are in there, so it is an 1 by 3, right? So now when you add it, you if you notice it carefully, you will see the second row of the array is also getting added with the same number 3 4 5, right? So that's why it is coming 4 3 7 5 4 9 6 5 11. Okay, so how this is happening? This is the concept of array broadcasting in NumPy. Okay, so if you see in this diagram, what is happening, this array is getting expanded to match with the exact dimension of this array, of the first array. Okay, so this was an array of 1 by 3, but when it stretches down, it becomes an array of 4 by 3, right? So it matches the dimension of the first array, then only this array addition is possible, right? So this is the concept of broadcasting. Okay, this is the concept of broadcasting. Now one thing to notice, this broadcasting won't only work for array additions. Okay, it will work for all kind of operations between two arrays in NumPy. Okay, so as you have just seen, this thing all works for this subtraction also, right? So subtraction is also supported. This broadcasting is also done for the subtraction scenarios also. Okay, so this is the concept of array broadcasting. So what it does, the NumPy array gets inflated to match with the dimension of the first array, so that the operation that we are supposed to do is possible, is feasible. Okay, so this is what the concept of array broadcasting is. Okay, now indexing and slicing in Python. This, as you have already went through, I will just I will go through this a bit quickly. So let's just see how you do it. So index in Python list refers to a integer position, right? It can either start from minus or it can start from plus. So minus when we go for so Python when positive indexing is done, then the index goes from smaller number to higher number and it prints accordingly, right? So let's say for this Monty Python, we are going from 6 to 10. So that will take from P till H, right? Because 10 will be excluded. But when we go for minus 1, then we go from the larger number to smaller number, because as you know, for negative everything goes opposite, and the bigger the number is, it is smaller, right? So minus 12 and minus 7, it will go from minus 12 till minus 8, because right hand will always be excluded. So that's how it will be printing the entire Monty string. Okay, so that is what indexing works in Python list. Okay, now when we do it, do a 6:10, that means that is from 6 till 10. Like that indexing is done. Okay, next is slicing. Okay, so A0, if you see this matrix 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7, 8, 9, if you go for A0, then it will print all the elements of the first row. And if you, so that's how first row will be 0th index and first column will be 0 index. Okay, if you go then within brackets :1, that will also return you the same thing. Okay, let me show you. That means we are just taking zero, we return the first element of, the first row of the matrix. Okay, when we return A:1, what does that mean? Okay, so :1 is for the so what we want all the rows. Okay, so in 2D arrays, how the indexing works, if you know, so then it will be a comma separated one. So first part will entirely work for rows, second part will entirely work from columns. Okay, so if we write :1, that means for the row part, give me all till the second row. So that is the first row, right? So that's what it is returning 1, 2, 3. But that list is within a list because we are taking it as a list only. We are slicing it, so it will return a list. Okay, and list of lists. And the first one of A0, we are just simply accessing the first row of the 3D array, 2D array, and that's why we are getting 1, 2, 3 as a list. Okay, so that's how this slicing works for arrays. Now let's go back to the PPT and let's see how what all things we can do. So A:1, extract till row equals 0. That means it is the first row that is being printed, right? Now for the second part, if you remember the indexing and slicing thing, so the first one will account for the row and second one will account for the columns, right? So if we do :1, that means give me all columns till 1. So that is the first column. So that will give you only 1. Okay. Now if we do 1: that means give me all from the first column till last. Okay. So that's where we get this 1: will return you 2, 3. Okay. Now if you remove :1, that means you want all rows and you want columns from 2 onwards. Okay, so that's why it gives you 2, 3, 5, 6, 8, 9. Okay, so that's how indexing and slicing works for NumPy array. Okay, that's how it works. Okay, so we will have a few examples. Let's do it. So
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session.
okay, so let me explain. This 2: means we are wanting the third row of the matrix. Okay, from the third row onwards. So third row is the last row, so only one row will get printed out, and we are giving :3. So that means it will go up to the third element of the column, right? So it will give you the entire column. So that's why :3 returns you 7, 8, 9. Okay, next thing is array manipulation. Okay, array manipulation is to stacking arrays. Okay, so what is the difference between array manipulation and the sum and other operations that we have seen? So in that case, what we are doing, we are performing some operations on two arrays and we are outputting a third array. Here also, we will almost do the same thing, but a bit differently. Okay, we won't add or subtract those. We will keep the originality of the arrays and we will output something and something. Okay, so okay, the first function is concat. Okay, so this is horizontal concatenation. Okay, so the arrays will be concatenated horizontally, and one is out of bound. It shouldn't be. Okay, we don't have any columns in here, right? So that's why column wise is not possible. But if we had 2D arrays, it will be possible. That's what I will create for you. It will be easier for you to understand. Yeah, so this is like column wise stacking, right? So this 1, 2, 3 in here and this 3, 4, 5 in here got concatenated together, formed a new row. This 4, 5, 6 and 5, 6, 7 formed a new row. Okay, if we go for 0, it will be like this. Okay, so this is just column wise. So that, sorry, this is row wise. That means the rows of the first matrix and the rows of the second matrix will be concatenated to another matrix. Okay, let me print this matrices for you. It will be easier. So see, the first matrix is 1, 2, 3. Second one is 4, 5, 6. When we do row-wise concatenation, right? We just concat the rows at the bottom of the matrix. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Now, if we go for column-wise addition, column-wise concatenation, then what it will do, it will concat the columns on its own. Okay. It will concat the columns on its own. Okay. So then it will give you a new row output. Okay, so that's how. So what it does, this 1, 2, 3, 3, 4, 5 gets stacked in because this is column wise now. So that will be column wise now. So 1, 2, 3 and 3, 4, 5 will be stacked in together. 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7 will be stacked in together. Okay, so that's how the output array output will look like. So the columns will be concatenated to a row. Okay, so that's how this concatenation works. Okay, that's how the concatenation works. Okay, so this is what is about this concatenation property. Okay, next is vstack and hstack for numpy arrays. Okay, so what is vstack and what is hstack? As the name suggests, vstack is vertical stacking. Okay, and hstack is horizontal stacking. Stacking means the same thing as concatenation with a bit with just a small difference. Okay, that we will discuss now. So before going into vstack, what I will do, I will show you stack example. Okay, there is another function called stack in numpy. Okay, so I will show that first. Okay, before going into this normal thing, this hstack and vstack operations. Okay, so what it will do for these two arrays only, I will consider. So let's say I am stacking a and b with x is 0. So I am stacking a and b on x is 0. Okay, so it is not a list I should pass, it should be a tuple in here. Was yeah, so this is how the stacking looks like. Okay, this is stacking horizontally. Okay, and if I go to x is 1, this is stacking vertically. Okay, let me print out two separate ones. Might be the quick change I haven't noticed. It should change. It will be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 like that. No, yeah, that's the internet output I was looking for. So for horizontal stacking, for x is equals 0. So for again, let me try with 1D array once. 1 second. Yeah, now it is coming fine. Yeah, so that is what is about horizontal stacking and vertical stacking. Okay, so In horizontal stacking, we stack two arrays row wise. Okay, we stack two arrays row wise, and in vertical stacking, what we have, we stack two arrays based on columns. Okay, two arrays based on columns. So as you see, in the row equals 0, the output is 1, 2, 3 and 3, 4 columns. So the two 1D arrays have gotten into a sequence, row wise, they have concatenated. But when it is going for column wise, then for 1D arrays, it has concatenated the columns into its rows. Okay, it has concatenated its column into its rows. Okay, so this shouldn't be printing. First of all, this shouldn't be printing like this. Why it is printing? So that's how this stacking works. So again, this for 2D, why this problem I am not really sure. I'm typing the exact syntaxes, but still it is not working. Okay, so for stack, we need to have 1D arrays. If we need to have more than 1D arrays to be concatenated together, then for that we have concat function. Okay, this stack function will only take in 1D arrays into account, and it will stack those accordingly. Okay, so that is what is about stacking. Okay, now if we go into this is what is about stacking. So stacking will take only 1D array into account, but if we need multiple dimension arrays, we need to go for like 2D arrays. Okay, we need to go for 2D arrays. That's how it is. So now let's say I am creating a new array like this. Okay, so if you see this carefully, the stack function, it takes in only 1D array, and if you pass in a 2D array, it doesn't do anything with the array, right? Except what it does, it just created, stacked array of its own, or the array A and B individually was stacked onto something, and that's what got written over here. Okay, now here on the contrary, if you see the hstack function that I have written at the bottom of the screen at the last line, it took in two 2D arrays to properly stacked. Okay, so that is what is the difference between this normal stacking and this H stack and V stack. Okay, if you want to go for concat function, concat actually differs in two ways. First, one way, actually just only one difference of concat, that is okay, let me write it. So let me do it a bit clearly, give me a few minutes. Print vertical concat vertical stack. Okay, let's see the differences. Okay, now this is 0, x is 1. Okay, so for each stack, that is horizontally stacking, right? So what it did, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 4 concatenated in a same row, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 7 concatenated in a same row. Okay, and it return you the desired output that you want to see. So that's how horizontal stack worked. Okay, so this is row wise stacked, but the rows are concatenated together into a new column, right? New row, sorry. So rows are concatenated to a new row, and it outputted a different version of a matrix which is having a different shape. Okay, so if you compare the output of horizontal stacking and vertical concatenation, you will see these two are same thing. Okay, these two are same thing. So that is the basic difference between this concatenation and stacking. So stacking is to add up the elements to the same dimension. So when we are doing a row wise stacking, that is horizontal stacking, we are adding the rows, the element to a row itself. Okay, but instead in concatenation, the rows are added up to the entire matrix. Okay, the rows are added up to the entire matrix. So that is the only difference between this horizontal stacking and vertical and the concatenations. Okay, now for the vertical stack, the same thing happened, right? The columns got merged in, just the columns got increased and those elements are stacked into the columns. So 2 5 3 6 4 7 have added into the column of the first row itself, which was done in the horizontal concatenation, right? So that's how this concatenation and stacking works and differs. So that means for stacking, the stacking will be along the axis which it is currently working, and for concatenation they will be concatenated on the same dimension. Okay, so that is the difference between these two. So are these things these four things clear to everybody, or I need to explain it a bit more? First of all, for stacking doesn't work on 2D arrays, and for H stack, V stack, and horizontal concatenation and vertical concatenation, these are the examples that I have written. So are these things clear? Seeing a missed response. Okay, let's go over this. So horizontal stacking, right? What it did, it had two arrays to work with. Okay, A and B. Okay, so how A looked like, how B looked like. I will show you. Stack, forget about it, it won't work here. So this 1 2 3 4 5 6, let me write it down. 1 2 3 4 5 6 2 3 4 5 6 7, these two are the rows, right? So when we are stacking horizontally, the two rows, that is 1 2 3 and 2 3 4 are stacked, okay, on the rows. So 1 2 3 2 3 4 are merged in a single row. 4 5 6 and 5 6 7 are merged again in a single row. Okay, and the resultant output is returned. Okay, so that's how this thing works. Okay, that's how this stacking works. Okay, now for horizontal concatenation, what we are concatenating the rows to the entire matrix. So 2 3 4 5 6 7, these two rows are concatenated to the entire matrix, that is row wise. Okay, so it didn't form a new row, instead it just stacked in the rows at the bottom of the older matrix. Okay, for vertical stacking, it's the same thing but on the column basis. Okay, this is now a single column, this is now a single column, like that. And for vertical concatenation, it is the same thing as horizontal stack, it added those elements in there. Okay, so that is what is about these four operations on this array. Okay, so is this clear now? Okay, next is column stack. It is same thing. Let's see it here only. I need to go in the other slides. So the column stack matches with the vertical concat. Okay, so which matches with the horizontal stack. So that is the column stacking. Okay, that is what is about this column stacking and there. Okay, that is how it works.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following method creates a new array object that looks at the same data? A. View. B. Copy. C. Paste. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
So that is not much used, column stack function. Pardon please. So that's how it used. So that is what is a function of this column stack. Okay, so we generally use H stack and V stack a lot, not the other ones. Okay, so if it's clear, we will go into the splitting of arrays. Okay, this is a bit tricky one. So what I will do, okay, so the syntax is, I'll show you here. The syntax how it tells is for this split function is np dot split. Okay, it takes three parameters into account. First one will be a array. It can be anything. Next one will be index. This I will explain. The next one is axis. Okay, the array, the first one can be any numpy array. Okay, it can be any numpy array. Indices has two forms, either integer or a list. If it is an integer, then what it does, it takes into account the array is split from that very index which is mentioned as an integer. But if it is an like section, like an list is passed, then that 1D array will be that array will be splitted from that row. Okay, splitted from that row and column based like that. So it will be coming to an 1D array, the list, it will be then be splitted based on that. So we will see that in a few minutes. Okay, and next one is axis. As you already know, that is having 0 and 1. That is the same thing as you already know. 0 for like a row based, 1 for column based. Okay, so that's how it will work. Now let us go back and work on this A array. Okay, so print A, this will be our A array. Now what we will do, we will split this array. So A, the first, second one I am passing an integer, third one I am giving it a column. So see what happened, I provided 2 as an integer value, right? So the array is split onto two arrays. Okay, if I pass 3, it won't be 3. Why it is not equal? It should be equal, right? Okay, why it is not working? Because we have 2 rows and we are splitting it based on rows, right? So it won't work. So that's why we need to split it on a columnar basis. So that is the idea. Okay, so see here, so we have a 2D array, right? So we are splitting it based on row and we are splitting it to two splits. So the 2 arrays will be coming out. Now we are splitting it based on x is equals 1. So that means a columnar way. So we have 3 columns, so it can be split into three parts, right? So that's what is about the split. Okay, that's what is about the split. Let me print it something here. Now this is the easy and simple part. We will get into the critical part in the next part. Critical thing is coming up for you guys. Now let's say I am not passing something as integer. Instead, I am passing it as a list. Let's see how the output differs. Okay, so this is how it will differ when you pass this, like when you pass this pass a list to the integer value. So the array here will be split into 3 parts. Okay, and then those 3 outputs will be given. Okay, so in the list, the first one is the first thing refers to the column. So array will first be split into a colon 1. Okay, then the array will be split between these 2 numbers, that is 1 colon 2. Then the array will split for the last number, that is the array will split into the last number, that is 2 colon. Okay, so this 3 thing will be outputted based if it's a list is passed into the indices thing. Okay, so this is what is the idea here. So what this basically does, if you see the array in full, it has 3 elements, right? It is a 2 by 3 array, right? Now I am splitting it from 1 to 2, right? So that means we are splitting into these 3 parts. That's how split works. Okay, so this array refers to from where it is, from which, along which axis it will be splitted, and this is how it will work. Now, so this is what is to hold true for row wise. Now if we go for column wise, you see something different, right? So what is this doing now? Here everything is given for only row, right? But here everything is done for column. Okay, so see, the first output is 1 4. The next one will be done for column. The first one that we have seen was done for rows. Now in the second one, the everything will remain the same. Instead, we will do for columns instead of doing it for rows. Okay, so now if you see carefully, these are the splits that you got in there. Okay, 1 4 2 5 and 3 6. Okay, these are the splits you got from there. So every operation is done like this. So whenever you get an index, you split that array individually into three parts like this. Okay, and then you concat the output of these three separately. So that's what will return you the exact output of the split function. If you split that on the rows, then it will be a row wise split, and it will return you the values and the 1D arrays based on its rows. And if you split it based on column, that is x is 1, then it will return you some values based on the columns itself, the column separation itself. That is what the concept of a split is. What is the advantage of numpy over list? Okay, so this numpy arrays consumes less memory. Next is, this is faster. We will see an example that how faster numpy arrays can be. And next is more convenient. As you see in list, you didn't had all these methods, right? Sum, min, max, median mode, this concat, h stack, v stack, this all these methods that we have discussed till now. We needed to write those on our own. We need to do this on our own, right? So these are the that's why numpy array is more convenient. And as a data science, and someone was talking about pandas. If you know about pandas already, or if you have read about somewhere, pandas array is only based on numpy array itself. Okay, it is same thing. Okay, pandas array and numpy array will go hand in hand. You will see. Okay, so if you understand numpy array better, it will be easier. It will be cakewalk for the pandas part. Okay, so that is what is about this array part. Okay, that is what is about this numpy part. Without wasting time, I will go into an example first, then I will come to this one. Okay, example will be somewhere down there. Okay, this one. This is a quick example how it is advantageous based on memory space and how it is advantageous based on its accessibility time. We are having time near equals 0. Sorry for that. Let me increase it. We have another 0, another 0. Okay, so see, here is the example for memory size. What we are doing, we are defining a list, right? Range function returns a list, right? We all know. So we have taken a list here. We are getting size of 1, that is 1, and we are multiplying with len of L, right? So 1 is an int, so it will be, so what is why 1? Because L will return a range of range from 0 to 1000, right? L will return that. So 1 will be the element and it will be int. So that's why we have written 1 here, and we have written len of L. So that means L has 1000 elements, and it will take 28 byte for each element to store. From the list basic, you must know this. So that is why it is printing as 28,000. Okay, for that it is printing as 28,000. So for storing 1000 elements in a Python list takes up 28,000 bytes. Okay, whereas for a numpy array it takes up only 4000 bytes. Why is that difference? So as you know, a dot size is, what is a dot size? A dot size is the length of the array. A dot item size is size of the array stored in the memory itself. Okay, so size of the array stored in the memory. So that's what it gives us, 4000. So that is coming as 4000 bytes. So why is that difference? Okay, why is that difference? Why is this huge difference? Now let's go to this PPT. So see, for numpy array, how we store, we directly store the data into the pointer. So forget about this dimensions, right? Focus into this data. So this is a numpy array where we have a data head, and the data head points to the data directly. Okay, data directly. So as you might have covered in the list basics, how lists are stored in Python is not directly. Lists are stored on some memory location, and that memory location is returned to the list element. So that's why that is an mutable one, because you and tuple is an immutable one, right? Because in tuple you can change the value, because it directly stores the it doesn't have the memory address of it. It is an immutable one. But in list you will have the memory address stored in it. So whenever you access some element, it is accessing the memory location only, not the direct value. So again, that memory location will have a value. So for storing memory location, it will consider 2 bytes, and for this it will 14. So 14 by 2, 28 bytes for a single memory location it will have. Yeah, list will be having two step of data storage. So first one will be a pointer, second one will be a data. Okay, second one will be a data. And no, numpy is not immutable. Numpy is mutable. We have seen multiple examples, right? Numpy is not immutable. It is not because of this storage that is immutable or mutable. That's what is considered. It is due to some other features. This is just a language construct. So they have made tuple to be immutable, and tuple doesn't store it like this. Okay, numpy is not immutable. Numpy is based on list only, so it is totally immutable. But the storage of data is different. It stores the data directly. Okay, but for Python list, it stores the data in a two ways. Okay, so 14 by 2, 28 bytes will be taken up for a single memory location. Okay, so that's why that's what you saw in the example also, right? In a programmatic example, you have seen it. So that is how it is beneficial from the memory location. Okay, now if you see, we are doing some xyz operations, that is adding to list. First adding to list and second adding to numpy arrays. The same thing we are doing. Okay, so here we needed to pass it through a loop, right, for adding. But here we don't need to do that. We can do a clear matrix multiplication by a plus b, and then we are returning the time difference. If you see the time difference here for numpy, for a normal list is 0.005. Okay, but for numpy arrays it is 0.000999, something like that. That is too small, because when I was doing it for 10,000 for my machine and configuration, for 1000 actually, it was not even coming something. It was coming in a zero value first, not for 1000. And see, even if you see for 1000 lists, 1000 values in list and 1 lakh values in numpy array, still numpy is somewhat faster than list, right? If I do a 1 lakh in both, you will see that real difference. You will see it is 41% faster than a numpy array. Okay, now if I just reduce a 0, it is coming in the range of 0. Okay, that's how lightning fast numpy array is, because in numpy array the access is direct, right? So that is just going into the location, fetching the data and doing the addition or multiplication or whatever you want to do it. So that is what is being done in numpy arrays. Okay, that is what is done in numpy arrays. Okay, so that's how it works. Okay, so that's what is about this numpy arrays.
Now we'll understand the difference between a data analyst and a data scientist. So starting with data analyst, so we already know data analysts collect data from various sources, or they can be primary or they can be secondary sources. They pre-process the data, they clean the data, manipulate and also visualize the data. They performs big data analytics on the data, they create reports. Then a data scientist collects the analyzed data and looks it with an angle of creating such a process that helps in building automated models, that helps in the prediction for the business. And also the task of a data scientist is to analyze and visualize the data and decide about which algorithm should be used. So this is the major difference between a data analyst and a data scientist. Now moving on to the next part, that is we will look into the skill set of data scientist and data analyst. So starting with data scientist, so a data scientist should have knowledge of SQL, that is the structured query language used for databases, then Tableau or Power BI, that is used for data visualizations. So they must have knowledge of these two tools in Microsoft Excel. Then going to the programming languages, they should have a comprehensive knowledge of Python as well as R. So there are various libraries in Python and R both, various libraries and packages that are specifically used in data science, machine learning and artificial intelligence to analyze and visualize the data, to create machine learning models, create automated models. So they should have knowledge of both these languages. Then mathematics, a data scientist must have a thorough knowledge of mathematics, especially statistics and probability, linear algebra, calculus, differential equations, because these are used for creating machine learning models. Then data pre-processing, manipulation and visualization. These are the basic tasks of a data scientist. So they should be thorough with data pre-processing, manipulation and visualization tasks. Then machine learning algorithms. So they should be an expert and in implementing various machine learning algorithms on the data sets so that they can create models, predictive models out of that. Then they should have knowledge of artificial intelligence, which includes neural networks and deep learning. The knowledge of neural networks and deep learning is very important for a data scientist to know. Then obviously software engineering, they should have knowledge of software engineering as to build work on various softwares, creating softwares. Then finally they should be a good problem solver. Now moving on to the next part, that is skills of a data analyst. So they also should have knowledge of SQL, that is structured query language, then Tableau, that is used for data visualization, then Microsoft Excel, then programming languages. They should have knowledge of Python or R, that is used by data analysts to perform various analytics techniques. Then statistical knowledge is must for a data analyst, as statistics is used for analyzing the data and applying statistical techniques to understand the insights of the data. Then a data analyst should also be a good problem solver to analyze the business problems, to solve the business problems and make effective strategies for increasing the revenue generation of a business. Then ability to analyze, model and interpret the data. Then they should also have basic knowledge of data science, then machine learning algorithms, so that they can collaborate with data scientists and ML engineers for building predictive models. Then comes creating dashboards and reports for the organization so that everyone can understand about the trends and patterns of the business data, to know the insights of the data and to understand in which direction the business is actually going. Now we will see the job scope and salary of data analyst and a data scientist. So starting with data analyst, according to Forbes, in India there are 5,000 plus jobs available for a data analyst in 2020. And talking about United States, the number of jobs are more than 12,000. So you can see there are a plethora of career opportunities in the field of data analytics. Talking about average salary, so in India the average salary of a data analyst is 7,50,000 per annum, and in the United States it is $1,15,500. Then moving on to the data scientist, talking about number of jobs. According to Forbes, in India there are 10,000 plus jobs available for a data scientist in 2020, and in the United States the number of jobs are more than 25,000. So there is a wide scope of opportunity in data science field also. So people who are willing to become a data scientist, so there are a plethora of opportunities that you can grab. So talking about average salary, a data scientist earn an average salary of 9,35,000 in India, and in the United States it is $1,32,000. In this video we understood why we need to handle data, what is the importance of data with the help of the example of Google Maps. Then we looked into the roles and responsibilities of data analyst and data scientist. Then what are the skill set that makes a data scientist and data analyst. After that we understood the difference between a data scientist and data analyst. And finally we looked into the job scope and salary of both these profiles. So this is all you need to know about the difference between a data analyst and a data scientist. Now moving on to the next part, that is understanding the difference between the data engineer and data analyst. So a data engineer basically builds an architecture for the data, and you can say the infrastructure for the data, how the data will be correlated to each other. Then a data engineer looks for the maintenance of the databases. They handle the error if any error occurs in the databases. So this is basically the task of a data engineer. Whereas a data analyst collects the data from the database and pre-process it, clean the data, and manipulate the data in order to understand and analyze the data and find the trends and patterns in the data, to visualize the ups and downs of the business and the market, so that a strategy or an effective strategy can be made, an effective model or any other improvement that can be made can be discussed with the other teams and can be implemented to improve the business. Now, skills of a data engineer and data analyst. First, we'll look at the skills of a data engineer. So it starts with data integration, how they collect the data and store it in the databases, then data warehousing, then comes Cassandra, that is Apache Cassandra, and it is a free and open source tool to designed to handle large amounts of data across many commodity servers. Then comes SQL, that is structured query language, that is a database language. Then Python is and Java is a must for a data engineer. Then comes Apache Hadoop, that is a software library used for the distributed processing of large sets of data across various clusters. Then comes HBase Hive and Map Reduce, that helps and that provides data query and analysis. Then comes Stitch Data or Segment, that helps developer for rapidly moving the data. After that, a data engineer should have knowledge of Unix, Linux, or Solaris. And finally, they should have knowledge of ETL tools such as Redshift or Panoply, that is used to extract, transform, and load the data. Now we will see the skills of a data analyst. So again, it starts with SQL. A data analyst should have the knowledge of structured query language that is used for database related tasks. Then they should have knowledge of Tableau, that is used for data visualization, that helps in the analysis of the data. Then Microsoft Excel. Then R or Python, that a data analyst must be experienced with, because they are popular among all the industries, and this programming language, that is Python and R, are widely used in the industry for various tasks such as analysis of the data, or building machine learning models or deep learning models. So they have various libraries and packages that helps them to do that task. Then statistical knowledge. So statistics is one of the important component of data analysis that helps in analyzing all sorts of data. Then comes problem solving skills. So a data analyst must be a good problem solver, then ability to analyze, model, and interpret data. Then they should also have a knowledge of data science, machine learning algorithms, so that they can collaborate with data scientists and ML engineers to build predictive models and help them to analyze the data. Then finally, creating dashboards and reports for the organization, so that they can give these reports to the organization to understand where actually the business is going. Now, looking into the job scope and salary of a data analyst and a data engineer. So, starting with data analyst. So, according to Forbes, in India, there are 5,000 plus jobs available for a data analyst in 2020. And talking about United States, the number of jobs are more than 12,000. So, it's a very big number and good opportunity for the people who love to play with data. Then talking about average salary. So in India, the average salary of a data analyst is 7,50,000 per annum, and in US it is $1,15,500 per year. So it is a very good amount to start your career. Now going on to the job scope and salary of a data engineer. So according to Forbes, in India there are 1,500 plus jobs available for a data engineer in 2020, and in the United States the number of jobs are more than 5,000. So it is again a big number to grab the opportunities for the people who want to become a data engineer. Then talking about average salary, so a data engineer earns an average of 6,30,500 in India, and in US it is close to $1 lakh per year. So in this video, we have looked around who is a data analyst, who is a data engineer, their roles and responsibilities, difference between a data engineer and a data analyst, and also with the help of an example we understood why do we need to handle data. And we also looked around the job scope and salary of both these profiles. So you must have a pretty much knowledge about data analyst and a data engineer. So this is all you need to know about both these profiles.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. Now, let's continue with the session. Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following is a false statement about data analytics? A. It collects data. B. It looks for patterns. C. It does not organize data. D. It analyzes data. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
Coming to the first question on these top data analysis interview questions, it is, what are the key differences between data analysis and data mining? Well, data analysis involves the procedure of actually cleaning the data, organizing the data, first procuring it before doing all of these, and of course at the end of it driving meaningful insights out of it. But data mining is a very different concept, because in data mining we are very much concerned about finding patterns in the data, finding hidden patterns, and to see how better we can use these hidden patterns to drive insights. Well, data analysis can also be compared to data mining up to one certain extent, but then the procedures that goes into working of data mining is pretty different. Now, data analysis is actually used to produce results which will have a larger impact on the audience, let's say in general, when you directly compare it to data mining. So these two, form to be very vital differences that lie in between data analysis and data mining. Coming to question number 2, it says, what is data validation? Well, data validation is the actual process where we try to see if the data is valid or not, as simple as that. It's not just that, when we're thinking about data and its accuracy, we want to find out if the data is actually accurate and if the data is actually of a high quality as well. First, see if it's coming from a valid source. Second, see how accurate it is. Third, see what the quality of the data is. So to go on to do these, there are multiple processes where, we use to actually go on to perform data validation. Two of the very important processes are data screening and data verification. Data screening involves making use of a lot of models to make sure that our data can be verified in a way that it is accurate, and to make sure that there are no redundancies, no repeatances, or nothing in the data that will harm the models, let's say. And then we have data verification. What happens in data verification is that, if let's say there is a scenario of redundancy. Now, if there is a redundancy, what we try to do is we try to see if we can evaluate using multiple steps and to see if the presence or the absence of that particular item in the entire data set is required or not. If it's required, we keep it. If it's not required, it gets removed. As simple as that. So first, screening the data and then, performing data validations are a couple of processes that have a huge impact in data validation. Coming to question number 3, it states, what is data analysis in brief? Well, it says in brief, so make sure you do not get carried away with your answer. Data analysis is actually a very structured process where we work with data continuously to perform activities, such as data ingestion, data pre-processing, data cleaning, data transformation, data visualization, and eventually we drive insights out of these analytics result or the visualizations themselves. So why is this done? We do it to make sure we can drive revenue or analyze any of the key performance indications of a business. So to begin with, data is collected from multiple sources, right? It can be an on-site server, it can be an off-premise server, a cloud storage network, or wherever it is. Once the data source is grabbed, we have to make sure that we bring in the data into the company architecture. And once this is done, we'll understand that the data is a raw entity, so it needs to be cleaned, it needs to be processed. If there's any missing values, it has to be filled. If there's any entities that's repeating, or if it is out of scope, we need to remove it. So after pre-processing, what we'll do is we'll use a couple of models to drive analytics out of it, to see that we can create very good reports, and to make sure that the data output is converted to a format which is understandable by a technical audience and an equivalent non-technical audience as well. Because at the end of the day, a data analysis result can be viewed mostly by board members, stakeholders, and you will basically be explaining this to a non-technical audience. So in that particular case, all of these steps are paramount. Coming to question number 4, it states, how do you know if a data model is performing well or not? Well, this question is very subjective, as you can already tell, because there are many things that involves to check if a data model is performing very well or not. So to find out and assess the accuracy of a data model, we can use a couple of steps. The thing we can do is, a very good design model, as you might already know, will give you very good predictability, right? So you can understand if this is the input, that can be the output, and it will keep doing that on a basis where it will offer you good predictability. That is one. Second thing is that a good model will make sure that no matter what changes you make to the data or what changes you make to the pipeline, the results can be obtained without having to make major changes in the model itself. That is what defines a good model. And then of course, your model needs to have the ability to scale against data in a way where, with one requirement, you might be working with a small amount of data. You might have another requirement where you're working with a huge amount of data as well. So your model needs to cope up. That's point number 3. Point number 4, when you're talking about this, is to make sure that your model's working itself should be easy, right? If it's complicated for you as a data analyst to use, it literally wouldn't make sense to spend a lot of time and effort into it. So having it easily understood among clients and data analysts equally will make sure that both the requirement specification from the client and the performance of the data analyst working with the model will be as high as possible to get the results. So these are some of the points that you have to keep in mind to check if a data model is performing well or not. Coming to question number 5, it says explain data cleaning in brief. One thing you have to know about this question is that it can also be stated as explain data wrangling in brief. So because data cleaning is also called as data wrangling, and as the name suggests, whenever we talk about data cleaning, we try to find ways where we can clean the data, take it from its raw entity into usable information, right? Our end goal is to basically have data with the utmost quality possible. So how do we do it? First, we'll try to see if we can clean the data by removing all the stuff we do not require, right? We call it outliers, but then to remove it, we need to understand what do we need to remove. Do we need to remove one particular row, one column? Do you need to remove the entire data block or what? The second thing is, it's not just about removal, it's about adding certain stuff back in as well. So we can fill certain data in without having to cause any other redundancies or to obstruct anything else in model performance as well. So we remove the data, we can add the data, and in fact we replace the data with mean or median values as well. Again, this is a very important statistical concept that we'll be discussing in the next couple of questions. But then yes, you can replace existing data with the mean or median values of the data itself, and that in fact makes models very much accurate in a couple of cases. And the last thing is that we'll make use of concepts called as placeholders, which are used for all the empty spaces in the data too. So these are some of the 4 very important steps or procedure that's involved in data cleaning. So after understanding data cleaning, here's question number 6. What are some of the problems that a working data analyst might encounter? Well, there are many issues that a data analyst might face when you're working with data, right? Because data itself is an ocean. So working with the ocean is not easy. So the one very important thing we talk about this is the accuracy of the model, right? If there are any issues that causes the biggest problem is going to be the accuracy in model development, and if it is low, it will cause a lot of errors, a lot of mistakes, where at the end of the day performance will fall. The second thing is that the source of the data, if it is not a verified source, it means that your data will be very raw and very shabby. This means that it will require a lot of cleaning, a lot of pre-processing even before the analysis has begun. This will take a lot of time and effort as well. And the third thing is, whenever you're extracting data from multiple sources, or let's say, you are merging data from multiple sources, right? So this will cause again a lot of redundancies with respect to data, and it is very vital that these redundancies are taken care of. So when you're thinking about all these steps, right, it is very vital they go hand in hand, because if you miss one of these steps with data ingestion or data cleaning, the rest of your model will come tumbling down. So these are some of the major problems that the data analysts face in a production environment. Moving on to question number 7, it states, what is data profiling? Well, data profiling, as the name suggests, is a methodology that we make use of to make sure that we have the right steps in place to analyze all of the entries that are present in our data. So it's not just taking a quick overview of what data is present, but rather taking an in-depth look. So what we're trying to do with data profiling is to make sure that we have the ability to see the data in a very high accuracy way, and to make sure that we understand the data better, right? So what are the data types of the data that is present? What's the frequency of occurrence? and a lot of other things as well. So when you're thinking about all of this, it's very, very important that we profile the data. So with this, we can check out question number 8. Question number 8 asks, what are the scenarios that could cause a model to be retrained? One very important thing about data that you have to know is that data is never a stagnant entity, right? Data keeps changing as business changes. So whenever there's an expansion in the business, it means that, there's a day and night difference in the data that the company starts seeing. So what this does is a huge challenge to data analysts, because here we have to analyze if the model itself needs to be retrained or not to work with the new data. If yes, then yes, the model will be retrained, the new data will be shown, the model will be trained, business protocols will be changing, whatever the model sees will change, and of course the output can change drastically as well. So considering all of this, we have one general rule of thumb that we make sure is that whenever we have the models that are retrained, right, we try to align it as much as possible to the new business protocols and whatever is being offered as well. So this and it is very vital to understand the scenarios that happen to cause a model to be retrained as well. Coming to question number 9, it states, what are the prerequisites to become a data analyst? Well, there are many skills that's actually required to be a data analyst, and I'm sure you guys will know most of these skills if you're here at this video, right? So you'll require programming skills such as JavaScript, ETL, and XML. You need high proficiency with working with databases, especially like MySQL, MongoDB, Oracle SQL, and more. And you need to have the ability, the passion, and the interest to collect and eventually analyze data. You will need to figure out how to design databases on your own and how to perform data wrangling and data mining as well. And once you know how you can go about working with data, what comes next is you having the ability or the experience itself to work with a large amount of data sets in a production environment. This is very, very, very important, and all of these skills are the major prerequisites, let's say, for you guys to become budding data analysts. Well, coming to question number 10, it states, what are the top tools used to perform data analysis? Well, as you might already know, there is multiple tools that can be used in the field of data analysis, right? But then there are really popular ones that get a lot of attention. And these are, Google search operators, also called as GSO. We have RapidMiner, we have Tableau, we have Kineem, we have OpenRefine. We have a lot of these other tools which take the center stage as and when we talk about data analysis. So it's very important that you know these tools. Question number 11. It says, what is an outlier? Well, an outlier is basically a value in a data set that we consider to be very much away from the mean of the data, because in two ways it will hurt the data, because an outlier can cause model accuracy to fall a lot, and of course at the end of the day, if it's outside whatever we call the normal zone or the useful zone in the data or the inliers, right, what it does is it is redundant, right? So when you're thinking about small amounts of data, it's probably okay, but then when you have large data sets, if it can swing the model accuracy around, big no. The second thing is storage as well. Storage is not really cheap, and when you're thinking about all of these, it's very vital to know what outlier is and how to remove them as well. But then there are two types of outliers you have to know about. One is univariate outliers and then multivariate outliers, and they speak, the names speak for themselves as well, right? Well, so moving on to question number 12, it states, how can we deal with problems that arise when the data flows in from a variety of sources? Well, when your data is coming from a variety of sources, it will come with a variety of problems because data is really shabby, as we've been discussing, and it is very important to handle these as well. So to go on to solve these problems, what we try to do is we try to see if the data is same or if the data is similar. Which might cause redundancy, and if it is similar, of course, we can merge it into a single record and reduce the redundancy. We can restructure the entire schema where we are trying to make sure there's good schema integration with the data, and at the end of it, no matter how much cleaning you do, no matter how much pre-processing you do, and how much time you take to do all of these, there will be an entry in a large data set, or there'll be a couple of entries, in fact, that will be hurting model accuracy if you're not careful. So these are some of the problems that arise and how we can deal with them as well. Coming to question number 13, it says, what are some of the popular tools that are used in big data? There's many tools in big data, and again there are some of these tools which come to the back of the head as soon as we think about big data. So a couple of these tools are Hadoop, we have Spark, we have Scala, we have Hive, we have Flume, Mahout, and as you can see, there's a pattern that exists, right? All of these tools are by Apache. Apache is an open source foundation, and they've been contributing a lot to the world of big data, and it is very important that either you have the experience using these tools or you know what each of these tools do as well. That brings us to the 14th question that states, what is the use of a pivot table? Pivot table, as you might know, as you might have heard it or used it, is one of the most important concepts that exists, in fact, in Microsoft Excel, in my opinion. Because they will give you a very easy to use way where you can view and summarize large data sets without having to put much effort into them. So, most of the operations that we do with pivot tables actually are drag and drop operations, and it really does not require any sort of coding or any sort of programming, or really any sort of, let's say a hard amount of effort is not required to create reports and to make them look beautiful itself as well. So in all of these usages, pivot tables are very important, and I'm sure if you're at this video, you guys might have used pivot tables yourselves as well. So coming to question number 15, it states, explain the KNN imputation method in brief. KNN is K nearest neighbors, and it's one of the most important methods that we use to see how we can pick up the nearest neighbors in a nodal arrangement and to see how we can measure the distance metric between each as well. So what we're trying to do here with a KNN imputation is that we try to predict both discrete and continuous attributes that happen to be present in a data set. With this, how can we do it? Well, a distance function is exactly what we use here to find if two data, two nodes or two neighbors are similar or not. If there are similars in more than one attribute, then we're going to use that to perform analysis as well. So to go on to do this in a very structured way, we use a method, and that method itself is called as the KNN imputation method. Moving on to question number 16, it says, what are the top Apache frameworks used in a distributed computing environment, right? So we're living in a world of distributed computing where we can make use of the computing power offered by thousands, if not millions of computers across the globe at a time, right? So when you're sitting with that kind of a power, there are two tools which always come to center stage. This is MapReduce and Hadoop, because these are the top Apache frameworks which are in the limelight, which can handle large amounts of data set very easily. And if it's in a distributed working environment, there are a very less number of tools that get to outshine what MapReduce and Hadoop does. So these are the top Apache frameworks. Coming to question number 17, it states, what is hierarchical clustering? Hierarchical clustering can be, this question can be asked to you in another way. What is HCA? HCA is basically hierarchical cluster analysis, or it can be called as hierarchical clustering as well. So it's basically an algorithm that we use to make sure we can find the easiest ways where we can group similar objects. So once we group this similar object, each group itself will be called as the cluster, and hence the name. So why do we require hierarchical clustering? Well, we require hierarchical clustering because we need to create a set of clusters to show that this data differs from another cluster itself, be it individually, be it cluster wise, or even if they consist of similar entities as well. So to show the difference that exists in between data, we make use of hierarchical clustering. Moving to question number 18, it says, what are the steps that are involved when working with a data analysis project? Well, again, this question can be answered in multiple ways, but then the foundational concept is the same. So, there are many steps that are involved when you're working on an end-to-end project, especially in the world of data analysis. You'll begin by finding out there is a problem existing, or you'll have a client bring you a problem statement. Once you understand the problem, you'll source the data. Once you get the data, you'll clean it, you'll pre-process it, and you'll explore it to see what the data actually is. Once you understand the data, you will start creating data models, and you'll create situations where you'll use the data on a smaller scale to see if you can solve a problem in a simple way. Once you do that, you'll validate it across a bigger data set to see if it works on the complete data set. If it does, you implement it. But then it's not just done with the implementation aspect of it. Once you implement it, you need to verify if you have solved the problem or not, and that is the last important step. So based on how much the interviewer is asking you to stress on the answer, make sure to expand on it. Keep it concise. Don't get lost in each of these steps, because I can talk about each of these steps for 20 minutes right now, but then it really wouldn't add a lot of value in an interview scenario, right? So read the room, read the interviewer, understand what he or she is expecting, and deliver the answer in that way. So with this, we come to the 19th question that states, can you name some of the statistical methodologies used by data analysts? Well, again, you can name a lot of methodologies used by data analysts, but try to keep your answer concise, right? So name 4 or maximum 5, in my opinion. That should be very useful. See, we have Markov process, we have cluster analysis, we have imputation method, we have imputation technologies, we have the Bayesian methodologies, we have rank statistics, and we have a lot of other statistical techniques that are very, very useful. In fact, I can say they are foundational in many cases when you're working in the case of data analysis as well. So for all of these, techniques that exist. Each of these have their own niche purposes and they're very effective at doing what they state. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this. Coming to the next question, which is the 20th question, it states, what is time series analysis, or also called as TSA for short? Well, time series analysis is used to perform, trend analytics. We try to see how the data changes with respect to time, and it's not just how the data changes with time. Here what we're trying to analyze is for a fact that the presence of data at particular intervals of time, and seeing the presence of data and its response and its behavior of how actually it drives the data set. So if you have a data that does this at this point of time, and you want to understand why it does that, or you want to understand what it does because of it changing its state or changing its data at that particular point in time, then TSA is very, very effective to use. So moving on to the 21st question, it's actually a follow-up to the 20th question. It states, where is TSA used, right? So TSA has a lot of usage when you think about it in a lot of different domains. So make sure to at least mention 3 or 4, but then I have given you more out here so that it'll help you remember, right? So TSA is used in statistics, in the field of signal processing, econometrics, weather forecasting, earthquake prediction, astronomy, and even applied sciences as well. There's a very good chance the interviewer will not ask you how it is used, but probably give you a situation and ask you to think about it and tell if you can provide a solution there as well. But then these are some of the most important places where time series analysis adds a lot of value. So when you ask this question, make sure to mention this. Moving to question number 22, it states, what are some of the properties of clustering algorithms, right? Well, clustering algorithm, whenever you have it implemented, will have a lot of properties, but then these are the main ones. So you have the flat or the hierarchical property, it can be iterative, it's going to be disjunctive, and a lot more. So when you're thinking about clustering algorithms, do talk about how these foundational concepts of it being flat or hierarchical, it being iterative to make sure that you arrive at a solution, or it being disjunctive, which definitely defines how clustering algorithms work effectively to split out data into clusters and make use of it as well. Coming on to question number 23, it states, what is collaborative filtering? Well, collaborative filtering is a very important concept. It's an algorithm which is widely used in the field of data analytics to create recommendation systems. So recommendation systems is used to understand the behavioral data of a customer, or in fact to understand what the data is doing and why it is doing something the way it is doing as well. So when you can think about it, when you're shopping on an e-commerce site, maybe like Amazon or Flipkart or something, you will be shown recommendations, right? So users who bought this also bought this. So when you think about that, that's a recommendation given to you. And in fact, collaborative filtering is used just for this purpose as well. So it'll be using a lot of data. It'll be using cookies data, browser history, and there are very complex methodologies, there are very complex models and algorithms put into place to recommend the best products out to you. And the working of that is achieved through collaborative filtering. Coming to question number 24, it says, what are the types of hypothesis testing used today? There's 3 main types of hypothesis testing which gets the center stage again, right? So in fact, there's many types of hypothesis testing, but these are the important ones. The first will always be ANOVA, or what we call as analysis of variance, because here we try to perform analysis in between the mean values of multiple groups to see how data is changing. The second thing we call as the t-test. The t-test is actually used wherever standard deviation is unknown to us, and let's say the sample size is pretty less as well. Again, we'll have another question discussing about t-test. And the next thing is the chi-square test, or also called as the chi-square test. You can pronounce it both ways. So what we do with the chi-square test is that we try to use hypothesis testing here to find if there is a requirement, find what's the association of the categorical variables in a sample, and to see how best we can arrive at the goal of our model as well. So when you're thinking about hypothesis testing, make sure to talk about 3 or let's say even 4 types of testing, and briefly talk about what they do as well. Coming to question number 25, it says, what are some of the data validation methodologies used in data analysis? Well, there's many data validation techniques as we've been discussing for a while now, and these 4 are very important. The first thing is field level validation. Field level validation is we try to validate every single field where data is present to make sure that there is no errors, let's say because a user might have entered it wrong, and any other redundancy which would have caused the wrong data to be in the wrong place as well. So form level validation is done when the user works with the form, but then before saving the information, if there's any changes that's been made, we need to keep a track of that as well. And then we have data saving validation. Data saving validation will take place when the file, let's say, or even the database record is being saved as well. So whenever it's being saved, there's a change of state. To analyze that, we perform this validation. And then we have the search criteria validation. Here we're trying to see if the valid results can be returned or not whenever the user asks for it, or whenever the user is going through the data set, summarizing it, or even driving results out of it as well. So these are some of the very important data validation methodologies that are widely used by data analysts across the globe. Coming to question number 26, it states, what is K-means algorithm? K-means algorithm is a very, very, very popular algorithm that we use to cluster data into multiple data sets, or in fact cluster data into multiple clusters as well. So each of these clusters will consist of similar data, and the name K-means comes from K actually being the number of clusters that we required. If K is equal to 5, it means that our K-means algorithm is going to divide the data set into 5 different clusters. So to use this, you will require a good amount of experience. It's very simple to use though, but then to achieve really, really effective results, it requires experience to work with K-means, and of course to know how many clusters you want. And since you'll be working with the data which is unsupervised in nature, you will not have any sort of labels that guide and show what the data is as well. So, working with K-means can get finicky at times, but then it's really fun and it's really effective too. Coming to question number 27, it states, what is the difference between the concepts of recall and true positive rate? Well, this is a very tricky question. I'll tell you why. Because recall and true positive rates are literally the same thing. So recall and true positive rates are exactly the same. And whenever we try to think about the formula of either recall or true positive rate, right, it's basically true positive divided by the true positive value and the probability of the false negative value too. So it's TP divided by TP plus FN. It's the actual formula for recall. It's a very simple question with a very straightforward answer. Coming to question number 28, it says, what are the ideal situations in which a t-test or a z-test can be used? We have one very simple, practice that we follow that's become standardized in fact right now. A t-test will be used if your sample size is less than 30, and a z-test will be used if your sample size exceeds 30 in many cases. So a pretty neat trick to remember this is that t is less than z. So, t can be used whenever you use a sample size less than 30. Z is at the end of the alphabet spectrum, and it means that your data is exceeding certain cases, right? So that's a pretty simple way in case if you have not had any experiences working with z-test and the t-test as well. Coming to the 29th question, it states, why is naive bias called as naive? Well, whenever we think about naive bias, right, we don't know why it might be called naive, because this is a very tricky question. It gets asked a lot just to see if you actually know the answer or not. Well, it's called naive because it actually makes the general assumptions that, everything present in your data is important and it is independent of each other. Thinking this always, as a human being, it can be naive because, your data is different. It is sometimes dependent on each other. It will not always be independent. Not all the data is important as well, right? So to know all of this, your model will not understand that. It will just say, everything is important and everything is independent. So this is not true. It will not hold in a real world scenario, and that is the reason we call naive bias as naive bias. Coming to the 30th question, it states, what is the simple difference between standardized and unstandardized coefficients? As the name suggests, whenever we talk about standardized coefficients, we're trying to interpret all the results based on the standard deviation values. When it's unstandardized, it means that we're trying to use the actual value of the data rather than the standard deviation results. So if you're considering the standard deviation values, it's the standardized coefficients. If you're considering the actual data that is present and not the standard deviation value, then it's unstandardized. Pretty simple question, pretty straightforward answer. Coming to the 31st question, it says, how are outliers detected, right? There are many methodologies that we make use of whenever we are detecting outliers. It is very important to remove them in most of the cases. But then, out of all of these methods that exist, we have two very important methods. One's the standard deviation method. The other one is the box plot method. In the standard deviation method, what we try to do is the value itself will actually be considered as an outlier if the value is either lower or higher than 3 standard deviations from the mean value. So we'll find the mean value, you'll get to know the standard deviation. If the value is 3 times higher or lower than the standard deviation value, it means that it deviates too much from the data and that it is an outlier. And then we have the box plot model. Box plot model is the most popular way of how you can find out outliers, because here we try to find the interquartile range, or what we call as the IQR. And if your data is to be considered as an outlier, it means it has to be either 1.5 times more or 1.5 times less than the mean in the interquartile range. If that's the case, then of course your data is considered as an outlier. Coming to question number 32, which states, why is KNN preferred when determining missing numbers in data? KNN, as we've already discussed, it's called K nearest neighbors algorithm. It's a very famous one that's used a lot, and we now know why it's called that. But why is it used when you're determining missing numbers? It's because it has the capability to, approximate a value based on other values that are present very close to it as well. It can easily approximate these values, and hence it finds a very important place in the world of determining missing numbers present in our data as well. So coming to question number 33, it states, how can one handle suspicious or missing data in a dataset while performing analysis? You can think about this in a lot of ways, because when you're thinking about any sort of data, there will be discrepancies in it. So to handle all of these, what we try to do is we create validation reports where we discuss the data in detail to make sure that most of it is right at least. And then we escalate the data or this is suspicion to our superiors or experienced data analysts to have a look at it and then take a call about it. So we try to replace the data which might be old and invalid as well. We try to make it valid. We try to put in the latest up-to-date data to see if it fixes it, and we can go on to use the many strategies that we have in the world of data analysis to find the missing values, use approximation to put in the values to see what fits best to perform analysis, trial and error, and whatever is required to handle either missing data or suspicious data as well. Coming to the 34th question, it states, what is the simple difference between PCA and FA? PCA stands for principal component analysis and FA stands for factor analysis. Among all the many differences that lie in between them, one major difference between principal component analysis and the factor analysis is the fact that factor analysis is actually used to specify and work with variance that exists in between the variables, right? So whenever we're working with the major difference, what we're trying to do with PCA is we're trying to use the variance that exists in between variables, but then with PCA, it's a little different. With PCA, what we try to do is we try to explain the covariance that exists between the components. So factor analysis deals with variance, principal component analysis deals with covariance. This is probably the biggest difference that lies in between principal component analysis and factor analysis. Now moving on to the 35th question, it says, how is it beneficial to make use of version controlling? Version controlling is very important, and it provides you a lot of advantages, right? One thing is that it will give you a structured pipeline where you can compare all the files, identify a lot of differences, merge if any changes are done in a very structured and a convenient way where you can track it as well. Because here you can track the life cycle of any sort of application building with every stage of its build, be it development, be it production, be it testing, be it verification. You can actually track all of these too. And then when you're thinking about how it will bring together a good way to establish, let's say a collaborative work culture in the company, then yes, a version controlling system will do just that. And then when you're thinking about making sure that with every release of your version, the security of your code, the safety of it, the variety of it, and the veracity of it as well, right? So to keep it secure, keep it safe, a version controlling system will definitely help. Coming to the 36th question, it states, what are the future trends in data analysis? Well, if you ask this question, what the interviewer here is trying to do is he or she is trying to assess your grip on the subject and how much research have you actually done into the future of data analysis, right? So to answer this, make sure you can state good number of facts and respective validation for those facts, of course, for all the sources that you have used.
Just a quick info, guys. Test your knowledge of data analytics by answering this question. Which of the following method creates a new array object that looks at the same data? A. View. B. Copy. C. Paste. D. All of the above. Comment your answer in the comment section below. Subscribe to IntelliPad to know the right answer. Now, let's continue with the session.
To add a lot of positivity to your candidature, because at the end of the day, they're trying to understand how in-depth experience you might have in data analysis, or how in-depth of a passion do you have for data analysis as well. Try to explain how data analysis will have a huge impact on businesses today. In fact, talk about how it is already revolutionizing the world around us, how it will revolutionize the future trends as well, and how it is showing nothing but immense potential too. If you have facts, if you have statistics, if you have experience, if you have to talk about new tools, new techniques, new ways that data analysis will help, please do talk about all of these. Coming to question number 37, it states, why are you applying for the data analyst role in our company? Well, with this question, the interviewer wants you to convince them basically regarding why you think you are proficient in the subject, how well can you handle data analysis, how well can you work in a production environment, how best can you be fit as a team player, all of these things as well. So to answer this in a very, very, nice way, first thing you have to do is you need to know the job description in detail. You need to know what they're expecting of you to see if you can deliver that or not. Because once you understand the details of what the company does, what the job description is, what your team does, where you will be fit into the organization, you will of course find the best way to understand why you need to do it. You might have a passion for data analyst, you might have a genuine interest to build your career there. Let's say you have a very keen interest on working with data and to solve problems using that too. Well then, you can have multiple reasons, and there is no one answer for all the questions here. So this question completely depends on you, but then you can use this as a guide to go on to answer it. Coming to the 38th question, it states, can you rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 depending on your proficiency in data analysis? This is another question the interviewer will usually ask to see how confident you are when you're sitting at the interview, how much you know about the subject, and how spontaneous can you be whenever you ask questions, right? So one very important thing that you need to understand here is that answer it honestly. Do not be over optimistic, right? So if you think you on a scale of 1 to 10 you are at a 7, please make sure not to say 9, 9.5 or 10, because if you're answering it that way, then you might be asked very, very difficult questions or advanced questions which might be over the scope of your expertise, which might put the wrong image into the interviewer's head, and you might lose out on the candidature as well. So to be as honest as possible, talk about what you've done and talk about why you rate yourself at that particular scale as well. Coming to question number 39, it states, has your college degree helped you with data analysis anyway? Well, talk about the latest program that you completed in college, right? So you firstly start your answer with this. Talk about if your college actually helped you with data analysis anyway. Don't say no if you haven't had any experiences there, because see, if you are in fact enrolled in a college degree, you will have access to a lot of data that in fact you could have used to perform data analysis as well. So talk about if you've been keen to do it, if you have done anything to the data, anything with respect to data analysis in the past, or let's say if you have not done any of these, right? Talk about the experience that the entire college degree program gave you and how you think it built you in a way where you can be a good fit into data analysis, into the entire field and the organization that you're applying as well. So talk about how it molded you into being the data analyst enthusiast that you are today. Coming to the 40th question, it states, what is your plan after joining for this data analyst role? So again, do not be carried away by this question. It is very, very easy to get carried away here, and you can talk about it for a lot of minutes. But then keep it as concise as possible. This is my advice to you, because you can talk about a lot of things here, but start out with talking about a plan on how you can begin understanding the data analysis structure set that is already set up in the company, how you think you will be a good fit there, how you plan on either seeing if the actual existing model might need some betterment or not. But at the end of the day, don't just say that you're gonna barge in and do a lot of changes in a short amount of time. Keep your answer structured. Keep your answer in consideration that you'll be going into a production environment, and it's always vital if you can highlight how better you can make the product, the company, the brand, or whatever it is with you being there as well. So talk about the expertise that you bring to the table and how you think that might help the organization too. Coming to the 41st question, it states, what are the disadvantages of data analytics? So even though the advantages are huge, right? There are one or two disadvantages that you will have to talk about. And if you do not know this, and it is very important that you know this as well, right? See, data analytics can actually cause a breach into the customer privacy and all of their information as well, right? So it's very vital to know where you're getting the data from. You might be thinking about customer transactions, purchases, subscriptions, and you will have a lot of access into what this customer is doing as well. In that particular case, make sure that you do not cause any sort of breaches in customer privacy. And then when you're thinking about another very important disadvantage as a learner is that some of these tools are really complex to use and you will require training to go on to use it as well. So it's not as easy as you download the tool, install it and begin working with it. You will require a good amount of structured training and to work with it efficiently as well. And one of the other things is that it'll take a lot of skill, it'll take a lot of expertise, it'll take a lot of hands-on experience to go on to select the right tool itself. First of all, to find the right tool to use it and to use it effectively, it's going to take a lot of time, it's going to take some money, and of course it's going to take the biggest asset of the company is the client's time too. So in that particular case, even though these are not huge disadvantages, the privacy thing is definitely one disadvantage to consider. Complexity of the tools are important, and of course the requirement for a lot of skills can get overwhelming for beginners as well. So as an add-up question to that, you might be asked, what skills should a successful data analyst possess? Well, this is basically a descriptive question because here the interviewer wants to understand how your analytical skills are and how your thinking skills are, right? See, there are many tools and skills that a data analyst must have. Think about programming languages, right? You'll require expertise in Python, you'll require expertise in R, SAS, concepts of probability, details of statistics, regression, correlation, and many other skills that a good data analyst should possess. How much of experience should he or she possess? Well, that depends on how long this person has been into data analysis, right? But then it is vital that you know what skills are required. What skills are used by professional data analysts. You might have some experts or let's say famous data analysts out there that you might be looking up to. So it's very vital you to understand all of that and answer this question in an effective way as well. Coming to the 43rd question, it states, why do you think that you are the right fit for this data analyst role? Again, if you're being asked this question, it means that the interviewer wants to understand if you are the right fit for the job description, number one. Number two, why do you think data analysis is for you? And number three, what knowledge do you have in data analysis to actually fit into their organization well? So one thing again, a very important note is that do not get carried away because you can answer this for 20-25 minutes straight, but keep it very small, keep it concise, keep it detailed, and just talk about your passion, talk about your interest, talk about your goals and how much these goals and passions will match the company's substructure and their goals as well. See, every company will have a vision and a mission, and if you can commit to the vision and the mission of that company and better better the product that they deliver or better the brand itself, then of course you will be the right fit for the table, right? So taking a product from one place into another place, which is definitely better, and you can prove it with numbers. In the case of data analysis, it is very important you know how you are the right fit for the role as well. Question number 44. It says, can you please talk about your past data analysis work? Well, you might be asked this even though you're a fresher. You might be asked this even if you're an experienced candidate as well. If you're a fresher, then do talk about how you've either figured out there are problems that exist in the world of data analytics. So if you're a fresher, do talk about how you might have performed very simple analytics as well, right? So think about how many people could have how many guests that come into your place. Find a structured way on calculating that and why you think that's the case. Talk about how many people buy a certain product in your supermarket. There can be many things that you might not have officially done on paper, but your brain would have analyzed it, right? Talk about that. But then if you actually have a certification program, you would have worked on, in fact, a good certification program, you would have worked on a lot of industry level projects as well, use cases too. Talk about that. And of course, if you're an experienced person attending a data analysis interview, talk about your previous company, talk about what you did to the company, what value you added, what problems you solved, and how better was the team when you left, compared to when you were joining as well, right? So talk about a lot of these insights, talk about your debating skills, talk about how you can think out of the box, how good you are with your statistical skills, and of course, how much of a team player you were in the past and how that has continued as well. So let's talk about a behavioral question now. Question number 45 states, can you please explain how would you estimate the number of visitors to the Taj Mahal in November of 2019? Well, this question does not expect you to say the exact number of what number of visitors Taj Mahal got in November 2019, but then here people are trying to see your thought process without you making use of a data set, without you making use of a computer, to see how you would approach the problem, right? So here's a very good template that you can use. First, you would begin by gathering some data, right? So to do that, you will have to understand a lot of things. You will need to know the population of Agra, where the Taj Mahal is located, how people can move in and out of Agra, how convenient is it, and a lot more. The next thing you'll be looking at is the number of tourists that come to Agra, right? And how popular is Taj Mahal itself in Agra. So with all of these, you will find the average stay of these tourists that come. You can analyze it in detail. For example, the age of the people who come, the gender, the annual income that they have, the number of vacation days that they take, the number of bank holidays that exist in India, and all of that. The number of days Taj Mahal is closed, the number of days it's open, the number of days it records the highest number of visits, and all of these. Once you have gathered all of these data, you will go on to perform statistical analysis on it to understand how many visitors it has got as well. And if you want to perform even advanced analysis, you can go to the local tourist offices to gather all sorts of data, process it on your own, and eventually use it to verify if your model is right or not as well. So this is a classic behavioral question, and it's not just the Taj Mahal, it's not just the date. This question can be asked in many different ways. For example, how many cars were sold in India in, let's say, the last month or the last year as well. So that's another very common question that's asked. And whenever you ask this, make sure to take this kind of an approach, use the template, and think about it for a second. Take 1 or 2 minutes to think about it. There is no hurry when you're answering this question. Coming to question number 46, it says, do you have any experience working in the same industry as ours before? Well, as you might already know it, a data analyst will fit into a lot of domains, right? Even in the field of medicine, even in the field of social media, be it whatever it is. A data analyst is required if there's a business, as simple as that. So if you've worked in the same industry as the company that you're applying for now, do talk about how you've used your skills to polish yourself into that industry and how best you brought yourself out of it. If you do not have worked in the same experiences, don't just say no. Talk about what you think are the skills that are needed for this industry and how you're working on yourself to come to that particular spot as well, right? So it's very important that you talk about how you're building yourself towards working in this industry, your interests, your passions, and if you've had experience, of course, do talk about that and thoroughly explain it. Thoroughly explain all of the skills that you might have used, techniques, tools, and how you've benefited the past company that exists in the same industry as well. Coming to question number 47, it says, how good are you in explaining technical content to a non-technical audience with respect to data analysis? See, your ability to explain a technical content to a non-technical audience has to be one of the most important things that you'll do as a data analyst, because your communication skills are very vital. It's not just delivering technical content, it's your ability to have patience, it's your ability to break complex things into simpler, it is your ability to break up complex things into simpler things where you can explain it to an audience who might be your board members, stakeholders, or some other non-technical audience as well. So if you've had any experiences of situations where you had to explain technical concepts and break it down to a non-technical audience, make sure to talk about that. Talk about how well versed you are, how effective that you have been in delivering content before as well. So this question again is a question where I cannot give you one answer for each and every one of you, but then you yourself give it a thought for 15-20 minutes and you will get the best way on how you can answer it. Coming to question number 48, it says, what tools do you prefer to use in various phases of development? Again, this is a question that's asked to check what all the tools that you have used, how you have used it, and how best do you think a tool will fit into that particular task as well. So if you have used any or all of the tools that's involved in data analysis, talk about it. Talk about how comfortable you were in using these tools and talk about how they're popular as well. See, some of the tools that we discussed in the questions are very popular, right? Talk about how they are popular and why they are popular too. So this will add a lot of value to your candidature. And coming to the 49th question, it says, which step of a data analysis project do you like the most? Well, it's very common to have a liking towards one or two tools in the entire process of data analysis, right? See, a data analysis is a vast field. You just cannot have one particular tool where you will do everything with that tool. So you will have multiple tools to do it, and you will have a liking to one particular tool. You might not like the other tools as well, right? So when you're thinking of the entire analytics cycle, it is always vital that you do not talk negatively about any of these tools, because those tools are put into place to do their tasks and they have been doing it well. If you do not like it, well, okay, you do not like it, we understand that, but do talk about what best the tool can do, how it can improve itself to probably making yourself be inclined towards that, or what are the steps that you think can help make the tools better in fact as well. But understand this, when you're answering this question, know that it is okay to have a favorite tool. Know that it is okay to put in more time into one particular tool, because it's your career, it's your interest, it's your liking, and if you think you can be very efficient at using that tool effectively, then be it is okay. And then coming to the last question on these top data analyst interview questions and answers set, it states, have you earned any sort of certification to improve your learning and implementation process, right? See, a good certification program, what it does for you, it's going to give you thorough knowledge, in-depth expertise from top trainers across the globe. It's going to give you a certificate. It's going to give you exposure to potential hirers. It's going to do a lot for you. So if you are involved in a very complex program that has the capability to take you from a beginner all the way to an advanced data analyst, it means it's adding a lot of value to your life. But how should you answer this when you ask this in an interview? See, one thing is that if you have a certification, right, it shows the interviewer that you have interest in advancing your career in this particular field. It shows that it shows that you have strong aspiration to learn, because you've put in your time, you've put in efforts, you've put in money and all of these and dedicated it to the world of data analysis, right? So if you're doing all of this, it always adds value to the interviewer as well. And then when you're thinking about how effective learning that you've put into place, see, many certification programs will give you all the theoretical knowledge that exists, but only the good ones will give you really good industry level projects and case studies to work with. So if you have had the experience to actually crack these industry level problems, it means that you have the capability to learn things on your own and be a player in a productive environment as well. So that itself is going to portray a lot of value of you being certified in that domain. And now if you have more than one certification, just go on to list the certifications of what you have done as well. But instead of stating a lot about what you have done, the most value that can be added to your application is to state how you have used this certification, right? So you could have learned a lot of things, but if you have not used that, it will not add any value, right? So what problems have you solved? The entire world of IT came into place because we have problems and we realized we can use computers to solve them. So to how best of your capability and potential have you made use of these certification programs to solve problems that are there, or how do you plan to solve them if you haven't done any as well? Talk about how helpful it's been to you, your career, and how much value it added to your life experiences, to your learning and interests towards data analysis as well.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides online data analytics course in partnership with IBM and Microsoft. The course link is given in the description below. So guys, we have come to the end of the session. If you have any doubts, please put down your comments in the comment section below. We will try to answer it as soon as possible. Thanks for watching.
Hello everyone. SharePoint is a platform for collaboration and content management. It is a centralized web-based portal. You can use SharePoint to manage your colleagues and your own documents, social activities, data, and information. With this session, you are going to learn all about it. But before we begin, make sure you hit that subscribe button to come across more such technical videos from IntelliPad. First of all, we shall look into the agenda for this session. We'll begin this session with introduction to Node.js and SharePoint framework. After that, we'll look into LTS versus current Node versions. Next, we'll understand the basics of NPM, improved development workflow, Node Lab, usage of Gulp and Human. And finally, we'll have a look at hands-on demo.
So SPFX toolchain, although the training is for SPFX, the toolchain is SPFX development is based upon the open source toolchaining like VS Code, JavaScript. We don't need any kind of license for development on SPFX, but it depends upon number of other dependent technology. For example, Node.js, Gulp, Yeoman, if you have heard of these terms. So these are the independent technologies that is used in SPFX, but that is not meant only for SPFX, right? They are the support open source technologies, can be used with even other React development, Angular development, or any other kind of development as well. So the agenda is we will try to understand Node.js is the very first important one, and then we do have Yeoman and Gulp as well, Webpack. So those are the things. So my plan is to go for these basics first so that you doesn't mix those with the SPFX, right? So today majorly we will focusing on the supporting technologies. Node.js, for example, we do have audience who doesn't know even what is Node.js, or what they don't have even much expertise with JavaScript. So yes, so JavaScript was initially developed to be executed by browsers only, right? So it cannot be, before Node.js was there in picture around 12 years back. So the only option to execute Node JavaScript was browsers only. There was no other way, no compilation method, no runtime environment except browsers was there for execution of JavaScript. So Node.js, first of all, believe it or not, Node.js is 12 years old. In comparison, JavaScript is 26 years old and the internet is 32 years old. So these are the rough estimates. With Node.js, how browsers executes JavaScript. So browsers are having a JavaScript runtime environment, and different browsers are having different runtime environment wrapped inside their code. Okay, for example, Google's Chrome V8. Google Chrome is having a V8 JavaScript engine that is responsible for executing JavaScript in Google Chrome browser. Similarly, in Edge, there is the Spider Monkey, and also in the Apple's Mac, they are having one JavaScript engine responsible for JavaScript execution. So actually, it is the JavaScript engine which was initially available only with browsers. Every browser has its own JavaScript engine. Google's Chrome is having V8. The name of the engine, Google Chrome JavaScript engine, is V8, right? So that is the engine that makes the JavaScript, that provides the JavaScript runtime environment in Google's Chrome browser, right? So what is Node.js? So Node.js is a JavaScript runtime built on Chrome V8 JavaScript engine. So V8 compiles JavaScript code to machine code. Okay, so the V8 is responsible for conversion of JavaScript code to machine level code, right? So how it happens is, so one scientist, his name was Rayan Dhal. Okay, so 12 years back, what he did, he took out the Chrome V8 engine from the Google's Chrome browser, and he wrapped in a C++ application, and that we call Node.js, right? So what he took out the JavaScript engine from the Google's Chrome browser, and he wrapped the same engine inside the C++ application, and that application we call it as Node.js, right? So now this particular this particular C++ application, if you will install it on any machine, and if you are having that run, and that particular application is, since it is already having the V8 Chrome engine, using that particular application, the name is Node.js, you can execute any JavaScript code even outside browser, right? So this is how JavaScript gets executed, although it is the same engine that is there in browser. The same engine has been wrapped by a scientist Randall 12 years back in a C++ application, and that application is called as Node.js. If you install the Node.js on your machine, you have the Google V8 engine that is responsible for execution of JavaScript, right? So server-side execution, that we call it server, JavaScript on the server. right? It uses a common JS module system. I will explain in the further course of action, like what are JavaScript modules and how it is different from the global modules, right? So for now, you can think of you can just make a note that common JS module system is the system that is used by the Node.js for managing their modules. We will discuss more in details with the given topics. Okay, so this is how any machine outside browser can execute JavaScript. Node.js is responsible for it. This is having a V8 Chrome engine wrapped inside it. So it is the same engine that powers Google Chrome browser. And it is a cross-platform, works on Windows machine, it will work on Mac, it will work on Linux. So Node.js is a cross-platform application, and it has been built in C#, the C++ application, right? So the very important thing about Node.js is it is single-threaded. So what is single-threaded means? So it means only one thread is responsible for executing Node.js. We cannot have multi-threading, or there is no concept of multi-threading when working with Node.js. Okay, so what it means, let's say if you are writing a web application, okay, so there might be hundreds of thousands of users who are requesting your who are serving who is requesting your web application at the same time, right? So it is not the case that multiple threads are responsible for executing the request of 1000 users. It is only one thread that will execute one user request first. Once it is idle, it will serve the second user, and then it will serve the third user. So it is only one thread, only one process of Node.js will run at a time. Only one process will be listening to users request, whether it is one concurrent user or it is hundred of thousands of users. It will listen one by one, and it is not the case that single thread is responsible for every user. So there is no concept of multi-threading like C# or Java or any other multi-threaded language. So Node.js is single-threaded. I will give you an example on this. Maybe let's say, think of it like this. We have a restaurant, okay? Now there are number of tables in the restaurant, and there are number of customers sitting on each table, right? So let's say there is only one waiter who are responsible for serving. Let's say we are having 5 tables available in the restaurant, right? And there is only one waiter who is responsible for serving these 5 tables. Okay, so how it will manage, how the Node.js manage the performance, and how it is managed behind the scenes, right? So how it works is, let's say we have table 1, table 2, table 3, and up to table 5, right? So let's say table, and we have a kitchen also that basically prepares and serves the food to all the customers on the table, right? And we have a one waiter responsible for 5 tables, right? So what will happen, let's say table 1 ordered something, the waiter will take the order, and it will go to the kitchen, and he will inform the chef that this is the order of the table 1. The chef, that once you are done with the preparation of food, let me know, I will come back to you and will serve the food to table. Meanwhile, I'm going to table number 2. Okay, so he will go to table number 2, he will take the order, again he will go to the chef that this is the order of table number 2, please make a note and let me know once you are done with the preparation of table number food for table number 2. I will come back and will take the food and will deliver to table number 2, right? So this is how Node.js manages. So if anything has to be done by Node.js, that would be single threaded. But if let's say chef can prepare the food of multiple users in one go, or whether he prepares the food 2 items in one go or not, that is the chef responsibility. But waiter is the Node.js process, right? So Node.js runs on and operating system, whether it is Mac, whether it is Windows, they are multi-threaded, right? So let's say you requested an input from the user, right? Or there is an input output operation, or there is a read operation from the disk. That is not the job of the job of the node is to inform the user to take the input, or to let's say user is saying that get the data from this particular disk. So node's job is to inform the operating system that get the data, read the data from this disk. With how operating system is working, whether OS is using multi-threading for that is not the job of node. it with the waiter scenario. So waiter's job is only to take the food from the kitchen and deliver it to the table, and take the order from the table and inform the chef, right? So this is the operation of the Node.js. However, operating system, whatever the operating system you are using, they definitely use multi-threading operations for input output, for reading, or for any kind of time taking task, right? So those things are definitely multi-threaded, but Node.js operation is single threaded. So implication is, if you see there are number of types of applications, right? There are applications which are more on input output, which has more input output operations, and there might be some applications which needs a lot of processing, let's say image processing or heavy or virtual image processing, right? Machine learning, intelligence kinds of thing, right? Which needs a lot of processing. So if your application is such that it needs a lot of processing, then Node.js is not meant for that. However, if you need to write any web applications, what is the actual requirement? Let's say we need a web application. User will come to our application, they will have a look, and they will request something. They will click on some button. In the backend, there will be an API call. So the API call is a different thing. So the implication is Node.js is meant for those applications which are not heavy CPU intensive tasks, which are not meant, which are where there are no CPU intensive tasks, where there are more input output kind of operations, or there are more third party calls. So but those things will work perfectly fine. But if your application demands a lot of processing, so in that case, being SharePoint, this developers, there is no direct use case. We will not be using, and it doesn't impact us. There will not be
Exactly
any
the point.
implication.
Yeah, exactly. The idea is we're more interested to learn about SharePoint framework, I think, than about the single multi-thread feature of
Doesn't
Node.js.
make sense. But this thing, I want to understand you that what is the beauty, like what is the limitation with Node.js? What kind of applications can be written using Node.js? And,
Okay.
right. So that was the purpose to explain this. All right. So next, this is like what you should already know, a bit of JavaScript and HTML, CSS, and then we are good with that. Node, how can we install Node, or what are the possible operations with the Node, right? So check Node version. I'm sharing my PowerShell window. I do have PowerShell installed on my machine. Okay, so let's come back to the PowerShell window once. So one is the check Node version once installed. So another one is, how can we get the Node.js application, or the application that we just discussed? How can we get the C++ Node.js application? So Node.js, if you type in the Google or anywhere Node.js, so the very first link that will come as the Node.js. Okay, so now talking about the Node.js, you can download the any version of the latest version is 16.13.0. This is the LTS, means long time stable version. I will explain more in the next slide what is the difference between the LTS and the current version. So but as of now, the latest stable release is 16.13.0. And if we want any previous version, definitely we do have the option. We can click on the other downloads. For example, the latest version of Node is not supported with the SPFX that we will study maybe tomorrow. So the latest version of LTS 16.13, we don't need, it won't work with this one SPFX. So we need to have anything 14 dot something. So we will be using the previous version of Node.js. Okay, so when you will click on here, so you do have the option of previous releases. So click on the previous releases option. So there we can find any Node.js. If we want any specific version, we do have the option to download it. And there are different for 64-bit, 32-bit, whatever the machine you are having the configuration, you can download the respective version for it. For SPFX, when I will explain what SPFX is and what are the requirements, I will explain what is the Node version required for this. So once you have finalized that this is the version you want, you can download the same. You can click on the downloads, and when you will click on the download option of any of the Node version, you will have different Node.js files. For example, in my case, it make more sense to go for this one, Node.js 64-bit MS. So here are the different versions for Windows machine, for effective one for your machine, and we can use the same, right? Coming back, here are the versions. So we will be using 14.13 onwards, maybe not here, this one, if we are asking maybe in anything 14.15.3 onwards. This is the my Node.js screen. So since I have already downloaded a Node.js and installed it on my machine, I can use the command node node. Node commands are in case sensitive. You can use capital or small, it will work easily, right? Node dash v, this will give you the node version. In my machine, it is 14.16.1. So Alex, to answer your question, this is my machine has been configured for SPFX, latest SPFX generator, and I'm using 14.16.1. So maybe all we can use will work equally well for all of us. In case we will face any issues, the same issue will be there for all of us. We can make a note of it. 14.16.1, this is the version. And how can we download that? It's like 14.6, this here we are having. And come back, maybe here 14, this is the version 14.16.1. depending upon you, we can click on the downloads option. And my machine is 64-bit and my machine is Microsoft Windows based, so I have used the Microsoft package, MSI package. For now, you can make a note of it that this is the version that all of us will use during the entire training program. Okay, so this Node.js is the site. Again, the site is very good. They have the documentation. If you want to read more in the detail, then definitely you can go what are the ES6 features and entire documentation they are having here. Okay. All right. So again, this is node dash v or dash dash version. So most of the node commands is having a shortcut, and it is having a abbreviated form as well. So either you can use node dash v or you can use node dash dash version. So both will work equally well. There won't be any issue. So earlier I used node dash v. Now I can say node dash dash version. So you see, it gives me the same output. So another one thing to make a note is if you are using the abbreviated, the long form, dash dash is the option. If you are using a shortcut V, then only single dash you need. Another one, node, you can type node command name in capital, it will work. But the switch, these are called switches actually. If the switch is case sensitive, you cannot say dash dash version, right? It will give you an error. However, the command, even you can say in complete capital, command name is not case sensitive, but the switch you are passing is definitely case sensitive. So you can make a note of it that node commands are case insensitive, while the switches we are passing, they are case sensitive. Interactive mode node. So next one is the interactive mode. So basically, let me interact. What is the interactive mode? Just type node and hit enter. So now you are in the interactive mode of node. Any valid JavaScript code you can type here and hit enter, and node will execute it for you. So let's say 2 plus 2. This is a valid JavaScript code and I hit enter. This gives me 4. So this is the interactive mode of node. So this is, you can see I'm able to execute JavaScript code 2 plus 2. This is the JavaScript code, and I am able to execute JavaScript code outside browser. So actually, this is how Node.js is executing JavaScript code. And the same will happen on when you will write a server-side application as well. Similarly, you will not use the interactive mode in that case. You will use the scripts in that case. But this is how Node.js, now you are in interactive mode of Node.js, and any valid JavaScript can be executed using in an interactive mode. Right. So this is just an example how we just installed the C++ Node.js application, and that can execute JavaScript for us. And we are outside browser. There is no role of browser here. Perfect. So this is about interactive mode. Any valid JavaScript can be executed by Node.js. Apart from the limitations, we see that there are some beauty with Node.js and some limitations as well. You cannot change the DOM. You cannot handle directly access the page object. So those are the beauties. Those are the things that you cannot do. But there are some additions as well. We can access to file system, right? So these are the things that we can do. So again, first Node project. So as of now, we executed JavaScript code in Node runtime environment in the interactive mode. Now I will showcase you, let's say you are having a already a long, very long JavaScript file, maybe whatever the name is, jQuery or any JavaScript file, custom JavaScript file that you have written, and you want to execute it outside Node, outside browser. That is by Node.js. How can we execute the same? So that will be the next will be a very simple demo of executing a existing JavaScript file, or if you have some written some custom file, then we can use that as well. So for this activity, I'm opening my VS Code, and there we will write a very simple JavaScript application. So this is the folder, a dummy folder. This is just the folder that I have just created, and I can show you as well this way. Okay, so I have created a new blank folder, and the name is first Node app. So this just to be about the naming convention of the folder. So although it is not required, but you will always see that the convention with Node projects is to use the small casing when you are writing the folder names. Small casing first dash node dash app. So this is just the best practice or convention. However, you can use any other if you want. Right, I write once you have the, I do have VS Code, Visual Studio Code editor installed on my machine. It is a freeware, no license is required for this, even for the commercial purpose. When you have the VS Code installed, you will, when you will right click on any file or any folder, you will see this option of open with code. So I can click on this open with code, and it will open the Visual Studio Code for me, and the selected location would be this particular folder, right? So there we have the option to create subfolders inside the folders or create some new files. So I will create a new file here, and I would say app.js. This is the name of the file, and this is any JavaScript file I can say. And here I'm writing a very simple code function maybe, and it is just what it does, it returns this, maybe it does the sum of two inputs that we are passing, maybe sorry, A and B we can say, and it logs the sum of console.log, and it says A plus B. Very simple method. Then I'm calling this function sum A and B, right? So this is a JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. There is no modern JavaScript in this. There is no TypeScript, plain JavaScript, vanilla JavaScript. It is a simple method named sum, and it is expecting two inputs, and the function will return this, will log the sum of two variables. Now sum of A and B, we call the function, and there we can pass maybe 2 and 4. Right, so this is the sum. It should return, it should log A plus B 6. So how can we execute this same file? Let's say this is the very simple JavaScript file. In your case, you might have some script editor or content editor file maybe, and you might, if you want, you can give it a try. You can execute the same files using Node.js. So how can we execute this? So there are a number of ways. See, VS Code is having the inbuilt integrated code terminal, power command prompt, or you can say the command terminal enabled. Command shift backtick, command shift backtick is the option if you want to create, if you want to open the integrated terminal of VS Code. And the beauty is it will directly open your location where you are in. I am in currently this folder, so my default location, it is pointing to the where the folder I am currently sitting in, right? The other option is definitely I can change the location here, and this interactive mode can be finished by pressing Ctrl C the 2 times. You can press Ctrl C 2 times and you can come out of the interactive mode. So now if I have to execute the app.js, the JavaScript files that I already have, I want to execute it, I have to navigate to that particular folder, and that I can do with CD. Maybe what is the exact location I'm having, this one. I can type this one. So now I'm in my SPFX folder, and again I can say node. Node is again the command to execute the JavaScript. This time I will say app.js. First node app. Sorry, I'm inside here. Now I can say node app.js. So this is the file I want to execute. I can hit enter. So you can see it logs 6 for me. Sum of 2 plus 4. That is 6, right? So basically what it does, it basically executed the JavaScript file that we are having. In our case, it's a very simple file. In actual case, it might be a thousands of lines of code. But the idea is using the node command, you can execute any JavaScript file. Prior to this, we saw the interactive mode where you can directly write your inline JavaScript. This way or other way is I can use this one node VS Code integrated terminal, and the shortcut to open is control plus shift plus backtick, right? And there also I can say node app.js, the file name, and the same file was the file app.js is executed for me, right? The only difference is if you uses the integrated terminal, you directly lands up in the folder where your file is sitting in or where you are currently sitting in. If you are using the any other terminal outside VS Code, for example, PowerShell, CMD, Bash, or Commander, you will need to navigate to this particular folder, or you will need to provide the absolute path of the JavaScript file. So next, I will showcase a very basic example, the ability of Node.js to write to file system or to read to file system. Okay, so how can we, or some of the things might not be very clear to you in this case, and those things will get clear when I will go in more detail in Node. So maybe bear with me for some time. If something doesn't make sense, I will point out the things that might not make sense to you as of now. But I will give you an example, a very short demo, like how can Node.js read or write to your file system. Not to users file system, I would say the Node.js can read or write to file system wherever Node.js has been installed. So let's say we are writing a server-side application, then Node.js can read or write to any of the files from that particular server. Okay, so again, this is the file. I am having this. Maybe I can copy this code to my app.js. I'm changing the code of the existing file and replacing it with this. So this constant, I will, as of now, this const keyword might not be familiar to some of you guys. Like const is the modern, coming from the modern JavaScript. I will explain what is the beauty of const over the where keyword that we are having in where. So as of now, you can say const is something for constant, that is not meant for change anytime. You cannot reassign a value to fs if you are using the const, right? So const fs require fs. So I will explain what is fs. So as of now, you can think of like fs is a node module. Okay, so require, this is like importing the node module, just like in any other, if you are having experience with C#, Java, you use in hash include or you use import. So this is the same. We are using the fs module that comes with Node.js. So this is the module that once you have already installed the Node.js, you are already having this module and you are importing this particular module in this particular variable, you can say, and this is not a variable, this is constant. And the beauty is you cannot change the value or you cannot assign anything to fs, right? So this is how we are using constant. Once you are having the fs, this module is having a method write file sync. Sync stands for synchronous. Then you can specify the file name. What is the file name you want to provide? It is with extension. In my case, I am saying hello.txt. And what is the input of the file? What needs to be written to be inside the file? That content also you can provide. Again, as of now, everything is hard coded, but in our case, in actual case, it won't be the direct hard-coded string. It might be a text box input. It might be something else that you can write to database, right? So those are the things. But here in with this particular very simple example, I just want to showcase you that although this cannot be done with JavaScript in the browser, but the same can be executed by the Node.js, and it has the ability to write to file system. So very simple code, just 2 lines. We imported a node module and we use that particular node module. That particular node module is having a method that you can use that is expecting the file name and some content to be written, and I'm hard coded both of the options, right? Both of the variables. So again, here I want to execute this, and I can simply say node app.js and I can hit enter. Okay, so if I come back here, this one, let me show you this way. There we created this, there we created app. So there you can see I created only app.js, but this is the new file that has been created by this particular line of code.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with N18G IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Right, so if I open this, you can see here is my file on the second screen. So this is the content that we provided to, that we wanted to be written inside the Java, inside the text file, right? So this is how JavaScript is Node.js is having the ability to read your file system, to read or to write to file system, right? So this is one of the method and one of the module that supports FS. FS is the module that again I mentioned comes with the node installation. Similar to FS, we have other modules as well. For example, HTTP module, path module, OS module that are meant for different purpose. So FS stands for file system, and this is again a core node module that is not a JavaScript module. It comes with only with Node.js, right? And this is the syntax. We will talk more about this next, but this is again, let me tell you, see, there are three kinds of modules in Node. One are the global module. For example, require, where, const, right? Require is the keyword. For example, this one, require. This is a global module, or you can say this is the global variable or global keyword that is available in JavaScript without importing anything. Similarly is the where keyword or const, right? Whenever you are using this particular keywords in your code, you don't need to import anything, and we call these as global keywords or global modules, right? Now something specific to Node, for example, FS. FS is the module that comes with Node module. So I should say it is a core Node module. This comes only with Node, right? So this is a core Node module. Similarly, we have another one, path. Again, this is the core Node module, right? Similarly, we have other one. For example, I will write here HTTP. Whenever you have to make any HTTP call or any HTTP interaction, you will use the HTTP and HTTPS, right? These are the again core Node modules. They are not available by default. They are not available globally, but they come, if you want to use that, you have to these are the core Node modules, and you will have to import it before using it. So next is the third party modules. Let's say Node modules is having some of the core Node modules, but let's say if you want to use any other module that doesn't comes, that is neither a global one and it doesn't comes with the node module as with the Node installation, we call it as third party module that is outside global, that is outside core Node modules. We call it as global modules, right? So what are they? Any third party module. For example, let's say you are using jQuery, you are using, or you are using jQuery, Lodash, Movement, or any UI framework third party Node module. So those we call it as global modules, right? Sorry, this one, third party modules, right? So whenever you are using any global one, you don't need to import anything. Whenever you are using any core Node module that comes with the Node, the syntax is this one, require FS, right? Require FS, where in bracket is the name of the Node module, core Node module that you want to use. And there you don't need to provide any relative path or absolute path. You just need to provide the core Node module name. And require is the keyword just like include or import in .NET or in Visual Basic or Java you must have used, right? So require is the keyword, and this is a global keyword that is available without importing anything, just like variable or const, right? Similarly, these are the examples of other core Node modules. Next, we have the third-party modules. I gave you an example, for example, jQuery, right? jQuery and these. So if you are using any third-party module, prior to using that, first you have to install it, because they doesn't comes with Node.js by default. You don't have on as part of your code, and you don't have available on your machine. So if you are going for any third-party module, you have to install it first, then you have to import it. And import it is, again, we will use the require keyword for import, right? So whenever we will use any third-party module, first we will install it, and then we will import it wherever we want to use the module, right? Apart from this, you can say another one is the custom module. Custom module, what custom module is, you write some JavaScript file and you want to use that JavaScript code in the JavaScript file. So that is, maybe I can give you an example. Maybe I can create another file, let's say second file.js. Okay. So if I write something here, I will export it here from this file and I will import it in the app.js. So this is again a custom module. Again, this will, before you can use it one module, you can use it in another one, you have to import it, right? So those are the custom modules. So now basically we are having four kinds of module: global, core node modules, third-party modules, and the custom modules. And the syntax and how can we use each and every one, we will definitely see in the further course of action. But these are the four node modules. So as of now, we have used the global ones, and the one that is there, that is global one. Oh, sorry, this one, core node module FS, right? And the syntax is, you use require keyword, you provide the module name, and you capture it in a variable, in a variable, right, in a container. And this particular name FS, this can be anything, it doesn't have to be FS only, but this is the convention. Generally we use the same variable name as the name of the module, right? So I can use FS in anything, I can use here as the variable name, but the best practice and the recommendation is to use the same name for importing modules, whatever the module name is. So this is like, we just saw an example, like how can the Node.js, similar to write file sync, we do have the operation read file sync, synchronous and asynchronous as well. We generally don't use the synchronous things. The best practice is always to go for the asynchronous approach, but to simplify the case, I just use this synchronous version. But the best practice is to always go with the asynchronous things. And the reason is, again, Node.js is single threaded. If you will make it synchronous, it will wait for the operation to complete, and the next user will keep on waiting, right? So this is again a very simple example. Coming back to our presentation. Okay, so we just saw like writing to file system. Next, I will showcase you how can you debug a Node application, right? Let's say you want you are having you want to put a breakpoint. So again, a very simple one. I'm removing this one. Everything I'm removing, the one that we have entered. So simply you can put a breakpoint. Okay, and there you can go to the run and you can say start debugging, and you can choose maybe this one, Node.js, right? So now you can see the command is the same that we provided, but if you look at the terminal here, so the command is the same, node.exe or node, both are the same things. And they provided the file name. I just clicked on the F5 or the debugger. So now again, the debugger has stopped here. Now again, the same control you are having, step into, step over, or anything. So simply, if you have a large JavaScript file and you want to debug it using Node.js, you can put the breakpoints wherever you want, and you can simply say run or you can maybe hit F5 and the breakpoint will be hit. It will hit the breakpoint. So this is how you can debug your JavaScript file using Node.js, right? So this is how you can, here are the shortcuts: step into, step over F10, step into F11, right? So these are the same shortcut that we used even in Chrome or any other this debugging environment, right? So for again, shift F5, I can say to stop debugging, right? And also one thing I forgot to mention, I'm again pressing on F10. So in the left side, you can see it shows me variables and watch. If you want to add any watch, you can definitely add. During the debugging, it will showcase the watch variables or watch that you want to enter. And by default, it is showing all the variables that you are having. These are the local variables and these are the global variables. So you can, if you want to track the value of a particular variable, you can add as a watch here, and when you hit go to next breakpoint, and you can watch the value of the variable in the left window. And this is again the call stack from where the function is getting called on the left side, right? So all these things can be tracked easily in the VS Code again. Okay, so next is the used widely. What is the use cases of Node.js, right? So used widely for writing build processes and utility script apart from JS and running on server. Okay, so Node.js, as we see that it with the help of Node.js, we can even execute JavaScript on any machine, maybe server or maybe your personal machine, right? You can execute JavaScript. So what are the areas where Node.js can be used, right? So with the very first one is Node.js can be used for writing web applications, right? I will showcase you a very simple example just for the knowledge. We will not use in SPFX in SharePoint, but this just to showcase the ability of Node.js, so you have a clear picture what Node.js can do, right? So Node.js can be used for writing web applications just like ASP.NET, Java, or any other server-side language. With Node.js, you can use JavaScript to write server-side application, and outside Node.js, it is not possible to use JavaScript for writing server-side applications. So this is the one use case. The second one is Node.js. Again, just like the C#, Node.js can interact with external applications. For example, using Node.js, we can fire the HTTP calls to database systems, to third-party systems, or to any other system you can fire, and you can get back the response. For example, let's take a very simple example. You wrote a Node.js application, server-side application. That particular user will hit your server-side application, and that particular Node.js application can interact with any number of external systems. That is just like the C# application do. It interacts with the database system, it interacts with the application server, it interacts with the other servers, right? So Node.js can interact with external system, it can connect to databases, it can be used to validate the user's input. For example, let's say you provided a form to the user, their user is supposed to fill up the form. So definitely we will have client-side validation on the form, but since Node.js is server-side, Node.js in itself, you can have the backend validations as well using the Node.js, just like you have in the C#, that this field should be mandatory or this any kind of validation you want. So Node.js can be used for having the server-side validations as well, right? Or the third point you can see for running server. Yes, I will give you a very small example. How can you create a Node.js server? 2 lines code. Again, you will hit the server from the browser, and your request would be served. So we can use Node.js for creating a server, right? For writing web applications, and even in return we can return to user any HTML, any database, any data from the database we want. So this is one of the application, and that is the server side use of Node, right? Server side use of Node. The next one is the very important that makes more sense for us in the context of SharePoint is the build process and utility tools, right? So I mentioned that the use case of Node.js is the very important one is execution of code that we just see in such an example in the interactive mode, and we also debug the JavaScript inline JavaScript code and the external JavaScript file we just saw the examples, right? So next, the second important use case is the writing build processes and utility tools, utility scripts. Now, what does it mean? If you guys have worked on any of the front end application or the client side application, right? So talking about the JavaScript, apart from writing the code, we do have the requirement of bundling the JavaScript files, right? We have to bundle the file for shipping from development to production. We need to bundle the file. The next one is the minification. We cannot, the code that I have written, right? This one, So this code is very any this is not the code that we written, or maybe this one. This is the code, right? So this is the code. So this code is having lots of spaces, and it might take some maybe 10 kbs or something. But when we ship this particular file, when we ship this actual file to the production, we will not ship it as is. It needs to be minified before we ship it to the production. What minification will do? It will remove the blank spaces, right? It will remove every blank space, and it will even change the variable names. It will use a single letter for the variable name just to save space. The reason is the JavaScript code will need to be executed by the browser, and if the files is having the large size, it would take more time, it would take more bandwidth to transport it from server to the browser. So that to avoid such kind of things, the minification process is required. I hope you all would be aware of what is the minification process. So this is how the minified file will look like. Not exactly this one, even it will remove the spaces just like this, whatever space is not required to save the space, right? So this is the process that needs to be automated. This is one of the example. Next one is the images needs to be bundled. CSS, if you are using TypeScript is a high level language that needs to be converted to JavaScript. So browsers don't understand TypeScript. Browsers understand only JavaScript. If you are using TypeScript during your development, it needs to be converted to JavaScript, and it is your responsibility when you are shipping your code from development to production, you convert it to JavaScript first. Although you during development you use TypeScript, but TypeScript is not understood by the browser. Any browser don't understand TypeScript. Browser only understand JavaScript. So although you use TypeScript for development, you will convert it first to JavaScript, and then only you will ship it for production, right? So these are just the examples. Bundling to JavaScript. SCSS is again a preprocessor, just like TypeScript. SCSS is the superset of CSS, right? So SCSS, if you are using SCSS for writing your styles, needs to be converted to CSS before you ship it to production, right? So those are the things that needs to be done. So in our case, we would be bundling our packages. We will minify our files, and the other one is the merging. Bundling means merging. Let's say, as of in our case, we use two files, app.js and the second file.js. So in actual, there will only be one bundle that we will ship to production. We will not serve these many files. In actual project, there may be hundreds of small files, and during production shipping, you will not move 100 files. We will move only one bundle, right? So this is, if you are, or most of the guys are coming from the .NET background, so the project, when you are in the solution explorer, you right click on it, you have the build option, you have the package option, right? So this is exactly the same thing. Number of things happens behind the scenes. So Node.js, and the reason for writing such kind of utilities with Node.js is the Node.js has the capability to interact with your file system. It can read the file from your system, convert those files, minify those files, merge those files, minify those files, convert TypeScript to JavaScript files, and even can rename the files. Anything they can do, and they can provide the bundles to you, right? So we will write Node.js, and we will ask, no, hey Node.js, please read my these files, minify these files, and do these operations for me, and at the end give me a package. I will deploy it to production, right? So for automation of such build requirements, build pipelines, we will use the Node.js, and that is the use case of SPFX. We will use Node in SPFX. That is the only use case of Node you can say, apart from managing the third-party packages that I will demonstrate. How can you use the third-party libraries or packages, right? So this is the important use case. Again, same is the case with the React development. Forget about SharePoint, SPFX. If you are writing any client-side application using React.js or any other JavaScript framework, maybe Vue.js or AngularJS, Node.js can be used for any kind of building, packaging, minification, conversion, those kind of things. You can use Node.js. So this is our use case for SPFX, React.js applications, or any other client-side applications. This is the use case. In this case, we will not be using Node.js as server-side applications. During my development machine, I will use Node utilities. I will say Node, please bundle, please minify, please do this, and those are the operations that we will use for in SPFX in client-side applications. So next one is, what are alternatives of Node.js? So definitely alternatives, .NET, Java, Ruby on Rails, Python, anything that can be used for server-side development. Those are the competitors, or those are the alternatives of using Node.js, right? And then the very last one is the node, which says node commands are case sensitive, but arguments or switches passed to node commands are case sensitive, right? So just like we saw an example, node dash dash version, where v has to be small only. Node can be anything, small, capital, one small, one capital, command name can be anything, but the switches are always case sensitive, and they are small. They generally starts from the small case. Okay, so this is again Node.js, about the Node.js LTS versus current. Okay, so coming back to the browser, here we are. If I come back to the home page, so you see there is an LTS version and there is a current version, right? So this is the Node.js, how the Node.js community is managing this. Again, Node.js is a freeware. This is an open source community that is providing Node.js. If you want, you too can contribute to Node.js program, and you even if we can support financially to this Node.js community if we want, right? So this is from the Node.js community that they are managing basically two kinds of version, LTS and the current version. So what it means, LTS stands for the long-term stable version, and the current stands for the version which is under development. Okay, so they will keep adding new features to the current version, and this LTS is the long-term support. Node.js community will provide the long-term support for this. They are responsible if something is getting broken, you can raise it, right? If you are using the long-term, so use your long-term stable version. If however, if you are using the current version, they have only some time of support that they provide to the current version and not very long support. I have some like collated some of the points that are differences between the LTS and current version. So first of all, Node.js releases a major version after every 6 months, allowing breaking changes in every April and October. So in every April and October, Node.js is releasing a major version that may break your changes, that may break your development. Let's say you developed something using a prior version of Node.js, and if you have a new version, they are not responsible if like it might break your customizations, right? So every 6 months in April and October, they are releasing a new version. So what is LTS? Releases that receive long-term support with a focus on stability and security, and current is under active development. So LTS, when the Node community release LTS, released in April, every April they are releasing a new major version that they convert to LTS in October every year. So they will release it in April to October, it will be current version, but in every October they will convert it to LTS, right? So, and this version whatever they will release in October, they call it as current version. Next is the every even number. You will always see the LTS version. Every even number version will be converted to LTS, so there will not be any odd number version that will be an LTS. Every odd number major version will become a LTS release. Sorry, this should be CTS, current release. Talking about the support period, any LTS version receives 18 months of active support and a further 12 months of maintenance. What it means, 18 months of active LTS support if they keeps on adding the new version, but it will not break your changes, and a further 12 months of maintenance in case you are having any issues. The Node.js is not working as expected. Next 12 months, you can raise concerns to the Node community, and they will fix the issue for this. After 18 plus 12, 30. After 30 months, they will not manage this version. If you find any bug in the any of the LTS version, they are not responsible for it, and they will not fix for that as well. And the current version is having a support life of 8 months. So the current version is supported for the 8 months only. After that, either it will be converted to LTS or it would be discarded. Right. So this is just for the understanding what is the LTS version and what is the current version. The best practice is to always use the LTS version because it has a long-term support provided, and the same has been for any kind of production workloads. Only LTS is meant for. However, during the development for testing out the new features, you can go for the current version as well. With SPFX supports only the LTS versions. I will cover in during SPFX requirements as well. But the SPFX will use the LTS versions only. So in our case, we will use 14.16.1 LTS version, and LTS version will always be even number, and current versions will be the odd numbers. Okay. So this is basically understanding basics how web works. Do you already know that this is how basically the web works? This is for the node. This make more sense with the when we are writing node based web applications. The second point is core node modules versus third party modules. I already explained that core node modules are the ones that ships with the installation of node, and third party modules are the ones that you will install depending upon your requirement. You will install it, then you will import it wherever you will use it. Okay. So next case, I will give you a very basic example of creating first node server that you can see how so that you can see how you can use Node.js for running a server. We will this is just again the 2 lines of code. We will create the server, and you will hit a request from maybe from Postman or from Chrome, and you will get a response in back, right? So this gives you an example. This will give you an example how Node.js can be used to run server-side applications, web applications, or the how basically the web works, the client and server architecture. Okay, so let's come back to the VS Code. Okay, again, I have a demo prepared for it. Let me find out for you. Okay, you guys see my browser, this VS Code window now? Perfect. So this is a very basic steps to create. I will explain the code line by line, but this is the very 2 lines or maybe 3 or 4 lines of code that I would say you can see how easily you can use Node to create a running server, right? And if you compare it with any of the .NET or Java, you can think of like creating a so if you have a similar requirement of having the client architecture kind of requirement while working with C#, you have to go to the IAS, then you will create a new web application. First you have to install the IAS, right? You will grab a hardware, you will then install the IAS. After that only you can create a server. With Node, it is very easy. It's just 2 lines of code. You can get a running server. Right. So it is having a node server is far more easier, no cost incurred, no time incurred, and nothing needs to be installed like IAS or Apache or anything. No server side components needs to be installed. Just 2 lines of code will give you a running server. Right. So the very first line of code, constant HTTP. Again, this is the HTTP core node module that comes with the node itself. Right. So it's not a third party. It's not a custom. It's not a global one. It comes with the node module. It comes with the installation of Node, right? So this thing I'm commenting for now for the next lecture, I can say, and this one I'm uncommenting. Okay, so just do one thing. You can select the portion whatever you want to comment, and you can simply say control plus backslash to comment or uncomment. Control plus backslash to toggle the comment. It can be a single line, it can be multiple lines, right? So this is a function, I would say. So this is the first line. We imported the HTTP module, and next is this one, HTTP dot create server. Earlier we used fs dot write file sync for writing the file. So here we are using this HTTP module, and this HTTP module is having a create server method. That create server method is expecting an input, and this input is an event listener. Okay, so I will explain next. Like Node.js is an event driven or event, Node.js is having a concept of event loop. So basically what happens, for everything Node.js is having an event. So let's say whenever user will access our application from the browser, we will register one event in the server, and that event will get executed for every request by any of the user. So this is basically http.create server. We are saying, hey node, please the create server, and this is the listener. This is the event you have to execute whenever a request is coming to you, right? So this again, this will give you, as of now it is not loading, I need to this will give you intelligence as well. When you will hover on http.create server, sometimes it doesn't gives you intelligence. In this case, you can delete your temporary files or you can restart your machine. It will give you intelligence as well, that what is the input and what is the this one, what is the what is the inputs, or what are the events, or what are the input the particular method is requesting for, right? And even the Node.js is having a great documentation on each of the core node module. How can we use the node module? So if you want to look into any more details for create server fs.write file sync, you can always go check the nodejs.org documentation, and there you will find what are the overloads of this particular methods and what are the inputs it is expecting. So like I'm saying that this particular create server is expecting a.
Just a quick info, guys. IntelliPad provides full stack web development course in collaboration with N18G IIT Guwahati. The course link of which is given in the description below. Now let's continue with the session.
Listener, right? And this listener, either you can hard code it directly itself. I have written another method, right? And this is the request listener. The name you can say anything, and the inputs are request and the response. So request is the object that user will send from the browser, and response is the object that you need to pass to the, or the Node.js will pass to the browser, right? So these are the two things. So whenever a new request will come from the browser to the Node.js server, this will be the method. Whatever you write inside this particular listener, this particular event will get fired, and whatever you write here will get executed for each and every request one by one, because the Node.js is single threaded, right? So once you have created, I will explain this what actually we are doing here. So this is create server. Server next is the, here we have created this server. Next we are saying server.listen, that please keep listening to the request. We want to keep the server live. So this is the method to keep the server live. Server.listen 3000, we are saying on port number 3000 the server should work. You can even provide the server name if you want. For example, by default it is localhost. In any case, in other case you want to provide the server name, you do have the option to provide the server name as well. I'm providing only the port number, right? And then you have the method that this is the, once the server has started listening, this should get executed. So you can provide a callback as well. Once the server has started listening, this should get executed, right? So this is again one time would be executed once the server started listening, and this code will execute every time whenever there is a new request, and this code will be executed only whenever only in case there is a request. Let's say if we are executing this particular JavaScript file, right? And there is no request, this particular code will not be executed anytime, right? So let me do one thing now. This I can say terminal, and there the file name is server.js. I can copy it where I am here in the file system. First node app, I'm copying the code and I'm changing it here. Okay, so there is the code. Now I'm saying node app. This is the one thing. Let's comment this one very basic thing and comment this thing, right? So what we are doing in listener is we are just logging the request. What is the request coming from the user? We are just logging. We are not providing any response to the user. We are not doing anything in the very basic listener. We are just logging the request from the user, and we will analyze what the request is. How does the request looks like? Okay, so Now I'm executing my code. Again, the code execution is node./app.js. I hit the server. I hit enter. So you see, it pointed out node server started on port 3000. So whatever I have written here. So this